The immortality that people desperately pursue is but a curse to you. You've lived for thousands of years yet found no way to perish. Those who stayed by your side have either returned to the earth or are withering with age. Only you still maintain the appearance of an 18-year-old. Today, when you learn that the last person you still know in this world is about to pass away, yet clings stubbornly to life, holding on for 3 months without departing, you understand she's waiting for you before the Zhou family's old residence. You knock with an oil paper umbrella in hand. Soon a middle-aged man with a troubled expression hastily opens the door. We have family matters today. No visitors allowed. I've come to see Manwu. The youthful voice is icy cold, like winter frost in midsummer. Housekeeper Zhou is momentarily stunned, visibly displeased. Given the old madam's current status, who dares address her by name? She takes a closer look and is utterly astonished. The youth before her is half shrouded by the oil paper umbrella, with an ethereal, mist-like aura. Having served the Zhou family, she's met many dignitaries, but never someone with such presence. May I ask who you are? Housekeeper Zhou changes her tone. The youth remains frostily cold. An old acquaintance of hers. Housekeeper Zhou is taken aback. The old lady is already 92 years old. This young man is her old acquaintance. In the past, it wouldn't matter to go in and report. But now, the old lady has been bedridden for days and seems to be nearing her end. It's likely just today. All of the Zhou family's descendants have returned. With the gates close to guests, they stay by her side, not allowing anyone to disturb her. But this boy is clearly no ordinary person. If I don't report this, as Steward Zhou's thoughts raced, you spoke calmly. If she doesn't see me, that last breath won't leave her. If you want her to find relief sooner, then get out of my way. Steward Zhou suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with intense disbelief. How could she know? The old lady has been critically ill and bedridden for months. The doctors declared she wouldn't last 3 days, yet she stubbornly held on for 3 months. The Zhou descendants are all filial and virtuous. At first they were overjoyed the old lady held on, but the old lady neither eats nor drinks. Daily 4 nutrients have no effect. She's been reduced to a skeletal frame. Every day is agonizing torment. Now she clings to that last breath. But that breath has lasted 3 months without leaving. Butler Zhou no longer dared to show any negligence, yet she didn't dare act rashly. After careful consideration, she invited you to the reception room. Young master, please wait a moment. I'll go inform my master. You closed the oil paper umbrella without saying anything, just nodded slightly. Butler Zhou hurried away. She quickened her steps to the second floor. The living room was shrouded in gloomy tension. Dozens of men and women stood there. All were descendants of the Zhou family. Butler Zhou moved through the living room, carefully opened the door to the room where the old lady lay. Inside were 2 men in their 50s, the old lady's sons, along with 4 granddaughters keeping vigil. Butler Zhou wore an anxious expression. The eldest daughter of Zhou's main branch was first to notice her and whispered to her father. Zhou Tai slowly released the old lady's hand, rose and walked toward her. What is it? The voice of this business tycoon known as Lord Tai was hoarse. His eyes were bloodshot. Butler Zhou spoke softly. A guest has just arrived. Zhou Tai frowned. Didn't we say? The Zhou family isn't receiving guests today. Butler Zhou hesitated. I wouldn't dare forget master's arrangements. But that guest said. Zhou Tai silently fixed his gaze on her. Butler Zhou steeled herself. She claimed to be an old acquaintance of the elderly madam. She said the madam wouldn't close her eyes in peace without seeing her. Zhou Tai trembled visibly, nearly losing his balance. She immediately instructed the butler to take her to find you. The two hurried through the parlor and descended the stairs. The Zhou family members who had been holding their breath exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that the person who had kept the madam restless in her dying moments was finally found? During the brief 2 minutes Zhou Tai took to meet you, she contemplated many possibilities. Male or female, white-haired elder, hardened by poverty or accustomed to luxury, high and mighty, but never did she expect a young boy. Her soaring excitement instantly chilled, disappointment showing plainly on her face. The butler was first to address you. Young master, our master has arrived. You lounged lazily against the sofa. At the words, you barely lifted your eyelids. When Zhou Tai met your gaze, cold sweat broke across her back. Though possessing extraordinarily handsome features, your eyes showed absolutely no emotion, cold as sharpened ice. She had met all manner of people in her lifetime, but this extremely contradictory appearance made her feel rather uneasy. After a moment, she composed herself. I am the head of the Zhou family. May I ask who you are? Zhou Tai looked at you. Young Master Chen, what brings you here today? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Tai and the Zhou family butler both heard a sudden, icy chuckle. You didn't mince words. I thought the butler would have informed you already. Zhou Tai said. He did mention it. Your smile didn't fade. Then why do you still have time to exchange pointless words with me? It seems you don't care much about manhwa either. Joe Tai had already been anxious during this period, suppressing his anger. Hearing this made his temple twitch. How dare you, at such a young age, address my mother by her given name directly? After all, he was the head of the Zhou family. When angered, his presence was truly intimidating. After all, as the head of the Zhou family, his anger was truly intimidating. To everyone's surprise, the other party showed no fear. Her cold, penetrating eyes stared directly at him. When a person approaches death, their last breath feels like 10,000 needles piercing the heart. Every second delayed means another second of torment. Zhou Yuan's heart ached. Covering his face, he said, I understand, Miss Yun. It's not that I don't trust you. We've consulted a master who said the person my father wishes to see is someone from before the founding of our nation. At your age, Yun Miao had completely lost her patience. She picked up her oil paper umbrella and headed out. Steward Zhou hurriedly asked, Miss Yun, where are you going? Yun Miao, I don't deal with fools. If Zhou Xingshan raised an idiot, that's his karma. Let him continue hanging on that last breath and suffer. Chapter 3 Fox Spirit. This Miss Yun speaks too harshly. Both Zhou Yuan and Steward Zhou were equally unpleasant expressions. Watching Yun Miao preparing to leave with her umbrella, Steward Zhou whispered, the person the old master remembers should be of similar age. But few live that long. Perhaps this young lady is a descendant of the one he yearns for. Only then did Zhou Yuan realize he had been seeing only one side of things. Whether true or false, one must need to find out. He hurriedly chased after her to apologize. I'm sorry, Miss Yun. I overthought earlier. Please accompany me to see my father. Yun Miao rotated the umbrella handle and closed her umbrella. She folded her arms without speaking. Her face remained expressionless. Zhou Yuan never expected such a young girl could be so temperamental. He had never lowered himself like this in his entire life. For his father's sake, he took a deep breath and was about to speak. Suddenly, Yun Miao turned around, her voice drifting down. Forget it. After all, he followed me once. Consider this a peaceful ending. What? Zhou Yuan found her words strangely cryptic. Due to Zhou Yuan's earlier abrupt departure, the atmosphere in the living room had become less oppressive. The young girls huddled together, whispering. They were all simply curious about what had happened. Before long, hearing footsteps, the more impatient ones peeked out. Seeing Zhou Yuan go upstairs, everyone became more restrained. Miss Yun, please, Zhou Yuan said politely. The crowd looked again, and the entire hall was struck with awe. The person Zhou Yuan politely invited upstairs was a young girl. She wore a qipao, her figure exquisite, moving with an ethereal grace. Her neck was long and pale, adorned with a pearl necklace, pearls also dangling from her ears. The pearls seemed paler than her skin. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful, delicate, and enchanting. Yin Hong let out a soft gasp, somewhat gleeful. Sister-in-law, could this be the descendant of that beloved? If even the descendants are so stunning, no wonder Father couldn't forget her for over 70 years. Sunning shook her head at her and quickly glanced at the old lady on the sofa. The old lady had, at some point, opened her eyes. Her sharp, cold gaze radiated venomous intensity, sending chills down Sunning's spine. Old Madame Zhou stared unblinkingly at the celestial-like girl and tapped her cane on the floor. Halt! Zhou Yuan, seeing the old lady, immediately felt his head swell like a bull's. He had always handled matters appropriately, yet this time he actually forgot to invite the old lady into the house first. Old Madame Zhou chuckled twice, her tone icy. Aren't you going to introduce her, eldest son? Zhou Yuan steeled himself. Mother, this is Miss Yun. Old Madame Zhou slightly parted her lips as if she'd forgotten how to breathe. After a long pause, she laughed. Oh, so her surname is Yun. What a fine surname indeed. Unlike her, who didn't even have a surname. Yun Miao glanced at old Madame Zhou. She had some interest in Beansprout's wife, but hadn't expected her to be this young. Not exactly young, it's just that Beansprout is now 92. His wife appears to be no more than 70. Zhou Yuan approached and whispered, Mother, all matters now prioritize the greater situation. Father has been refusing to breathe his last, suffering torment, and we juniors worry day and night. Old Madame Zhou let out a cold laugh from her throat. What do I care if he suffers or not? Zhou Yuan practically pleaded, just do it for the children's sake. All right, Mom. I know you feel wronged and frustrated, but I can't just watch Father die with his eyes still open. Old Madame Zhou sneered, and now he'll close them. Zhou Yuan, I don't know. We're trying everything, even if it's hopeless. Old Madame Zhou turned her sharp gaze toward Yin Miao, her cloudy eyes fixing on her, a real seductress. No wonder he still pines after her even in death. Ha! Go on and then. The sooner you go, the sooner he'll die. Chapter 4, Joke. Zhou Yuan's face alternated between pale and green. On one side was his father, on the other his mother. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. But since the old madam didn't make trouble today, he felt somewhat relieved. He walked up to Yun Miao. Miss Yun, please. Yun Miao's gaze paused momentarily on the sofa in the center. Sun Ning, in her 50s but well-maintained, looked like a woman in her 40s, graceful, virtuous, and exuding nobility. But her pale face was shrouded in a dark aura. The image of the old woman in black and gold burial clothes reappeared before her eyes, countless threads piercing through her body, nailing her firmly to the ground. Struggling, endless struggling. Finally, the old woman slowly raised her head, fresh red blood streaming from her deeply sunken eye sockets down her heavily wrinkled face. It was precisely Zhou Xingshan's obsession and this dead old woman's resentment that had awakened her on the mountain. She had originally intended to light incense to find her way. What a coincidence indeed, to encounter here someone who shared blood ties with that old woman. Sun Ning felt her whole body prickle under that utterly emotionless gaze. She politely smiled at the girl. Yun Miao snapped back to reality as the vision before her disappeared. She nodded slightly at old Madame Zhou and followed Zhou Yuan into the room. But she never expected that simple nod would turn old Madame Zhou's face ashen. Very good indeed. Zhou Xingshan, your lifelong coldness and indifference toward me I could bear. But now, at the very end, you've made me the greatest laughingstock. Even the descendant of that woman you pined for dares to pity me. What unspeakable humiliation. The living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak. They all knew how ruthless the old lady could be, truly ruthless. After Zhou Yuan left the room, Zhou Lian took his place and held his father's hand. As soon as he grasped it, tears of indignation began to fall. In his memory, his father had always stood tall, looking down upon others. He had always borne the world's suffering on those broad shoulders. He was the widely praised and revered great philanthropist Zhou. He was Boss Zhou who single-handedly built the Zhou family's business empire. He had always stood at the pinnacle. Even when facing the knowledge of his mortality, he remained composed. But why couldn't he let go of that one grudge? All for someone from decades ago. He endured torment after torment, until his bones stood out like hills. Zhou Lian spoke to his father. Elder brother just left in a hurry, probably because the person you wanted to see has arrived. Dad, though you never much cared for us, you didn't care for us because of that person, right? You thought of her your whole life, so you didn't care for mother or us. I truly hate you, yet I can't bear to see you die with unclosed eyes. Tell me, doesn't that make me rather pathetic? As soon as these words fell, the door opened and all the Zhou descendants turned to look. The room was dimly lit. First came the glimpse of a flowing Chong Sam Hem, then the young, beautiful girl. For a moment, the room fell utterly silent. The eldest Zhou son reacted swiftly, stepping forward to nod politely at Yun Miao and saying courteously, "We appreciate you making this trip. If grandfather can relinquish his obsessions and pass peacefully, our Zhou family will surely show substantial gratitude." Yun Miao, step aside. The eldest Zhou son had never been treated with such discourtesy in his life. But being sensible, he yielded the way. Yun Miao's gaze settled on the emaciated, shrunken old man on the bed. Skin stretched over bones, eye sockets sunken deep. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he might have looked like a corpse dead for many days. Yun Miao approached, detecting no unpleasant odor. She was satisfied Dou Ye's descendants were indeed filial. As if sensing something, Zhou Xingshan's decrepit, aged body suddenly trembled violently, his breathing becoming more urgent. His face suddenly turned purplish red, like pig's liver. Zhou Lian shouted urgently, "Call the doctor." Yun Miao said, "Unnecessary." The second young master Zhou, who was about to press the call button, froze in place. "Second, press it." Zhou Lian frowned. "Yun Miao, I said it's unnecessary." Zhou Lian glared at the second young master Zhou angrily. Young master Zhou remained completely still, wanting to cry but having no tears. It wasn't he that he didn't want to press it. Why couldn't he move? Don't you know he?" And great Zhou Lian was becoming irritated. Yun Miao cut him off bluntly. "If you want him to feel better, all of you shut up." Zhou Lian, encountering an outsider who dared order him around for the first time, looked at his elder brother. Zhou Yuan was also anxious, worried about his father's suffering, but then he thought about his father's final breath. He forced himself to endure. Zhou Lian strode over, furious. "This descendant, how can she be so rude?" "That's just how she is," Zhou Yuan replied with relative calm. Despite his status and position, even he had to defer to this young girl. Zhou Lian snapped impatiently, "Once this is over, pay her off and send her away immediately." Chapter 5, The Young Miss. Zhou Yuan remained silent, patting Zhou Lian's shoulder in a comforting manner. Ever since learning his father had someone in his heart, Zhou Lian couldn't accept it. Since childhood, his father had been distant from both his mother and them. This grievance he placed entirely on that person in his father's heart. Thus he hated that person intensely, including her descendants. Let's first see if she's capable. Zhou Yuan both hoped she was the one and feared she might be. He still couldn't bear to his father, after all. Not just him, others thought the same. Only the youth with disheveled hair on the sofa was dozing off until someone elbowed him. "How dare you sleep at a time like this?" The youth's bleary eyes shimmered with moisture. "I can't help it, I've been dreaming of my grandmother every night these days, can't sleep well." "Shoo, look at that." The youth blinked and looked over. As the room quieted, all the Zhou descendants fixed their gazes on Yun Miao. They saw Yun Miao raise her hand, her jade-like finger gently touching Elder Zhou's forehead. The icy maiden stood, her perpetually cold expression softening slightly as she called out, "Bean Sprout! Bean Sprout! Who is she calling?" Their family's patriarch Zhou. The Zhou descendants could barely contain themselves. Their legendary patriarch actually had a childhood nickname like Bean Sprout. Yun Miao whispered softly, "Wake up now." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help interrupting. "My father only has one breath left, he can't possibly wake up. You should just say something to him." Mid-sentence, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Tsangshan, who had appeared as good as dead, actually opened his eyes. A flash of confusion passed through his wise eyes, followed immediately by shock, ecstasy, and reverence. Reverence! The Zhou descendants all surged forward at once. "Father! Grandfather!" Yun Miao was instead pushed aside. She took 2 steps back, lightly lifting her cheongsam at the waist as she gracefully seated herself. In Patriarch Zhou's heart, emotions surged like countless crashing waves. His teeth chattered, and his face flushed red with excitement. The descendants of the Zhou family sobbed uncontrollably. "Dad, don't worry, I'll call the doctor right away. You can still live. I told you you'd live to be 100. Zhou Tsangshan's withered old hands tightly grasped Zhou Yuan's collar. His body trembled like bellows, his eyes gleaming as he quavered, Don't call the doctor. Help me up." Who would dare disobey the old master's words? Zhou Yuan and Zhou Lian supported Zhou Tsangshan on either side, helping him up from the bed. Even after he steadied himself on the ground, they dared not let go. "Zhou Tsangshan, let go." Zhou Yuan panicked. "Father, your health is fragile. What if you fall?" Having already had one foot in the grave, a fall now would truly be beyond cure. "Zhou Tsangshan, let go." The formidable presence that once commanded both respect and fear returned to him. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Lian didn't dare disobey, exchanging a glance before carefully releasing their grip. Even after letting go, they didn't step away, spreading their arms to form a protective circle. Zhou Tsangshan stared at the young girl before him, his lips and eyebrows trembling involuntarily. Zhou Lian watched with grief in his heart. "It's just a descendant who came, not the person themselves, yet you're acting like this. You've yearned for a lifetime, what use is it? What good does seeing them once do?" Zhou Lian felt both sorrow and indignation in his heart. He thought, looking so carefully, "Are you trying to find traces of the old acquaintance in this descendant?" As he was thinking this, his father Zhou Tsangshan bent his knees and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. Everyone was shocked. "Father, let me help you up." Just as people moved to act, Zhou Tsangshan straightened from the ground, his face streaked with aged tears. His lips trembled as he uttered words that shattered everyone's souls. "This old servant pays respects to the young miss." Chapter 6, Obsession. What servant? What young miss? Has the old master's momentary clarity confused him? Everyone was stunned. On the chair, Yun Miao sat loftily, calmly lowering her eyes. Her brows carried cold mist, yet her tone was gentler towards him than to others. "Bean Sprout, your obsession is fulfilled. Go now." Old Master Zhou's eyes shone brightly, like lamps in the night. Once again, he bowed deeply. "Many thanks, young Mississippi." The descendants of the Zhou family felt their minds go numb. Yun Miao stood up, her footsteps light and unhurried, the oil paper umbrella swaying gently in her hand. Opening the door, closing the door. Someone who had them scratching their heads in bewilderment, like a sudden thunderclap, had come so lightly, and departed just as lightly. "A Yuan." Zhou Tsangshan's voice lowered gravely. Zhou Yuan, recognizing this as the old master having instructions to give, knelt down. "Father, please speak." Zhou Tsangshan didn't speak, but instead removed the pigeon blood thumb ring from his own hand and placed it on Zhou Yuan's. Zhou Yuan was greatly shocked, his heart surging with emotion. This ring had been on his father's hand since his birth, never once removed. In his childhood, he had greatly admired it and begged to have it. His father had said that only when he truly had the capability to inherit his position would he be worthy of receiving this thumb ring. For 50 years he had performed every task flawlessly, yet still hadn't been deemed worthy of taking this ring. Even 3 months ago, at death's door, it hadn't been passed to him. He had thought he would never gain his father's approval in this lifetime. Now, he had obtained it. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Father, your command." Zhou Tsangshan said, "I have been the young mistress's servant since childhood, now it's your turn. The young mistress has important matters attending her descent from the mountain. I want you to swear to take good care of her, putting her needs above all else." Zhou Yuan, swear to take good care of Miss Yun, prioritizing her needs above all. Being the young mistress's servant is your good fortune." With these words, Zhou Tsangshan slightly closed his eyes and fell silent. The final visions of his life flashed before him, scenes from his childhood when he was beaten while begging on the streets. The young mistress holding an oil paper umbrella threw him a crimson thumb ring. She said coldly, "Follow me if you're willing to be my servant." He picked up the red thumb ring, clenched it tightly, and stubbornly limped after her. This following lasted 15 years. That eternally aloof, mysterious, and unattainably slender figure remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Nearly a century of worldly ups and downs, no matter how his status and position changed. He remembered it all deeply. He is the young lady's servant. The Zhou family's old residence echoed with waves of weeping. Fine and dense like sticky tentacles probing Yun Miao's limbs, the heavy, oppressive pain poured over her like flowing water. This kind of weeping in pain hadn't been heard in 70 years, just as before. It was irritating. Yun Miao listened for a while, then opened her oil paper umbrella. Miss Yuan, please wait. Zhou Yuan quickly caught up with her, barely maintaining the dignified air of the Zhou family's head. What is it? Zhou Yuan extended his hand, showing her the thumb ring. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. Before my father passed, he gave me this thumb ring and made me swear to always prioritize you, young lady, and take good care of you. I swore before my father, and I absolutely cannot break my vow. From today onward, you shall be the honored guest of our Zhou family. Yun Miao had initially been somewhat impatient. Only after seeing the thumb ring did the frosty mist in her brows dissipate slightly. A momentary silence fell. Zhou Yuan knew she was deliberating and dared not disturb her. After a while, she folded her umbrella. Where will I be staying? Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had managed to keep her here. Zhou Yuan, the young lady probably prefers quiet. There are 2 buildings in the old residence. The one at the back is more tranquil. I'll have someone take you there. After speaking, he remembered his father's words. Recalling the piety and respect with which his father had spoken of the young lady, Zhou Yuan added, my father has just passed away, and there are still many matters to handle. It's not intentional neglect. Life and death are the 2 greatest affairs of humankind. Yun Miao didn't concern herself with life, only with death. She understood there were many things to be done after someone's death. She nodded, and Zhou Yuan went to find Steward Zhou. Steward Zhou was weeping uncontrollably. Leaning against the wall when he saw Zhou Yuan approaching, he wiped away his tears. Sir. Zhou Yuan patted his shoulder. Mother is advanced in years, and my wife has many matters to attend to. Please take care of entertaining Miss Yun. Steward Zhou said through tears. Rest assured, sir, we won't neglect her. No. Zhou Yuan said, not just don't neglect her. We must treat her well, treat her like our Zhou family ancestor. Steward Zhou was stunned. What was this situation? Her identity was so awkward. She was the descendant of the old master's beloved, treating her like an ancestor of the Zhou family. But what about the old madam? Isn't this trampling the old madam's dignity underfoot? Chapter 7, The Mystery. After leaving Yun Miao behind, Zhou Yuan hurried back to the 2nd floor. Listening to those cries, his heart ached with numbness. He is 52 this year. His father was 40 when he and his younger brother were born. Though born late in life, their father had always been cold-hearted and distant, never close to them. For so many years, he had respected and revered him. His entire life had been spent chasing after that fading figure. Now that he had passed away, this middle-aged man felt somewhat adrift. Elder brother. Zhou Lian came out with reddened eyes. Compared to his twin brother, his temperament was considerably more impatient. He said, you really went to keep her. Have you considered mother? Zhou Yuan's expression changed. I promised father. Father was confused before death, and now you're confused too. Zhou Lian fumed. What young miss, what servant elder brother? Do you really think our father was someone's servant before? In his heart, his father had been such a towering figure. How could he possibly have been a servant? Zhou Yuan responded. Why be shocked? When we could start remembering things, Dad was already in his 40s. Even when Mom met him, he was already over 30. We know nothing about his past from 30 years ago. Life is full of changes. Do you really think father grew up in luxury since childhood? Absolutely impossible. Dad had leg problems, his toes and fingers were deformed, and he feared cold from a young age. Clearly, he was someone born to hardship. Zhou Lian choked. That still doesn't mean we should keep that girl. Zhou Yuan said gravely, second brother, I've always felt Dad had many secrets. I once tried to uncover them but found nothing. Yet, I have this intuition he was hiding something enormous. Today, when I saw that girl, when I saw Dad kneel and kowtow to her, calling himself an old servant, my shock was no less than yours. I kept thinking, Dad lived 92 years, never touched a drop of alcohol, always remained clear-headed. Even in his final moments would he really lose his senses? Zhou Lian was baffled. Elder brother, what are you talking about? What I fear is that Dad wasn't confused at all. After speaking, Zhou Yuan thought of that aloof, mysterious girl with icy eyes, and a sudden chill ran up his spine. After all, Zhou Lian had lived for over 50 years and understood the implication behind his words. If father hadn't been confused, then what he knelt to was the real Miss Yun, not some so-called descendant. But that girl was clearly so young. She looked like an 18-year-old maiden. That's impossible. If she's lived for decades while maintaining such youth, she must be a demon who's attained human form. Zhou Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, his expression somber. I didn't believe in such things before either, but after what happened with both the Sun family and our family regardless, we must first investigate her background. Moreover, I made a promise to father. The Zhou family had reached the pinnacle of wealth. Money was ultimately but fleeting clouds. They wanted access to something more. The mourning continued uninterrupted. The Zhou family had already prepared for the funeral arrangements and immediately set up a memorial hall in the old residence. On the first night of vigil, it was customary for all Zhou descendants to keep watch together. When the vigil reached midnight, Zhou Yuan called the eldest Zhou son and the youngest Zhou heir into the study. Knowing that a midnight discussion signified important matters, the eldest Zhou son treated it with utmost seriousness. Seeing his elder son's composed expression, Zhou Yuan felt slightly relieved. Then he noticed his younger son slouching casually in the chair, his morning robe hanging loosely, with bleary eyes that revealed a kind of clear-eyed foolishness. Zhou Yuan's anger flared up as he slammed the table. "You little rascal! Sit up straight!" Zhou Fuxing, so drowsy he couldn't distinguish one domestic animal from another, forced himself to sit upright. Looking blankly at his elder brother, he cautiously asked, "What's wrong, my dearest old dad? Look at yourself. Today is your grandfather's funeral day, yet you still appear like this. Your grandfather truly spoiled you for nothing." Perhaps it was age, but the always aloof old Master Zhou had begun doting on his grandchildren in his later years. He showed particular favoritism toward Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing's eyelids kept drooping as he muttered, "The old man's gone now, what difference would it make anyway?" "You, father," eldest young Master Zhou Funyuan quickly intervened, "do you have any instructions for us?" Zhou Yuan suppressed his anger. "Yes. Funyuan, arrange for someone to thoroughly investigate Miss Yun Miao's background, leave no detail unchecked." Zhou Funyuan replied, "I've already assigned people to look into it." Today's events were simply too bizarre. He absolutely had to investigate who that young woman really was. He trusted Zhou Funyuan's work and nodded in satisfaction, but when he saw the stain on the chair, his anger flared up again. "For the next few days, aside from night watch duty, you're to attend Miss Yun Miao without leaving her side during daylight hours." Zhou Fuxing wailed bitterly, "Are you trying to kill me? A servant by day, a filial son by night just put me out of my misery already." Zhou Yuan snorted coldly, "Do you think I wouldn't like to? Before your grandfather passed, he made me swear Yun Miao is now our Zhou family's ancestor. While I handle your grandfather's funeral arrangements, your job is to keep Miss Yun Miao comfortable. If you understand, then get lost." Zhou Fuxing put on a shameless smile. "Then can I skip night watch duty? With all this serving to do, I'm afraid my frail constitution won't hold up." "Zhou Yuan, get out." Zhou Fuxing scampered away obediently. Zhou Funyuan shook his head, suddenly remembering something. "By the way, I remember Grandpa mentioned something about descending the mountain before he left. Could Miss Yun Miao have come from the mountains? Judging by her clothing, manner of speech, conduct, and temperament, she doesn't resemble a mountain village resident. When facing our Zhou family, she was neither humble nor pushy, even carrying an air of superiority. Father, I suspect her background is unfathomable." Zhou Yuan said heavily, "That's exactly why we're investigating her." Zhou Funyuan's interest was piqued, murmuring to himself, "She seems to carry great mysteries about her. A thorough investigation would likely reveal something more astonishing than I imagined." Chapter 8, Servitude. Zhou Fuxing slept until the sun was high in the sky before remembering the task his father had assigned him the previous night. He threw on some clothes haphazardly and, rubbing his messy bedhead, made his way to the rear residence. Zhou Fuxing had often visited this rear residence in the past, but today he immediately sensed something was amiss. The servants were more guarded than usual, their entire bodies taut with tension. Rubbing his head, he spotted the housekeeper Zhou in the living room, his face as stiff as a corpse's, with heavy eye bags hanging low. He patted Manager Zhou's shoulder. "Grandfather himself doesn't care about life and death, so cheer up." Manager Zhou looked up dazedly. "Young master, what brings you here?" "My father asked me to serve that Miss Yun, Miss Yun." As soon as the words fell, Manager Zhou's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. "Really?" Zhou Fuxing had never seen the usually composed Manager Zhou show such happy expression before. Scratching his head, he said, "Your expression is making me quite nervous. Is that Miss Yun difficult to serve?" Manager Zhou showed an indescribable expression. "Not exactly." His face was filled with fear. "Her demands can all be met, but she has little patience. If you fail to complete, does she get angry?" Manager Zhou shook his head. "No." Zhou Fuxing panicked. "She doesn't hit people, does she?" Manager Zhou shook his head. "That neither. It's just you'll feel extremely guilty toward her, terribly ashamed, and think yourself a useless waste for failing to meet her demands." Zhou Fuxing widened his eyes. "How long have you been the butler in my family? What storms haven't you weathered? How can you still have such a mentality? I despise you." Butler Zhou quietly retreated into himself. At this moment, a maid pushed a rack of clothes over. "Butler Zhou, Miss Yun says she doesn't like these clothes." Butler Zhou waved his hand. "Keep sending more." So another maid brought over brand new clothes. "Wait a moment." Zhou Fuxing decided to deliver them personally. "Give them to me, I'll take them." He pushed the clothes rack toward the bedroom. The door wasn't closed, but he still politely knocked. Yun Miao sat on the sofa, her slender pale hands flipping through her phone. Hearing the noise, she lazily looked over. Her eyes were like amber ice, cold enough to make one flustered. "Good morning, Miss Yun." Zhou Fuxing was momentarily struck by Yun Miao's beauty, but he found it somewhat difficult to look directly at her. His gaze kept darting around. As someone who frequented women's circles, he was most familiar with clothing and accessories. He saw her wearing a silk sleeping robe with diagonal fastenings and noticed the cheongsam she had worn yesterday hanging on the clothes rack. The curved tailoring was excellent and the fabric was top grade, something he had never seen before. He glanced at the clothes prepared by Butler Joe, all big brands, but the style was far too different from Yun Miao's. Yun Miao said lightly, "Take these clothes away." Her tone was calm, without the slightest hint of disdain. But Zhou Fuxing felt increasingly uneasy hearing this. She seemed like someone long accustomed to high status with extremely demanding standards. When her requirements weren't met, she wouldn't show displeasure, she would simply state plainly, no. Yet there was undeniable pressure. He finally understood what Butler Joe meant about feelings of guilt and shame. Zhou Fuxing rubbed his nose and glanced at the cheongsam hanging there, deciding he couldn't let her look down on him. Straightening his back, he said, "The world's finest cheongsam house is right here in Xiangqing called Ishu. Their founder Madame Yuan designed a jade gauze white piece before her passing that would suit you perfectly. Shall I have it sent over?" Ishu was a cheongsam shop his mother particularly favored, so he knew more about it. Yiwen. Yun Miao still retained some impression of her with thick braided hair, wearing a dainty little cheongsam, her small face flushed red as she mustered the courage to block the shop entrance with outstretched arms, shouting defiantly at her parents and elder siblings. "I won't marry again. They'll only beat me. I'm a person, not an object. You can't sell me off anymore. I can embroider. I can make clothes. I know many skills. I can support myself." Her courageous declaration echoed through the small street, treated as mere amusement by onlookers. That day, Yun Miao had entered the shop and commissioned her to take measurements for a custom cheongsam. Seeing her not object, Zhou Fuxing felt a spark of joy before adding, "Though it's ready-made, the quality is absolutely acceptable. I'll have them deliver the clothes and take your measurements for custom pieces at the same time. How about that?" Putting down her phone, Yun Miao remarked, "Not everyone in your Zhou family is completely foolish after all." Zhou Fuxing. She had complimented his intelligence. Miss Yun had praised his intelligence. More precisely, praised him for being more intelligent than other Zhous. Zhou Fuxing's back unconsciously straightened further, his gaze shifting from hazy to resolute, shining brightly as he looked at Yun Miao. Yun Miao. She turned her head expressionlessly. The words had been spoken too soon. Chapter 9, Soul-Binding Rope. Butler Joe hurried to the front courtyard, where the atmosphere remained heavy. He weaved through the crowd and entered the study. Zhou Yuan, Zhou Lian, and Zhou Funian were all present, discussing matters. First master, second master, young master. Zhou Yuan nodded. "Speak." Butler Zhou, "Last night, Miss Yun was taken to the rear residence to rest, with servants and myself attending to her needs at all times." Zhou Yuan motioned for him to continue. "Miss Yun demanded absolute silence after 9 o'clock. Not a single sound could be made in the entire rear residence. Breakfast must be served precisely at 7 o'clock, and she has extremely high standards for food flavor. This morning she barely ate, saying it was like chewing wax." Zhou Lian frowned. "Our family employs renowned master chefs from across the country. Even mother, with her exacting tastes, was satisfied. Is she deliberately being difficult?" Housekeeper Zhou, "It didn't seem like an act to me. She took one taste and immediately frowned. It appeared genuinely displeasing to her. After breakfast, she summoned me and all the other servants before her. She inquired about each person's position and responsibilities, then assigned specific duties to everyone. Her arrangements were proper and methodical. Also, she was quite dissatisfied with the tea we prepared after the meal. Though she didn't complain outright, I changed it several times at her silent disapproval. Only when I brought out the Imperial 18 Pearls tea that the old master had treasured during his lifetime did she finally show satisfaction." Zhou Lian slammed the table, his expression dark. "She truly acts like some grand lady. Does she even know how precious that Imperial 18 Pearls is? My own father couldn't bear to drink it regularly." Housekeeper Zhou, "I must say you're quite bold." Housekeeper Zhou said nervously, "I was merely following the young master's instructions. Of course, he didn't mention how instinctively servile he became in Yun Miao's presence. If he failed to satisfy her demands, he would feel physically uncomfortable all over. He nearly wished he could take his own head off in apology. This feeling was truly peculiar." After Butler Zhou withdrew, Zhou Lian was furious. "A mere descendant, our Zhou family allowing her to stay is already showing her great face. Second brother, how old are you to still be this resentful?" Zhou Yuan remained unperturbed, sipping his tea lightly. "Don't think she's just an ordinary girl. Yesterday, when facing us, she maintained the upper hand throughout, even overwhelming us. Having been in business circles for years, their bearing and experience were not something a young girl could compare to. Yet yesterday, facing her, they actually couldn't meet her gaze directly. According to what Butler Zhou just said, she isn't spoiled or willful but has extremely high standards. It's clear she doesn't come from an ordinary background." Zhou Funian unconsciously tapped his fingers on the chair. "One could say her origins are extremely noble, likely even higher than our Zhou family." Zhou Lian reacted as if hearing the world's biggest joke, sneering coldly. "Our Zhou family's centuries-old foundation, how many households could compare? If she were some great lady, would she come alone?" Zhou Yuan, who had been listening all along, turned to Zhou Funian. "Any news yet?" Knowing what he was asking about, Joe funny and shook his head. The people we sent haven't reported back yet. Zhou Yuan lowered his gaze in thought, and an inexplicable sense of reverence arose when he recalled that mysterious girl. Was it the impact of his father kneeling before her yesterday? Go arrange with housekeeper Zhou. We must take excellent care of Miss Yun. Every request of hers must be fulfilled without exception. For some unknown reason, Zhou Yuan kept having this feeling. They must spare no effort in maintaining good relations with Yun Miao. Under no circumstances should they make an enemy of her. That night, rows of white lanterns hung throughout the mansion. The Zhou family members keeping vigil wore massive white lanterns on their heads as yellow paper burned in fire basins. In the still darkness, a cold gust of wind scattered the floating yellow papers across the sky. The Zhou descendants shivered with an eerie chill. Ashes drifted with the wind before settling on the rear mansion's windows. Yun Miao, who had been sleeping, opened her eyes. Moonlight reflected in her eyes like frost settling on a still winter pond, utterly clear and undisturbed. Her cold gaze fell upon the moonlit courtyard where an old man in black and gold burial robes struggled feebly upon the ground. Countless fine silk threads pierced through her body as black blood dripped drop by drop from her eye sockets. Black blood. The resentment grew heavier and heavier, transformed from hatred into a vengeful ghost. With her consciousness completely gone, not only would she fail to reach the other shore of the Yellow River, but even the living world would likely face inevitable doom. Yun Miao, don't worry, I'll resolve this for you. The black blood from the old man in black gold burial clothes dripped even more profusely from his eye sockets. It gushed continuously as he struggled to kowtow to her. Yun Miao silently recited a calming mantra, and the illusion before her vanished, leaving the room clear and tranquil again. No one knew what she had experienced. Burial ropes had been used to bind her soul when she was placed in the coffin, enduring eternal torment, barred from reincarnation. Chapter 10, Her Face. Old Master Zhou's funeral was held after 3 days of keeping vigil. Many mourners came to the front courtyard house one after another to pay their respects. Despite all this commotion, the rear residence remained so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with servants standing ready in strict formation. When Zhou Fuxing arrived at the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Good grief." Though his grandmother was an extremely difficult person to serve, even the servants attending to her didn't act as if facing a deity. Checking the time, it was currently Miss Yun Miao's post-meal tea time. He didn't dare disturb her and instead circled around to the front courtyard. The front courtyard was filled with many people, including some high-ranking officials and distinguished individuals even the Zhou family had never met before. They arrived discreetly, paid their respects, and then departed quietly. Though everything appeared calm on the surface, the Zhou family members were anything but composed. That elderly gentleman just now, he looked like Zhou Lian's face flushed with excitement. Zhou Yuan slapped him on the shoulder. "Keep it to yourself if you know. I never knew father had connections with such prominent figures." Zhou Lian felt his father's stature in his memory had grown even greater. Zhou Funian was also excited but contained himself. Grandfather accumulated virtue and good deeds all his life. It's only natural he'd know some important people. Zhou Yuan gave an acknowledging but his thoughts were completely different. He recalled that moment in the room when he saw his father bowing low in reverence. His gaze turned toward the rear residence. He couldn't shake the feeling that these people came because of her reputation. Zhou Fuxing saw his father, uncle, and elder brother gathered together, so he made a detour and changed direction. What a joke, approaching them now would just be asking to get scolded. After walking just 2 steps, his eyes faintly brightened. Jiang Xing, Lu Yang. By the lakeside, Jiang Xing was dressed in black attire with a white flower pinned to his chest, his frame gaunt and bony. His complexion was paler than others, utterly bloodless even under the sunlight. The youth beside him wore similar clothing but sported an extremely flashy head of golden short hair. A silver earring adorned his left ear, his face bearing a trace of unruly youthful arrogance. "What are you two doing here?" Zhou Fuxing dashed over and plopped onto a bench. "We just went to pay respects to Elder Zhou. When we didn't see you, we decided to wait here." Jiang Xing spoke gently, patting Zhou Fuxing's shoulder. "My condolences." Zhou Fuxing ate grapes from the table carefreely. "My grandfather told me when his time was near, having lived a full life, he'd already come to terms with death and said I shouldn't grieve. You know how much he loved me. If I were too distressed, how heartbroken he'd be knowing that in the afterlife." Lu Yang made a scoffing sound, turning to Jiang Xing. "See, I told you we didn't need to come comfort him. He's more carefree than we imagined." Jiang Xing smiled without speaking. Lu Yang took his legs off the table, resting his elbows on his knees. "Earlier you mentioned the old man wouldn't pass, just like your grandmother. How was that resolved in the end?" Lu Yang asked curiously. "Did you also have a master perform rites?" "No." Zhou Fuxing spat out a grape skin. "My father didn't want grandfather leaving with regrets. We searched for 3 months, originally planned to have a master perform rites the day if nothing worked." Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. "From your tone, did you find it?" "We didn't find it." Zhou Fuxing chewed thoughtfully, then paused. "She came to us." "What does she look like? How old is she?" "As old as grandpa. That would make her over 92. Zhou Fuxing wagged his finger. No, she looks about the same age as me. You're only 18. Zhou Fuxing, yeah, according to my family, she seems to be that person's descendant. She hasn't left yet, and my dad, following grandpa's lead, treats her like an ancestor. Jiang Xing fell silent for a moment. No wonder we didn't see Grandma Zhou today. She must be very upset. Lu Yang was also speechless. That's practically slapping Grandma Zhou in public. Grandpa's lost his mind, and now Uncle Zhou too. It's not about losing their minds. Zhou Fuxing told them about what happened that day, including the incident in the room, leaving both Lu Yang and Jiang Xing utterly shocked. You're saying Grandpa Zhou called himself old servant and addressed her as young miss? Lu Yang leaned back in his chair, rocking. Has he really become that senile? Jiang Xing's eyes darkened as he said slowly, I'm more afraid that he isn't senile at all. Lu Yang tilted his head. If not senile, then what could it be? Unless. His words abruptly froze. Seeing the usually carefree expression on his face turn blank, Jiang Xing couldn't help but follow his gaze. On the other side of the lake, a figure of extreme coldness stood within the white mist. She wore a qipao that shimmered like moonlight and pearls, holding a white oil paper umbrella, her hair coiled at the back of her head with strands cascading down her chest. She walked with effortless grace, without the slightest hint of affectation, yet commanded an irresistible presence. Though dressed in gentle elegance, she exuded a crisp, cutting chill. Clad entirely in white, she nonetheless projected an ineffable black mystique. Miss Yun Miao, Zhou Fuxing called out pleadingly. Chapter 11, Peaceful. After taking tea, Yun Miao went to the front residence. The Zhou family still adhered to traditional customs. The sorrowful tones of Suona settled heavily in every heart, grief and weeping clinging like slimy waterweed to everyone's being. A procession of black-clad figures entered one after another to pay respects at Zhou Tsangshan's memorial service. A tall man in black robes followed behind them, walking slowly. Madame Sunning of the Zhou family, her eyes reddened, went forward to greet them. Yun Miao stared at them with cold, piercing eyes. Miss Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing came trotting over eagerly. Did you come to see grandfather? Miss Yun Miao hadn't left her room these past few days. Yun Miao pointed with her slender fingers at those richly dressed people. Who are they? Zhou Fuxing glanced over. They're from my maternal grandfather's family. The plump one is my eldest uncle, the tall and skinny one is my second uncle, and the two wearing formal hats are my eldest and second aunts respectively. What about the one following behind them? Oh, you mean the one in black robes? Zhou Fuxing frowned, his usually cheerful face showing some disgust. He's some so-called master. He does have some real skills, but. Yun Miao closed her oil paper umbrella and swung it in her hand, waiting for him to continue. But I just don't like him. Zhou Fuxing's frown deepened. My late grandmother was just like your grandfather, holding on to her last breath that simply wouldn't pass. But my uncles and mother were all very filial, and my grandfather treated her well too. We consulted a master who said she had no regrets, she just couldn't bear to part with us, her family, and was unwilling to leave. At that time, grandmother was suffering greatly. To ease her pain, we had the master perform rituals to release her soul. Zhou Fuxing scratched his head, gripping his face with both hands in distress. He performed the last rites for grandmother, letting her pass peacefully. By rights I should thank him, but I don't know why just seeing him makes me uncomfortable. Before Yun Miao's eyes floated the image of that elderly woman dressed in black and gold burial clothes. After he performed the rites, did you see your grandmother's remains? Yun Miao asked abruptly. Her voice was cool and light, yet with every word she spoke, you couldn't help but bow your head to listen. No. Zhou Fuxing answered without much thought. The purification ritual took a long time, about 7 days. After completion, the coffin was sealed, fearing it might disturb grandmother's peace in the underworld. Only then did Yun Miao look at him. Her amber-colored eyes, usually cool and detached, revealed an unusual emotion for the first time. A touch of sarcasm and indifference. She said, you didn't see it, how do you know she passed peacefully? Thousands of soul-binding ropes were meant to prevent her from ever reincarnating, until her soul dissipates completely. Zhou Fuxing first appeared bewildered, then suddenly widened his eyes. An inexplicable chill crept up his spine. What did she mean by that? After confirming which family the old woman belonged to, Yun Miao opened her umbrella and turned to leave. When passing by Jiang Xing and Lu Yang, she didn't even spare them a glance, as if nothing was worthy of her attention. As prominent figures in Xiang City, Jiang Xing and Lu Yang had never been so thoroughly ignored before. They couldn't help but stare at that retreating figure. Cool and aloof, just one look chilled them to the core. What do you think Miss Yun Miao meant by that just now? Zhou Fuxing was still dazed. She meant that since you didn't see it, how could you know Grandma's son passed away peacefully? In other words, Grandma's son didn't pass peacefully. Lu Yang patted his shoulder. Zhou Fuxing murmured, how could that be? Jiang Xing, noticing his pale complexion, comforted gently, she might have just said it casually, don't overthink it. Zhou Fuxing turned even paler, not that sentence but the next one. Thousands of soul-binding ropes. I've been dreaming of grandmother with many red threads piercing through her body, and she kept struggling. Jiang Xing's expression changed. Lu Yang also looked uneasy, but still teased, come on, could there really be ghosts and monsters in this world? Impossible, stop imagining things. Hearing this, Jiang Xing lowered his eyes without saying anything. Only his fingers clenched slightly. His knuckles gradually turned white. Chapter 12: Burying One's Own Mother Alive. After the Sun family finished paying their respects, Sun Ying invited them to a private reception room. As soon as she sat on the sofa, the usually composed and elegant Sun Ying couldn't help but let tears fall. The eldest Sun sister-in-law held her hand to comfort her. Mother just passed away recently, and now old Master Zhou has departed too. I know you're grieving and busy. After these matters are settled, you should rest properly for some time. Sun Ying suppressed her tears and said softly, I keep dreaming about Mother lately. She seems to be having a hard time there. The eldest sister-in-law chuckled in disbelief. How could that be? She was a happy old lady during her lifetime. Father treated her well, her children were filial, and she was kind-hearted. Even after passing over, she should be comfortable. After saying this, she turned to the black-robed man following behind. Mr. Shin, don't you think so? The black-robed man slowly raised his head in the sunlight. He had a very peculiar face. His skin was rough and mottled, his eyebrows thick and black, his eyes forming inverted triangles, his lips extremely thin, and he wore a black hood. He wrapped himself up tightly, with only a pale patch of skin exposed where his neck wasn't covered. It formed a stark contrast with his face. Madam Sun is right. Mr. Shin spoke slowly, his voice as pleasant as pearls falling onto a jade plate, carrying a hint of laughter. Such a voice shouldn't belong to such a repulsive face. The thought reappeared in sister-in-law Sun's mind as she snapped back to reality to comfort the grieving Sun Ying. Don't worry, your mother was blessed in life, and she'll be blessed there too. She wasn't like your father-in-law. She didn't want to leave when alive, not because of any obsession, but because she couldn't stop worrying about us younger generations. After sister-in-law Sun's comforting words, Sun Ying finally felt slightly better. She forced a smile. Maybe it's because there have been too many things happening one after another recently. The pressure must be making me have these dreams. I hope Mother can rest peacefully in the afterlife. As her words fell, a graceful figure appeared at the parlor door. Her clear, crisp voice exploded in the reception room. With a foolish daughter like you, she probably couldn't rest in peace. While speaking, Yun Miao folded her oil paper umbrella, holding it with her slender, long-fingered hand as she walked in, her gaze lightly settling on Sun Ying. Her eyes carried dissatisfaction. For some reason, Sun Ying felt as if needles were pricking her skin. And this is? Sun Ying's sister-in-law inquired tentatively. Sun Ying introduced, this is Miss Yun Miao, an honored guest of our Zhou family. Before father passed away, he instructed us to treat her with utmost hospitality. Though she didn't explicitly state Yun Miao's status, everyone understood perfectly well. Sun Ying's sister-in-law stood up and smiled politely at Yun Miao. Miss Yun is our guest, and guests should be treated with courtesy. But your earlier remarks were rather offensive. Her final words carried serious displeasure. Yun Miao ignored her, fixing her gaze on Sun Ying. Do you truly believe your mother was happy when she was alive? The question visibly changed Sun Ying's expression, her fingers unconsciously gripping one another. Sun family's eldest daughter-in-law, being ignored, became extremely displeased. Miss Yun, you're a complete stranger to our Sun family. What right do you have to ask such questions? What unhappiness could our late mother-in-law have had? We younger generations attended to her devotedly and arranged her funeral properly. You're just a young girl meddling in affairs that don't concern you. Yun Miao lifted her eyes slightly to look at Sun family's eldest daughter-in-law. The previously angry eldest daughter-in-law suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, her face turning deathly pale. Those eyes, they didn't look like the eyes of a living person at all. Yun Miao swept her gaze across everyone present, her expressionless face radiating coldness. Is that so? She tapped the ground with her oil paper umbrella, the thumping sounds creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. I came to ask you one thing. Your Sun family, disregarding all human decency, buried your own mother alive. Isn't that the truth? Chapter 13: Her background. Every word Yun Miao spoke carried bone-chilling coldness. The terrified family members all sprang up from their seats. Only Mr. Shin, who sat the farthest away and appeared thoroughly bored, slightly raised his eerie eyes to stare fixedly at Yun Miao, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The eldest son of the Sun family, Sun Jianhong, slammed the table with an ashen face. What nonsense are you spouting? If you weren't a guest of the Zhou family, I would make sure you regret ever saying those words. Yun Miao crossed her arms and met his gaze coldly. Sun Ying was also angered by Yun Miao's earlier remark, but remembering her husband's instructions, she broke the stalemate. Miss Yun, I know you didn't mean it, but please don't say such things again. My mother passed away peacefully in her sleep, and like my father-in-law, she was a kind person during her lifetime. How could we possibly commit such an unfilial act? Although society is different now than in the past, burying one's own mother alive would be considered a heinous crime in any era. If such rumors were to spread, it would deal a devastating blow to the Sun family's reputation. Yun Miao, if she died naturally, why would you need to arrange posthumous rites? Sun Ying's eyes reddened again. My mother couldn't rest easy worrying about us. That's precisely why you're foolish. Yun Miao, your mother passed away at the age of knowing one's destiny. At this age, elderly people wouldn't cling to their last breath unless they had some unresolved attachment. From what I know, your Sun family lacks neither wealth nor power, and your descendants are all well. What could she possibly be worried about? Sunning wanted to refute her words, but after opening her mouth, found no grounds for rebuttal. Indeed, she and her elder brothers were already so advanced in years. They all had their own descendants, and her brothers even had grandchildren already. With the Sun family's substantial fortune, how could mother still have unresolved worries? Sun Jianhong's patience ran out. What nonsense are you spouting? What business is our Sun family's affairs to an outsider like you? If the Zhou family weren't currently handling affairs, I demand an explanation from Zhou Yuan. In extreme anger, Sun Jianhong turned and left. Sun Ying also regained her composure. Though somewhat angry, she maintained the dignity expected of the family's matriarch. I'll have someone escort Miss Yun back to the rear residence. Our Sun family's affairs require no further concern from you. Yun Miao lowered her eyelids slightly, her lips forming no smile, appearing both aloof and radiating a sharp cold intensity. Burying one's own mother alive is not only condemned by society, but also unforgivable by heaven and earth. Mrs. Zhou, do think carefully about what I've said? This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Sun family will inevitably face divine retribution. Having said this, before Sun Ying could react, she took a step back, turned around, and walked out into the afternoon sunlight. At the very moment before stepping out the door, she cast an icy glance at the man who had been staring at her all along. Their gazes met, like ice cracking apart. The man in black robes remained calm as still water. When their eyes met, his thin lips curved slightly into a faint arc. This young girl seemed somewhat interesting. Yun Miao's gaze shifted away lightly and quickly, as if that person had never existed in her vision. Before her eyes appeared the image of the old lady dressed in black and gold burial clothes. Yun Miao brushed away the lingering shadow and comforted, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Old Master Zhou was buried in the afternoon, finally laid to rest. The heavy atmosphere of grief that had enveloped the Zhou family began to dissipate somewhat. Did she really say that? Zhou Yuan couldn't maintain his composure at all, accidentally breaking a cup. Did she really say the Sun family buried their own mother alive? Zhou Funyan's face changed colors repeatedly. "Father, you should know what kind of people my uncle and aunt are. There's no way they would commit such an unconscionable act that would provoke the wrath of both heaven and man." Zhou Yuan tapped the table. "I know that. Let's not talk about that for now. Didn't you say the people you sent to investigate Miss Yunmio had sent a message?" Mentioning this, Zhou Funyan seemed briefly flustered for a moment. "All my people sent back was a blank page." Zhou Yuan was also shocked. How could that be? Zhou Funyan wore an expression of disbelief. "Yes, nothing could be found. It's as if she appeared in this world overnight. Even Sun Mukon left traces when he emerged from the stone, but she didn't. The only traceable origin we have is her appearance at our doorstep. No past, no background, no trace of her existence in this world." By the end of his speech, Zhou Funyan's pupils constricted. The usually calm and steady future heir of the Zhou family felt chills running down his spine for the first time. Zhou Yuan also found it hard to believe, but being older and more experienced, he patted him and said, "Don't panic, maybe we're investigating the wrong direction. Even if we're not, there are many things in this world beyond our understanding." "Dad." Zhou Funyan closed his eyes, unable to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, his tense arm muscles trembling slightly. He said, "What I fear is that she truly is. In that case, was my grandmother really buried alive as she claimed?" Chapter 14. She won't indulge. Midnight thunder startled, torrential rain pouring down. Sun Ying abruptly awoke to find the room pitch black. The light curtains floated and extended like phantoms, the improperly closed window gaping wide open. It kept banging relentlessly in the wind. Rainwater streamed down the window onto the floor. Sun Ying pressed a hand to her chest. It was just an open window. As she got out of bed to close it, just as her hand touched the window frame, a skeletal, ice-cold hand suddenly grasped her wrist. She focused her gaze and saw an elderly man in black and gold burial clothes, bleeding from all 7 orifices, hanging from the window and grinning eerily at her. "Ah!" Sun Ying screamed and abruptly sat up in bed. Spark like lightning made the room flicker between light and dark as Sun Ying gasped for breath, her face covered in cold sweat. It was just a nightmare, everything was just a nightmare. Sun Ying kept comforting herself, thinking she'd merely been psychologically influenced by Yun Miao's mysterious and meaningless talk earlier that day. During her lifetime, her mother had been dearly loved by her husband and respected by younger generations. After death, they'd arranged Buddhist rites and made memorial offerings for her. She had truly passed away peacefully. This so-called buried alive nonsense was pure scaremongering. The more Sun Ying thought about it, her rapidly pounding heart gradually calmed down. Another flash of lightning streaked across the sky as Sun Ying lay back down, pulling the quilt tightly around herself to avoid catching a chill. A cold wind blew in, and only then did she notice the room's window was indeed left open, its frame rattling rhythmically against the wind. The sound was remarkably rhythmic. Tap, tap. Sun Ying couldn't help but look closer. As a pale flash of lightning illuminated the scene, her pupils trembled. There on the swaying window, a pair of black burial shoes were knocking against the glass with perfect rhythm. Early next morning, Sun Ing went to the rear residence to find Yun Miao. When steward Zhou saw Sun Ing, his astonishment was impossible to conceal. Having served as the Zhou family's first madam for 30 years, Sun Ing had always maintained impeccable grooming and poise. Even during the recent bereavement's first lady's son's passing, then the old master's while grieving, she still kept herself perfectly composed. After all, this was the Zhou family aristocrats whose every move significantly affected their stock values. Today Sun Ing still wore perfectly proper attire, her hair meticulously arranged. Only her face showed obvious exhaustion, with strikingly dark circles under her eyes. Her whole demeanor appeared less relaxed and elegant than before, her body tense with visible fear on her face. Housekeeper Zhou asked, "Madam, have you come to see Miss Yun Miao?" Sun Ing stayed awake with her eyes open until dawn. She came to find Yun Miao the moment day broke. "Has Miss Yun Miao woken up yet?" Noticing the urgency in her tone, Housekeeper Zhou nodded. "She's already awake, but at this hour, Miss Yun Miao doesn't permit any disturbances. I did come too early, I'll wait inside for her." Sun Ing dared not return. If she were to see anything again, she would break down completely. Housekeeper Zhou reached out to stop her. To Sun Ying's surprise, "What is it?" "Around 7 o'clock, Miss Yun Miao will come down punctually for breakfast, during which no disturbances are allowed. 1 hour after breakfast she reads for a while, takes tea around 9, and only after tea will she receive visitors. Perhaps Madam should return to rest first, and come back after 9 when I've informed Miss Yun Miao that wouldn't be too late." Sun Ying's head was buzzing so much she almost forgot her own panic. "I remember she's a guest. Butler Zhou, Master Zhou has instructed that Miss Yun Miao is an honored guest of the Zhou family. Everything must be arranged according to her wishes." Sun Ing. If not for her trust in Zhou Yuan's character, she might have suspected Yun Miao was his illegitimate daughter. The Zhou matriarch maintained her composure. "Can't we inform her in advance? Tell her it's about my mother." Butler Zhou showed brief surprise before regaining his calm. "Before lights out yesterday, Miss Yun Miao gave instructions that even if the madam came to discuss matters concerning elder madam's son, she must wait until after tea." Sun Ing was taken aback. "Why?" "Miss Yun Miao said she doesn't indulge such requests." Chapter 15, Ruthlessness. For the first time in her own home, Sun Ing received such cold treatment. She expected to feel angry, but strangely, she didn't. Perhaps she was still too shaken by last night's events. Or perhaps, Sun Ing thought of Yun Miao. Eyes that chilled to the bone, coupled with a mysterious and aloof demeanor. Sun Ing had spent her entire life between the Zhou and Sun families, having met many people, but someone like Yun Miao was a first for her. After 9 o'clock, Sun Ing once again walked toward the rear residence. Steward Zhou was waiting at the entrance. "This way, madam." Sun Ing found it somewhat inexpressible. She felt like a guest visiting someone else's home. She entered. She had visited the rear residence many times before. Her father-in-law favored the rear residence and often arranged it himself, and as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, she frequently came to assist in its upkeep. But today, there was a distinctly different atmosphere. The servants filed in one after another upon closer observation. Each was occupied with their own tasks. Methodical and orderly. Not a single sound could be heard throughout the entire rear residence. It was evident that everyone had been well trained. But these were servants under her own supervision, and she knew very well whether this was their usual state. She had never seen them so meticulous before. Sun Ing realized Yun Miao was exceptionally skilled at managing subordinates, or perhaps she came from an impeccable background. "Madam, we've arrived." Steward Zhou opened the door. In the sunroom, a ray of sunlight struck the ceiling, creating a halo of light. Miss Yun Miao sat on the sofa, relaxed and comfortable, her fingers slowly turning the pages. Sun Ing noticed that Yun Miao was actually reading modern history. "Madam Zhou." Miss Yun Miao turned another page, her gaze steadily fixed on the book. "I don't like wasting time, speak directly." Her tone was cold, instantly transporting Sun Ing back to last night's stormy evening, the lightning, thunder, and the burial shoes knocking incessantly against the window. Sun Ying's well-maintained face paled repeatedly. "Miss Yun, what did you mean by what you said yesterday?" "What did I say?" "About my mother." Sun Ing found it difficult to voice the words. But Yun Miao didn't respond, her eyes fixed on the book with great concentration. Sun Ing resigned herself inwardly, her voice much quieter. "You said my mother was buried alive. Why would you say that?" Yun Miao replied indifferently. "Has she come to see me?" "Who?" Sun Ing instinctively asked, but in the next second, a chill crawled up her spine. "You're talking about my mother." She was dressed in black and gold burial clothes, her hair coiled atop her head, with one golden bracelet on each wrist engraved with characters for fortune and longevity, and a night luminous pearl placed on either side of her. With every word spoken, Sun Ying's heart grew more horrified. How did she know this? "After mother's passing, we had rites performed for her salvation. We couldn't let too many people disturb her. Thus after she was laid in the coffin, only my eldest brother, second brother, and I saw her. Not even our sisters-in-law knew what was inside mother's coffin. Above her were coiled 99 strands of long woven gold thread, symbolizing ascending steps, your family's wish for the departed to climb and attain immortality." Sun Ing was now completely convinced. Miss Yun Miao, everything you said is correct, I believe your words. But when mother was placed in the coffin, she was clearly all ready. Only then did Jin Miao raise her head, her winter mist eyes containing frost. She closed the book. Passed away. Who told you that? It was Mr. Shin who said so. Sun Ying blurted out, her tone clearly showing great trust in that Taoist priest. Mr. Shen. You saw him yesterday too. His appearance is quite distinctive from others, wearing loose robes. He's the master our Sun family invited, full name Shin Yangji. Yun Miao's mind conjured up that man whose face resembled someone disfigured. He had a pair of remarkably interesting eyes. Sun Ying continued unprompted, at that time, mother simply wouldn't pass on. Our Sun family is wealthy and powerful, and we certainly weren't worried about the expense of keeping her alive, but her condition was exactly like grandfather's, utterly miserable. Eldest brother, wanting mother to find release, sought out Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin said she couldn't rest easy worrying about us, and suggested performing last rites. After Mr. Shin conducted the ritual, eldest brother went to see mother first. Soon after, we heard his wailing. Then we knew mother had departed. At this point, tears fell from Sun Ying's eyes. She wiped them away. I went to see mother. Her face had already turned ashen. She was clearly deceased. The notion that she was buried alive is absolutely unfounded. Yun Miao listened while lightly tapping the book with her fingers, leaning back to find a more comfortable position. Yet the words she spoke were anything but polite. I thought the Sun family was merely vicious, but it turns out you're not just vicious but also foolish. Chapter 16, Aiding a Tyrant. Sun Ying had lived a life free from material wants, which cultivated her gentle temperament. But as the lady of the house, she still possessed the temper one would expect. However, upon hearing such words, she didn't grow angry. Perhaps subconsciously, she believed no one had the right to be angry with Yun Miao. I don't quite understand. Would Miss Yun please clarify what exactly is the problem? Where did the golden bracelet on your mother's hand come from? That's my mother's jewelry, given to her by my father, so she wears it. What about the luminous pearls on both sides? Sun Ying lowered her eyes and thought, those were bought by my eldest brother when he went abroad for business. Quite valuable. Knowing our mother fears darkness, he had them placed inside. Yun Miao pressed further, and the long woven golden threads. This also belongs to our Sun family. Sun Ying answered Yun Miao's question, her initial fear having subsided. Miss Yun, all these items are ours. Mr. Shin couldn't have tampered with them. The corners of Yun Miao's lips curved upward for a brief moment. It wasn't pleasure. It was cold mockery. Think again, what did you do when putting these things inside? Sun Ying carefully recalled the events of that time. Nothing special. Mr. Shin instructed us to put everything inside. When placing the golden thread, he said. Sun Ying stopped mid-sentence. Her throat slightly parted as if stuffed with a luminous pearl. Her eyes widened with full of terror. She suddenly stood up and took several steps toward Yun Miao. Mr. Shin said the blood of our closest relatives could help the deceased soul rest in peace. My eldest brother, second brother, and I all dripped our blood into the bowl. Mr. Shin then soaked the golden thread in it. Is this serious? Mr. Shin said that with our blood, these golden threads can function properly, making mother's life better in that world. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Her face turned as pale as wax, growing increasingly flustered as she spoke, her confidence waning with each word. Yun Miao saw her helpless expression and his gaze softened slightly. From a pampered young mistress to the well-protected Madame Zhou, sheltered by her maiden family and respected by her husband's family, she had never encountered danger or difficult situations. Thus she remained gentle, generous, and naive. Yun Miao somewhat admired this naivety. It meant a person had never suffered hardship, even though she was already old enough to be a grandmother. He had met such people before. People who retain traces of naivety until their dying day. But Yun Miao was inherently cruel. He wouldn't soften because of her naivety. His words came cold and sharp as a blade, cutting so deeply she nearly lost her footing. In ancient times, what you call the old days, they mainly used gold, silver, and jade as burial objects, but gold was primary while jade secondary. Gold alone held enough weight to suppress souls. Sun Ying urgently asked, then what about the luminous pearl? The luminous pearl placed beside the deceased's eyes. That was to light the road to the underworld for mother. The underworld road has hellguards as guides. Thinking a mere luminous pearl could illuminate the underworld road is utterly preposterous. Sun Ying said despairingly, then why? After death, eyes cannot see light. The luminous pearl placed beside her eyes was meant to blind her, making her unable to find the road to the underworld. As for the golden thread soaked with your blood, that's a soul-binding rope. Combined with bloodline blood, it can make her never be reincarnated, eternally suffering the torment of bound soul. Sun Ying staggered backward until she collapsed onto the sofa. This Mrs. Zhou, who had maintained grace and dignity all her life, appeared utterly disheveled for the first time. Stop, this can't be true. Then doesn't that mean I assisted in evildoing? Tears streamed down Sun Ying's face like rain. Don't grieve here. If you still don't believe me, you can open the old lady's coffin to see if there are any scratch marks on the upper part. Yun Miao said coldly, opening her book. Steward Zhou, see the guest out. Before Steward Zhou could enter, Sun Ying had already stepped forward to grab Yun Miao's hand. It seemed she had thought of something. her sorrowful gaze instantly filled with determination. Miss Yoon, I believe you now. Please tell me what I should do. Chapter 17 Stranger. Is it? Sunning tried her best to keep her voice from trembling. If I just open my mother's coffin, take out the night pearl, put in jade artifacts, and remove the golden threads, will my mother be free? Yun Mao raised her eyebrows slightly in surprise. She had very beautiful eyebrows when they moved, her whole face came alive. Like an ink landscape painting when wind blows through it, mountains swaying, water rippling. You accepted this rather quickly. Yun Miao said, so quickly that it makes me suspect there's some hidden circumstance. Sun Ying's expression changed, and she fell silent for a moment. Miss Yun, just tell me whether my proposed method would actually work. Yun Mian said lightly, no. Sun Ying detected a hint of cruelty in her light tone. Yun Miao, she was buried alive, died with grievances, then schemed against to block her path to the underworld, and had her soul eternally trapped by her own children's bloodline. Do you think any of these matters can be simply resolved? Sun Ying, we were deceived too. Which proves the Sun family is not only vicious but foolish. Yun Miao's voice suddenly turned icy and stern. Once old Madam Sun becomes a vengeful ghost, given time, the soul binding may not continue to restrain her. When that happens, the guilty will pay for their crimes. Not a single member of the Sun family will escape. That's when things will truly become irreparable. Sun Ying was shocked to her core by these words. The naive middle-aged woman covered her face in sorrow. Her normally straight shoulders slumped slightly, trembling faintly, appearing utterly devastated. We didn't mean any harm, after all she was our mother. Yun Miao said coldly, malevolent spirits have no consciousness. Sun Ying raised her face with difficulty from her poems. Miss Yun, I'll return to the Sun residence first. I've troubled you today. Yun Miao gave a slight nod, her gaze returning to the book. She seemed instantly captivated by the book's contents, reading with evident enjoyment. She paid no attention whatsoever to how shocking that brief conversation had been for others. When Sun Ying left the rear residence, she remained distracted and nearly collided with Yin Hong. Yin Hong chuckled playfully. Oh my, sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Why so absent-minded? Upon seeing Yin Hong, she composed herself, straightening her back slightly. It's nothing. Yin Hong stared at Sun Ying's face with gossipy curiosity. Really nothing wrong. It was obvious she'd been crying. Clearly something had upset her. Her sister-in-law had been raised in luxury since childhood and was highly respected within the Zhou family, though she wasn't favored by that old madam. But Yin Hong, who was naturally sharp-tongued and loved drama, wouldn't use this to mock her. That old madam disliked everyone anyway, acting crazy all day like a rabid dog biting anyone she saw. Just thinking about those half-squinted eyes made Yin Hong tremble all over. Sun Ying adjusted her breathing, trying to maintain the dignity of the household's lady. I'm fine, don't worry. Where are you heading? I'm going to see our Zhou family's distinguished guest. Yin Hong couldn't resist asking gossipily. Sister-in-law, I see you came from the direction of the rear residence. You met the distinguished guest too. Why do you look like this? Having been sisters-in-law for decades, Sun Ying understood Yin Hong's nature of enjoying others' misfortunes all too well. Coupled with her mother's affairs weighing heavily on her heart, she didn't want to engage in lengthy conversation. She said indifferently, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. She walked in great haste, unlike her usual leisurely stroll. Yin Hong knew her sister-in-law best. She had always cared deeply about face and personal image. But this time, she abandoned all of that. Yin Hong couldn't help but wonder why meeting Yun Miao had changed her so dramatically. Could it be that Yun Miao wasn't actually the descendant of her father-in-law's beloved? Observing how attentive her elder brother was to Yun Miao, and Yun Miao's fox-like seductive appearance, Yin Hong formed a rough conjecture in her mind. Was Yun Miao her elder brother's lover? Or perhaps his illegitimate daughter? No wonder sister-in-law was so heartbroken. Having learned such significant news, Yin Hong felt even more compelled to meet Yun Miao. This Yun Miao was truly a remarkable character. Her mere appearance had made the old lady fall ill with anger for several days, refusing to see anyone. And she had made the sister-in-law who always looked down on her suffer a great loss. Eagerly, Yin Hong went to see Yun Miao, only to be stopped by Steward Zhou outside. Miss Yun Miao says she's not receiving visitors. Yin Hong hadn't expected to be snubbed like this in front of a servant. She pointed at herself. Didn't you tell her who I am? Butler Zhou said politely. Miss Yun Miao says she won't meet anyone, no matter who it is. In fact, when Miss Yun Miao heard it was the second madam of the Zhou family, she only said, who? Don't know her. Her tone seemed to be speaking of something utterly insignificant. Chapter 18, Opening the Coffin. When Sun Ying arrived at the Sun family villa, she happened to encounter the departing Mr. Shin Yangji. Shin Yangji wore a voluminous black robe with a hood, revealing an exceptionally sinister and terrifying face. That face was wrinkled and crumpled, as if someone had burned it and roughly smeared mud over it. Sun Ying showed no particular reaction upon seeing Mr. Shin, merely giving him a slight nod, which Shin Yangji returned in kind. The two passed each other by, with Shin Yangji gathering his black robe as he walked toward the back mountain of the villa. From beneath Shin Yangji's wide sleeves emerged a bizarre head. The head was limp, resting on Shen Yangji's shoulder from behind, yet strangely his back remained perfectly straight, as if that head was just a head and nothing more. The little head was pale, as white as Shen Yangji's exposed skin. He laughed maliciously. "Your plans are about to be disrupted, hee. It's that girl, right? She seems to have realized you're a bad person." Shen Yangji walked unhurriedly toward the mountain, as if completely unaffected by his taunts. Yet when he laughed, his breath sprayed against his neck, viscous and unpleasant. Shen Yangji adjusted his black robe, revealing fingers with clearly defined knuckles. He raised them and tapped the little head's forehead. The previously combative little head that had been provoking Shen Yangji immediately wilted. It slumped downward while its grin widened, making it appear even more malicious and eerie. "You're interested in her, I can tell. But she doesn't even spare you a glance." Shen Yangji walked for a long time, until the little head's voice grew hoarse from talking, finally reaching the mountain's base. The little head continued its shrill mockery. "The Sun family will soon dig up the old lady's grave. Your plan failed, hee. Admit it, you're interested in that girl. You actually stared at her for over a minute. Ah, could it be you like her? If you like her, I'll go kill her, hee." Shen Yangji slowly raised his hand, grabbed its head, and yanked hard. The small head immediately let out a pained wail. After finally achieving quiet, Shen Yangji said calmly, "Noisy." He approached the mountain, where a crevice lay hidden in dense undergrowth, and entered. Sun Ning arrived at the Sun residence and recounted every word Yun Miao had said today to her elder brother and sister-in-law. When the Sun family first heard it, they found it utterly absurd, completely preposterous. The eldest son even flew into great rage. But upon careful analysis of Yun Miao's words, the more they analyzed, the more plausible it seemed, and the more their backs became drenched in cold sweat. How could an outsider know such details so clearly? Once suspicion takes root in one's mind, deeper contemplation follows, and the more one contemplates, the more plausible it seems. What they couldn't accept were the words "buried alive." If old Madame Sun hadn't actually died at that time, imagine how desperate she must have felt waking up inside the coffin. This was something the Sun family dared not even think about. Zhou Fenian stated bluntly, "To know whether it's true or false, we just need to open grandmother's coffin." Since last night, Zhou Fenian had inexplicably felt that Yun Miao's words were true. The thought that the Sun family might have buried his grandmother alive, whether knowingly or unknowingly, made his blood run cold. From the servants, he learned that his mother had gone to see Yun Miao early in the morning before rushing to the Sun residence. Zhou Fenian could roughly guess what had happened. He came in haste, wanting to know whether the Sun family was aware of the truth. But the Sun family had been in business for many years. Both his uncles and aunts wore masks of deception, their skills profoundly deep. He couldn't see through them. That's why he made this statement. He wanted to see whether the Sun family was still worth associating with, if they could even bury their own mother alive. Zhou Fenian naturally needed to distance himself from the Sun family. Such relatives deserved nothing but his wary avoidance. Hearing his words, the Sun family was inwardly shocked. The second Sun brother immediately slammed the table, asking how they could possibly open the coffin. Wasn't that the height of impiety? The eldest Sun brother, however, remained silent with a grim expression, deep in thought. He held his nephew in extremely high regard. After all, the Zhou family stood several social tiers above the Sun family, and Zhou Fenian was the future patriarch of the Zhou household, a man known for his steady temperament since childhood who never acted impulsively. When he had spoken those words earlier, it was to test whether the Sun family had truly committed such an abominable act. If they refused to open it now, they would essentially be admitting guilt. From this day forward, Zhou Fenian would undoubtedly sever all ties with the Sun family. The eldest Sun brother slammed the table. "Open it." Chapter 19: The Savior. In accordance with Old Master Sun's instructions, Madame Sun's remains were not cremated. However, this was no simple matter. Not only did the Sun family have to pull strings, but they also dared not hold an elaborate funeral, conducting it quietly instead while telling outsiders that Madame Sun had preferred to keep things low-key. The matter of not cremating her was known only to close family members. Madame Sun was buried in the back hills, an area dense with woodland. At that time, all the younger generation of the Sun family wanted to find a good burial site for the old lady, but Old Master Sun refused to agree, saying he had purchased this plot at the back Mapu long ago as the Sun family cemetery, and she must be buried there. The coffin opening was conducted late at night. Apart from the Sun family's eldest and second sons and Zhou Fenian, there were 2 bodyguards responsible for digging. In the mountains, moonlight penetrated through the pale clouds, casting eerie shadows. The wind howled, emitting terrifying low moans. Before the coffin stood a stone tablet inscribed with 5 characters, "Wife of Sun Chengtian," followed by a smaller line, "Personally engraved by Sun Chengtian." The characters were crooked and uneven. Zhou Fenian unbuttoned one shirt button before he could breathe normally again. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, making it hard to breathe. Zhou Fenian looked around. The pale moonlight was exceptionally bright in the mountains, allowing his sharp eyes to spot several disorderly tombstones lying in the grass. "Uncle, whose graves are these?" Zhou Fenian asked. The eldest of the Sun family took a drag from his cigarette, staring fixedly at the gravesite. "Don't know. Your maternal grandfather said it was also an ancestor of the Sun family, but he's old now and can't remember whose it was. There's no name written on the tombstone. What a strange gravestone. Joe Funyun felt rather uncomfortable looking at it. After a while, the coffin was dug out. Under the moonlight, the originally pitch-black coffin appeared somewhat reddish. Joe Funyun's face remained calm, but inwardly he felt a creeping unease. Together they kowtowed to the old woman and begged forgiveness, with the eldest son personally stepping forward to open the coffin. They had expected it would require great effort, but as soon as the eldest son barely touched the coffin, it moved aside by itself. The eldest son had lived over 50 years and seen everything, but even he broke out in a cold sweat at this moment. Not to mention the second son brother and Joe Funyun. Inside the coffin, they saw blood-red golden threads crisscrossing and intertwining, gleaming ominously under the moonlight. The elderly woman dressed in black and gold burial clothes should have been lying flat, but she was actually half sitting up. Her arms were raised upward, both hands formed into claw shapes covered in bloodstains, with pitch-black nails that had actually grown ghostly talons. Her expression was one of agony and despair. The eldest and second son of the Sun family fell to their knees with a thud, screaming heart-wrenchingly, "Mother!" There was no need to check the coffin lid for scratch marks. The old woman's current posture made it clear. She had truly been buried alive. Joe Funyun, usually composed, felt his eyes redden instantly upon seeing how his beloved grandmother had suffocated to death and the coffin had died in despair. The moonlight had been obscured by dark clouds without anyone noticing, plunging the mountains into pitch-black darkness. Yet directly before them glowed two blood-red orbs. What were those? No sooner had this thought surfaced than another followed. That direction. That position. Those were the dead woman's wide-open, unseeing eyes. Fear crept up inch by inch from the soles of their feet, chilling everyone to the bone, making their hair stand on end. "Mom, please don't. We were deceived too, Mom. We didn't mean to bury you alive. It was that master who tricked us. Please don't be angry with us." The second son brother pleaded in terror. "I'm sorry, Mom. Please don't harm us." Tap tap. It sounded like shoes stepping on a coffin. The second son brother was so frightened he pissed himself and rolled several times. He passed out directly. The eldest son brother wasn't much better, drenched in cold sweat. Joe Funyun knelt on the ground despite his composure, his back was soaked through. Tap tap. The footsteps grew closer. Joe Funyun couldn't even breathe properly. His lungs felt like cotton soaked in water, each breath agonizingly painful. He wanted to run but found himself completely immobilized, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Tap tap. Joe Funyun smelled the stench of rotting flesh and clearly sensed something standing right before him. Despair spread through his heart. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Extremely icy. "Go back." It was a woman's voice, clear as winter snowmelt. Though it sounded cold, Joe Funyun felt incomparable reassurance at this moment. In that instant, the stench of decay before him vanished, and his stiff body regained movement. He turned his head. At the edge of darkness, a pure white figure approached, ethereal as a fairy or mist. She carried an ancient lamp that emitted a dim yellow glow. The light clearly illuminated her cold yet beautiful face. She didn't look at them, her gaze fixed on the direction of the coffin. Her voice was calm. "Lie down. Matters concerning the dead are my responsibility, not yours." Chapter 20. Begging her. As her words fell, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the moon that cast its pale silver light downward. The mountains suddenly became utterly silent. Joe Funyun moved his hands and legs that had been paralyzed earlier, watching as Yun Miao approached with the lantern. His panic-stricken and despairing heart was strangely soothed. Yun Miao didn't even glance at the kneeling eldest son, Joe Funyun, or the unconscious second son on the ground. She walked to the stone tablet first and glanced at it before approaching the coffin. Inside the coffin, the old lady maintained a struggling posture, eyes wide open, entire body blackened and purplish, her fingernails seemingly having grown longer again. With an expressionless face, she raised her hand and yanked off the soul-binding rope. "Miss Yun Miao," Joe Funyun tried his best to remain calm. "Will removing this rope alleviate grandmother's suffering?" "Yun Miao, no." Joe Funyun lowered his eyes sorrowfully. Grandmother had been such a gentle old lady, who could have imagined she'd suffer such misfortune both in dying and after death. "Miss Yun." The eldest son, who had been so arrogant just yesterday, was now wiping cold sweat from his brow. He fared slightly better than his younger brother aside from not fainting. His legs remained weak to this moment. He bowed deeply to Yun Miao. "Miss Yun, I beg for your guidance." The head of the Sun family looked at her expectantly. Yun Miao cleaned the soul-binding rope and casually threw the night pearl to the ground, wiping her hands unhurriedly. "Oh, what kind of guidance do you need?" The head of the Sun family wore an expression full of remorse. "Miss Yun, our Sun family failed to recognize your eminence. I offended you yesterday. That was my fault. I beg you to save my mother." The head of the Sun family spoke with utmost sincerity. He could already sense that the girl before him was a master who hid her true capabilities. The moment she appeared, all the anomalies had disappeared. Joe Funyun quietly let out a sigh of relief beside them. From the moment the coffin was opened until now, the eldest uncle's reaction showed genuine shock. It was clear he hadn't known beforehand. Having served as the head of the Sun family for so many years, he naturally carried some arrogance and aloofness. Yet for his grandmother's sake, he could humble himself so thoroughly before Miss Yun. His sincerity was evident. Fortunately, the Sun family remained unaware. Yun Miao's gaze held no discernible emotion, only a chilling cold that made one shiver. Is it to save your mother or to save your Sun family? The eldest Sun brother, both. Our Sun family invited Master Shin to help mother find peace, never expecting his malicious intent that wolf-hearted scoundrel actually schemed to bury mother alive, and made sure mother couldn't even die properly. As you said, our Sun family was indeed foolish, but the root of this foolishness lies in filial piety. If mother were to become a vengeful ghost with no chance of reincarnation, every member of our family would be heartbroken. Moreover, while our foolishness was an unintended mistake, to demand our entire family's lives as compensation seems excessively unjust. The eldest Sun brother proved why he'd survived in business circles for years. His words were sincere, reasonable, and covered all aspects comprehensively. Zhou Funian found himself nodding along. This matter was indeed an unintentional mistake by the maternal grandfather's family. If the Sun family were truly facing calamity over this, it would indeed be unjust. Having finished speaking, the eldest Sun brother watched Yun Miao. Having negotiated countless deals since childhood and met all manner of people, he could always discern someone's wavering resolve or true intentions at a glance. But when his gaze fell upon Yun Miao's face, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yun Miao remained expressionless, cold, and peerless. Her eyes were like icy mist, devoid of any emotion. She watched him quietly, as if seeing right through him in an instant. This young girl, he actually couldn't fathom her. Not only couldn't he fathom her, but she seemed to have seen right through him. Yun Miao shook the ancient lamp slightly. Only then did Zhou Funian notice there was neither oil nor candle in the lamp that emitted that faint yellow glow. How strange indeed. Mr. Sun speaks eloquently, but... Yun Miao paused, and the eldest son couldn't help but lean in to listen. But your heart isn't sincere, and your words aren't true. The eldest son was horrified, his forehead instantly beating with dense cold sweat. How did she know? Yun Miao turned to leave, the ancient lamp swaying gently. In no more than 3 days, old Madam Sun will become a vengeful ghost, and that will be the day disaster befalls your Sun family. If the Sun family doesn't value their lives, they can keep pretending. Miss Yun, the eldest son, hurried after her, but found he couldn't catch up to Yun Miao no matter how hard he tried. She moved like a phantom, but the eldest son wasn't afraid. He already regarded her as a savior. Uncle. Zhou Funian blocked his movement, his voice no longer gentle but ice cold. Let's go back first. Second uncle is still unconscious. The eldest son looked at Zhou Funian's cold gaze and felt his heart sink again. It seemed his nephew was beginning to suspect too. Chapter 21, Elopement. They splashed water to wake the second Sun brother, who seemed thoroughly terrified and completely disoriented. Seeing her second brother in this state, Sun Ing immediately understood what the coffin opening must have revealed. She collapsed onto the sofa, silently weeping. Zhou Funian stepped forward to support his mother, speaking gently, "Mom, let's go home." The eldest son was overwhelmed with a splitting headache, unsure what to do. Seeing his nephew Zhou Funian preparing to leave with Sun Ing, he sneered, "Don't forget, your mother is also a member of the Sun family. No son can escape this. Do you think she can be exempted?" Zhou Funian responded indifferently, "I wasn't aware my eldest uncle possessed such capabilities, even to the extent of burying his own mother alive. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for my mother myself. I won't behave like you." These words were like sharp slaps across the eldest son's face. His face darkened with rage as he clenched his fists tightly. "It wasn't me. Our Sun family lacks nothing. Why would I bury her alive? Why would I wish her unrest in afterlife? Have you even considered this? I had no knowledge of this matter either." Zhou Funian frowned and halted his steps, uncertain whether to believe him. Sun Ing, who had been silently weeping, suddenly spoke up, "Elder brother, are you truly unaware?" The eldest son retorted, "Even you doubt me, little sister. Why would I do this? What reason would I have to do this? Because of father." With just 4 words from Sun Ing, the eldest Sun brother was instantly silenced. Sun Ing turned around, her tear-filled eyes fixed tightly on the eldest Sun brother. She had always been a traditional woman, obeying her father at home, and after her father left home, obeying her eldest brother's words. Never before had she confronted her elder brother with such sharpness. That Master Shin was introduced by father, wasn't he? Seeing his usually gentle younger sister lose her temper, the eldest Sun brother unusually refrained from asserting his elder brother's authority. "Don't jump to conclusions. Father and mother supported each other their whole lives. How could father possibly harm mother? Supported each other their whole lives." Sun Ing lowered her head, a sarcastic smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Big brother, you're really good at whitewashing the situation. You should know perfectly well how father treated mother." The eldest Sun brother placed his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. "Wasn't father good enough to mother? Don't forget, mother once ran away with another man." An unusual sound came from behind them. They all turned to look and saw a familiar, ethereal figure like mist from a fairyland. Yun Miao's slender fingers held a folding fan, which was closed and lightly tapping against the doorframe. The dull thuds resembled an old monk striking a wooden fish. Zhou Funian snapped out of his shock from hearing the word elopement. Miss Yun Miao, why are you here? Sun Ning said, it was me. I was worried about you opening the coffin, so I waited at the mountain's base and met Miss Yun coming down. I invited her over as a guest. Please continue your discussion, Yun Miao said. It might have been an illusion, but Yun Miao's lips seemed to curl slightly upward just then, as if she had heard something particularly amusing. The eldest son sibling looked extremely uncomfortable. After all, this matter was disgraceful. For years, only their immediate family had known about it, and none dared mention it. It was one thing for Zhou Funian to know he was practically family. But this Yun Miao. Sun Ning said calmly, Miss Yun already knows about how our Sun family buried our own mother alive, condemning her soul to never find peace. What else couldn't she hear? The eldest son sibling, preposterous. Yun Miao walked toward the sofa, lifted her fingers at her waist, and sat down smoothly. Yun Miao said, I'm someone who enjoys listening to stories. If you tell them well enough, perhaps I'll be willing to help you. Zhou Funian. Her claim about liking stories, delivered with an icy expression, had zero credibility. However, Zhou Funian realized one thing. Miss Yun Miao didn't involve herself in grandmother's affairs without reason. According to Miss Yun Miao, it was grandmother who sought her out, and only then did she intervene. Her initial willingness to stay as a guest at the Zhou family must have been because she knew about the relationship between mother and grandmother. So who exactly is she? Why can she communicate with spirits? And why does she care about this matter? Zhou Funian felt the mysteries surrounding Miss Yun Miao were growing deeper. Although her claim about loving stories wasn't very credible, the eldest son seemed to have grasped at this life-saving straw and decided to reveal the Sun family's unspeakable secret. The eldest son sighed and had a servant bring premium tea. Miss Yun, please enjoy some tea. Yun Miao lowered her gaze and glanced, saying indifferently, don't like it. The eldest son brother. How could he see disdain in Miss Yun's eyes? This was his prized collection of fine tea. The kind whose price would shock people if mentioned. Chapter 22 Hua. The eldest son brother drank several cups of tea before his dry, sore throat felt somewhat relieved, then began recounting the stories of old Mrs. Sun and old Mr. Sun. My mother in her youth wasn't quite proper. Zhou Funian's expression changed. Uncle. The eldest son brother raised his hand. Don't rush, let me continue. When old Mrs. Sun was young, her name was Hua, having no father or mother, she grew up relying on the kindness of villagers. In those times when people could barely feed themselves, raising a village-supported girl was extremely difficult. Gradually Hua received less and less food. Every day her stomach growled with hunger, so famished her chest stuck to her back. Hua didn't want to starve to death in that broken temple. To survive, she began with petty theft at first. When caught, she would usually get beaten. When Hua got beaten, she would clench the stolen cornbread tightly between her teeth, chewing vigorously and swallowing it down fiercely. Even if she had to crane her neck painfully to gulp it down, she absolutely refused to spit it out. The villagers grew increasingly furious and annoyed. Every day they locked their doors securely and hid their food carefully, determined not to let Hua get a single bite. In their eyes, giving Hua even a mouthful of food should have made her weep with gratitude. Instead, they had raised an ungrateful wretch who stole chickens and dogs, making the entire village loathe her. After going hungry for some more time, Hua became so faint from starvation she nearly died. Then an 11 or 12-year-old boy secretly found her and offered her a piece of cornbread on the condition that she let him touch her. Hua didn't want to die, so she agreed. Getting to eat steamed buns just for being touched a couple times, why wouldn't she agree? After eating the buns, Hua came to a realization. She had grown up now, blossoming into an increasingly beautiful young woman. Whenever she left the derelict temple, she could feel the villagers' gazes lingering on her body. She had found her means of survival. Thus passed a year or two, with Hua blossoming into even greater beauty, delicate and touching, arousing even more covetous gazes from the villagers. As she grew older day by day, Hua gradually realized that people need not just survival but also a sense of shame. The villagers called her a seductress every day, shamed her as shameless, branded her a loose woman. At first these words meant nothing, but now they made her cheeks burn with humiliation. She realized this couldn't continue and decided to find someone to marry. But whom? Her thoughts turned to the Sun family at the western end of the village. The Suns had a youngest son named Sun Chengtian, the same age as her, handsome and educated. Hua contemplated, then on New Year's Eve when the Sun family was merrily drunk, she vaulted over the wall and stealthily slipped into Sun Chengtian's bed. When the covers were lifted the next morning, the entire Sun household was thrown into shocked frenzy. Just like that, Hua clung to Sun Chengtian. Sun Chengtian's father disagreed, considering Hua promiscuous and absolutely unfit to marry into their family, wanting to drive her out. Hua had grown increasingly beautiful, attracting many admirers. The village wives, fearing their men might have affairs with her, collectively approached the village chief, demanding the Sun family take responsibility for Hua. Under pressure from the village chief and villagers, coupled with Sun Qingtian's genuine affection for Hua as a love-struck youth, Sun Qingtian's father reluctantly gave his approval, and the two were married in a traditional ceremony. Sun Qingtian adored Hua, valuing her more than his own life. The couple remained inseparable for a time, until Sun Qingtian's father, unable to accept having welcomed a loose woman into the family, passed away in a fit of rage. After old Sun's death, the Sun family estate was divided. Sun Qingtian had two elder brothers who took the lion's share of the inheritance, leaving him with nothing but a dilapidated house and half a mu of farmland. To make matters worse, Sun Qingtian only knew how to study, not farm, while Hua was lazy and gluttonous by nature. The couple lived in extreme poverty. As their hardship deepened, villagers again began eyeing Hua covetously, and she herself couldn't resist temptation, secretly accumulating various goods through questionable means. Sun Qingtian couldn't bear it, yet he didn't blame Hua, only believing he lacked the capability to provide her a better life. He decided to take Hua away from the village to seek work in the county town. When they arrived, they couldn't find any jobs. Just as they were about to starve on the streets, Sun Qingtian was noticed by a restaurant owner for his brewing technique learned from books. My father started his fortune through brewing. The eldest son couldn't help but sigh. Our Sun family now relies entirely on the liquor business. Father's brew was the real deal. As if recalling that flavor, a look of yearning appeared on the eldest son's face. Since father stopped brewing, he had never smelled that particular aroma again. The fragrance wafted for miles, penetrating straight to the heart. Yun Miao opened his folding fan, its ribs crystal clear, his gaze fixed behind him. Old Mrs. Sun stood behind them in her black and gold burial garments, arms raised with all her might, face twisted in fury, eyes blood red. Yun Miao's gaze made the eldest son of the Sun family feel chills running down his spine. He turned to look behind him but saw nothing. Yet Yun Miao's eyes clearly told him she wasn't looking at empty air. Is there something behind me? Yun Miao replied calmly, nothing. Continue. Chapter 23, Disagreement. She said there was nothing, but the eldest son felt continuous tingling on his back as if he coughed into his fist and continued speaking. Sun Qingtian used the winemaking knowledge he learned from books to become a vintner at a restaurant. The wine he brewed had an aroma that could be smelled miles away, exceptionally mellow, and quickly earned him fame. Many restaurants tried to poach Sun Qingtian, but grateful for his original employer's recognition, he refused. Not long after, Sun Qingtian discovered Hua and the restaurant owner making eyes at each other. Although angry, Sun Qingtian already had a child by then. He couldn't bear to let his son grow up without a mother, so he swallowed his anger without confrontation, but soon resigned from the restaurant. After quitting his job, Sun Qingtian thought that no matter which restaurant Hua went to, she might hook up with the restaurant owner. After careful consideration, Sun Qingtian decided to open his own shop named Sun Family Winery. Sun Qingtian was skilled at brewing excellent liquor. As soon as Sun Family Winery opened, the business flourished, and Sun Qingtian quickly became the famous boss son in the area. Seeing the family's wealth and improved living conditions, Hua settled down, bore children, and the life of their family of 5 became relatively happy and content. Who would have thought that on the day of the eldest son child's 8th birthday, Hua disappeared again? At the same time missing was a worker from Sun Family Winery. There had been rumors before that Hua had an affair with that worker. Sun Qingtian initially didn't believe it, thinking Hua had changed. But carelessly, Hua eloped with the worker. At that time, the eldest son child was already sensible enough to advise Sun Qingtian to give up on his mother, as her heart was never with him. The eldest son child wasn't talking nonsense. But from the time he and his younger siblings were born, Hua never cared for them, even looking at them with disgust in her eyes. Sun Qingtian couldn't bear to see his children deprived of maternal love, so he took people to find the runaway Hua and brought her back. He told Hua that as long as she behaved properly in the Sun household from then on, he would let bygones be bygones. Accustomed to Sun Qingtian's generous support, Hua couldn't endure a life without money after being away for so long, so she returned to the Sun family with him. After this return, Hua was clearly different from before. She no longer had any other thoughts, devoting herself wholeheartedly to Sun Qingtian. Having talked until his mouth was parched, the eldest son took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. This is my parents' story from the past. The reason I'm telling you this is to show you how much my father endured. He wouldn't suddenly harm my mother after all these decades. Of course, the eldest son said, those were all things of the past. I couldn't possibly hold a grudge against my mother for burying her alive. Our Sun family was actually harmed by that man called Xin Yangji. Yun Miao remained silent, lowering her eyes as if pondering something. Zhou Funyan's expression became rather complicated. He had always known that everyone has their own story. Just like his grandfather, who also had some untold stories from the past. But he never expected that his grandmother's story would be quite bizarre. His impression of his grandmother was that of a gentle, loving old lady who spoke softly and never showed any temper. He had never seen her angry. It was hard to imagine that in her youth she had been a completely different person. Fun Ian. The eldest of the Sun family, seeing his poor complexion, patted his shoulder. The elder's unspeakable pasts were never meant for you younger generation to know. But I understand you doubt me, doubt the Sun family. Let me be honest with you, I truly hated her my whole life. Joe Funnian slightly raised his eyes. The eldest of the Sun family smiled and said, we've only spoken of her and your grandfather so far. Let me tell you about my own experience. Your grandmother's heart wasn't with your grandfather when she was young. She happened to be flirting with that restaurant owner when she gave birth to me. She considered me her burden several times. She held my head underwater, trying to drown me. When I grew older, she gave birth to my second brother and your mother. The eldest son's sibling laughed sarcastically. She did the same to them too. I saw it with my own eyes. She hated us, loathed us. If not for our strong will to live, we would have died countless times. But throughout our childhood, we never knew what maternal love looked like. This is something your mother knows very well too. Joe Funnian still couldn't believe that the kind-looking old lady was capable of such things. Sunning nodded under Joe Funnian's slightly shocked gaze. Your grandmother truly didn't like us. She never cared for us, never showed us even a bit of affection. I didn't understand why she was like this. When I asked her, she just remained silent, then told me not to bother her unless necessary. So this is why you rarely fulfilled your filial duties by her side. Joe Funnian finally understood them. Sunning, we thought that firstly, a decades-old heartache isn't so easily resolved, and secondly, she never wanted to get close to us. But she might show more kindness to the younger generation. That's what they call grandparental favoritism. If she doesn't even like us, how could she possibly like them? Oldest son brother sneered several times. She's got a viper's heart. Probably got scared in her old age, afraid no one would care for her, so now she wants to mend relations with us. Knock knock. Yun Miao tapped the table with her fan, and everyone fell silent as they turned to look at her. She asked slowly, finished speaking. More or less. The oldest son brother said, I guarantee every word is true. Is that so? Yun Miao pointed ambiguously behind him with her fan. She seems to strongly disagree with what you're saying. Chapter 24, A Bad End. All three present looked over. There was nobody behind the oldest son brother, nothing at all. Sunning paled, forcing a smile. Miss Yun, who exactly are you referring to? Your mother. Yun Miao's lips curled into a rare smile, as cold as her words that sent chills down everyone's spine. Your mother is standing right behind your elder brother now. She was calm at first but grew increasingly agitated while listening. Unfortunately, she's bound by soul-binding ropes. Any struggle subjects her spirit to violent strikes. Yet she hasn't stopped struggling. Observing everyone's suddenly changed expressions, Yun Miao asked leisurely, guess what is it, your so-called truths that shame her, or your lies that anger her? The eldest son's sibling abruptly stood up. That terrifying scene from tonight, their mother in the coffin, still burned fresh in his mind. Miss Yun, everything I said was truth. I swear may I die horribly if I lied. The eldest son raised his hand in oath. Yun Miao listened, lowering her eyes in 3 seconds of contemplation. I think neither. It must be the heart-wrenching pain of suffering injustice for decades, misunderstood by her own flesh and blood. Yun Miao spoke calmly, yet her words stirred unrest in everyone's hearts. The eldest son brother faltered for a moment before firming his resolve. Absolutely impossible. However much I once longed for her affection, that's exactly how disappointed I became later. That's just the kind of person my mother was. This is the undeniable truth. She was promiscuous, irresponsible, vicious as a serpent. The ghostly form of the old lady behind the eldest son brother seemed shaken by these words. She stopped struggling. Yun Miao turned to Sunning. Do you think so too? Sunning, I. Eldest son brother, little sister, have you forgotten how angry you used to be because mother didn't love you? Sunning hung her head low. What came to her mind wasn't all those past grievances, the motherly love she never received that had haunted her for so long. But she remembered the delirious words her mother had uttered when bedridden, clinging stubbornly to life. Because they hated her, big brother and second brother rarely visited, but she often went. One late night, she sat beside her mother, looking at the tortured, skeletal figure, and couldn't help but cry. Her mother, who had been unconscious and unaware, suddenly gasped and reached out to her with startling urgency. Sunning was startled. Hearing her mother murmuring something, she gathered courage to listen closely, and heard her speaking with uncharacteristic gentleness. Sweetheart, don't cry, no tears, mama's here, mama's with you. Sunning had never heard her mother's comforting voice before. The dam broke. The next moment, her mother suddenly clutched the bedsheets violently, her whole body trembling, face contorted as if demons were trying to tear out from within. She rasped, Sun Chengtian, may you die horribly. Sunning jerked her head up, eyes glistening. I don't think so. The eldest son's sibling choked with rage. You really? Silence. Yun Miao said coldly. Her words carried an undeniable command that brooked no resistance. Yet it wasn't the least bit unpleasant, as if the whole world would bow and listen when she spoke. I came at elder son's request, Yun Miao said plainly. After death, people usually carry obsessions, resentments, loves and hatreds. These emotions transform into overwhelming desires after death, preventing the soul from reincarnating and forcing it to remain in the mortal world. The soul becomes a malevolent ghost, loses consciousness, turns bloodthirsty until it finally dissipates completely. I can help the dead resolve these matters. When old Madame Sun came to me, she was filled with immense hatred. Without dispelling this hatred, even untying her soul-binding rope would be completely useless. She will still transform into a vengeful spirit and seek revenge on her enemies. Unfortunately, you soaked the soul-binding rope with your own blood during her burial. When she completely loses her sanity, she will regard you as her enemies. Yun Miao hadn't spoken this much in decades, so her words came slow and measured. She had given them enough time to react. Unfortunately, even after her explanation, they still wore expressions of shock and confusion. Yun Miao allowed them ample time to process the information. Having studied modern history thoroughly, she knew contemporary humans believed in science and rejected feudal superstitions. It was perfectly normal for them to feel fear and confusion upon hearing such supernatural claims. But her patience was limited. A moment later, she asked expressionlessly, "Do you understand?" Chapter 25 Fabricated Story. We understand. Miss Yun Miao had explained it very clearly. It was truly unbelievable. But which of the recent events hadn't been unbelievable? Zhou Funyan's eyes gleamed with hidden light. No wonder their prolonged investigation of her had yielded nothing. She was indeed extraordinary. She could truly communicate with spirits. Though he'd never heard of such a profession, investigating in this direction might uncover Miss Yun Miao's story. Her background story appeared truly fascinating. Sunning kept thinking, Mother really did harbor hatred. She hated Father. She truly hated Father. Why was that? Father was gentle and refined. Whoever met him would acknowledge he was an upright and honorable man. She couldn't figure it out. The eldest son brother, however, turned pale with alternating hues of green and white. Clearly, his thoughts were more direct, more comprehending, more thorough and crueler. He repeated his question. You just said that after we soaked the soul-binding rope with our blood, once Mother loses consciousness, she would regard us as her enemies. Yun Miao's eyes finally showed some satisfaction. It seemed not everyone was hopelessly stupid. Exactly. The eldest son brother collapsed powerlessly, leaning heavily against the sofa. Zhou Funyan, uncle. Sunning, elder brother. They had never seen him like this before. As the head of the Sun family, he had always been shrewd, calm, and steady. The eldest son brother murmured. Mr. Shin was introduced by Father. Zhou Funyan drew a sharp breath. After Father left home to become a monk, he rarely returned. He came back on the day Mother refused to let go of her last breath, saying he couldn't bear to see his lifelong partner suffer like this, so he sent for Mr. Shin to perform rites for Mother. I never doubted after all, he was Father. Eldest son's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed. Could it be Father was deceived too? He was also tricked by Mr. Shin. It must be like this. We're all his children. He would never harm us. Zhou Funyan, uncle, please calm down. Of course I'm agitated. Since childhood, Mother never cared for us. It was always Father who loved us, accompanied us. What reason would he have to harm us? Zhou Funyan couldn't understand either. After all, in the Sun family's accounts, their grandfather truly was an exceptionally good man. Yun Miao watched his mix of despair and agitation calmly, waiting until he calmed slightly before speaking slowly. Let me ask you a few questions. Eldest son, ask away. Who told you the old stories about elder son and Madam Sun? Eldest son, Father. Everything came from him. That's right. But many people knew about Mother eloping with someone. Eldest son answered without hesitation, and I personally witnessed her nearly drowning second brother and little sister. Yun Miao didn't respond to his question, instead continuing, was your father very educated? Of course, people used to address him as sir in the past. Why did your father become a monk? At this question, the eldest son heir let out a heavy sigh. My father loved my mother deeply, but she despised him. To make her happier, he took monastic vows. Yun Miao, my questions are finished. These questions, what are they supposed to reveal? Yun Miao gave him a faint sideways glance. That single look brimmed with near overflowing indifference and sarcasm. Even court judgments don't rely on one-sided testimony, yet you take your father's word as absolute truth. Did you ever ask your mother? The eldest son scoffed. What would I need to ask her for? You claim your father was educated, yet the epitaph he carved for your mother doesn't appear to be the work of an educated man. The eldest son froze momentarily, recalling the 5-character inscription on his mother's tombstone that indeed resembled canine scratch marks. What does that prove? He began breaking out in cold sweat. It proves he lied to you. Yun Miao's icy tone crushed him like a glacier. If the most important thing in the story is fake, it means the entire story is false from beginning to end. Chapter 26 The Ferryman. Guess who she is? In the deep mountain ravine at midnight, the water murmured softly as Shen Yangji walked along the mountain path, a tiny figurine pressed to his ear that transmitted the voices of several people from the Sun family's living room. On his shoulder wriggled a small head. The little head giggled incessantly, as if having heard some great secret. You don't know, but I do. She must be the ferryman. You're in trouble now. The ferryman, messenger of the underworld, specially responsible for souls unable to enter the Yellow Springs. She's not the ferryman. Shen Yangji's voice was exceptionally beautiful, forming an absolute contrast with his extremely ugly face, ringing crisply through the mountain valley. The little head laughed maliciously. She is certainly the ferryman, undoubtedly sent by the Yellow Springs to deal with you. The Yellow Springs. Shen Yangji's ugly face remained motionless, yet laughter could be heard, carrying extreme disdain. The Yellow Springs can barely take care of themselves. Anyway, she's definitely here to deal with you, hee hee. She's not a ferryman. She doesn't carry the ferryman's aura. Every Yellow Springs emissary is a half-dead being, and she doesn't seem like one. Moreover, you're afraid of her. Little head, I'm not. When she appeared, it was the most well-behaved moment of your life. You were even trembling. Shen Yangji sounded somewhat amused. You obviously wouldn't act like this with a ferryman. She's much more formidable than a ferryman. As for why she's doing a ferryman's work, that's what I'm curious about. Touched on a sore spot, Little Head grew angry, viciously cursing that he'd die a miserable death. Still unsatisfied, it bared 2 rows of sharp teeth and made as if to bite down hard. Before it could make contact, Shen Yangji flicked it away with a snap of his fingers. Shen Yangji gazed at the dense mountain depths, recalling the mysterious young woman standing with an umbrella in the Zhou family's reception room. He couldn't discern who she really was, nor could he guess. He found her truly fascinating. After Yin Miao finished speaking, prolonged silence fell upon the Sun family's living room. Within this silence, an eerie atmosphere began spreading through the room. Sun Ning hung her head, seemingly distressed, while the eldest Sun brother pondered the entire incident with cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhou Funian remained the calmest, quickly identifying the loopholes in the story. First came the biggest inconsistency. The grandfather was educated. This fact everyone believed without doubt, as if carved into each person's mind. Yet the grandfather left behind no books or calligraphy. Most educated people of that era displayed certain intellectual affectations, which he notably lacked. Second, as Miss Yun Miao pointed out, the epitaph, carved by grandfather himself after grandmother passed away. They were all present during the carving, and in their grief, no one questioned the handwriting. Besides, even if there were doubts, people would assume grandfather was too distraught to write steadily. However, anyone who's practiced calligraphy knows that writing is muscle memory. Even if poorly executed, it wouldn't resemble a child's scribbles. When you doubt one point, the entire story can be overturned. First, assume grandfather was illiterate. If he was illiterate, could he really have been that refined youngest son of the Sun family? If illiterate, could he have truly built his fortune using brewing methods learned from books? If these are false, how much of the entire story could be true? As everyone's minds were reeling, Yun Miao's fingers subtly brushed beneath the table, and suddenly a yellow paper-cut figurine appeared between them. The paper-cut figure had eyes and mouth drawn in blood, clamped between Yun Miao's fingers as it twisted violently, appearing eerily unnatural. Zhou Funian frowned. What is this? After asking, he noticed a cold glint flash across Yun Miao's expression. Spirit particles. The next second, the spirit particles spontaneously combusted in her palm without any flame. Zhou Funian. Thankfully, he had been trained as the Zhou family heir to never show emotions on his face, otherwise, he might have jumped like Zhou Fuxing. He even felt somewhat melancholy, thinking, as someone as mysterious as Miss Yun Miao, did he even have the right to investigate her identity? Chapter 27, The Price. The eldest son brother was depressed all morning, burdened by the feeling of his faith being shattered, something he didn't want to accept yet had no choice but to submit to. He decided to go see his father, Sun Chengtian. Zhou Funian and Sun Ning followed along. Where is Miss Yun Miao? The eldest son brother felt uneasy. He only felt at ease when Yun Miao was present. Zhou Funian, I don't know. She just vanished suddenly. Miss Yun Miao was elusive. She always appeared at crucial moments, then gracefully disappeared again, like a mountain spirit. A mountain spirit. Miss Yun Miao said she came from the mountains. Could she truly be a mountain spirit? Anxious to understand the situation, the eldest son of the Sun family led them first to Liqing Mountain. The black car accelerated fiercely, disappearing down the wide road. Yun Miao stood beneath the phoenix tree holding an oil paper umbrella, solitary and undisturbed, her eyes showing no ripples of emotion. Upon closer inspection, one could notice something unusual about how she held the umbrella. It tilted slightly to the left. Beneath the umbrella stood a spirit dressed in black and gold burial clothes, the dark aura around it growing increasingly dense. It seemed that ever since hearing the eldest son's story, it had been uncontrollably transforming into a vengeful ghost. With all her strength, she stretched out her hand, pointing in the direction the eldest son had departed. I'll take you there, Yun Miao said calmly, and I'll avenge you. But you too shall pay the price you deserve. Black blood, thick and unmeltable, streamed from all 7 orifices of old Madam Sun. Sun Chengtian, now 76 years old, had taken monastic vows at the temple on Liqing Mountain. He had already become a monk for many years. Zhou Funian didn't have much impression of him personally, but more from what many people said about him. Everyone said that old Master Sun was an honest man, who worked diligently to establish the Sun family and left considerable wealth for his descendants. However, the eldest son brother once said while drunk, father was only honest when facing mother in business. He was extremely cunning. Joe Funnian thought there was nothing wrong with that. Cunning was necessary to establish a business. That's how commerce worked. When they arrived at the temple, the eldest son brother explained their purpose. A monk at the gate asked, "What matter brings the benefactor to seek Master Liaowu?" "I want to see how my father, how Master Liaowu's health is," said the eldest son brother. "Tell him I have important matters to discuss." At this, the young monk before them smiled and said, "Master Liaowu indeed has a strong connection with Buddha. He was seriously ill not long ago, but unexpectedly recovered overnight. Now he's in excellent health." The three of them heard this until their ears buzzed. Father had been sick. How come he didn't know about this? And recovered overnight. The eldest son of the Sun family stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless. "I wonder on which day Master Liao suddenly recovered." April 15. He said the Buddha had blessed him. Truly the Buddha's mercy. The young monk clasped his hands together and bowed. "I'll go call Master Liao." April 15. The day mother died. Sun Ning nearly lost her balance, her face turning deathly pale. At that moment, Sun Chengtian emerged from the room wearing monastic robes. Zhou Funian observed him carefully. He walked with his head held high, showing no sign of frail old age. Quite portly, his smile resembled the Maitreya Buddha enshrined in temples. Yet his eyes were narrow slits, pitch-black pupils that gleamed with chilling coldness when he peered at people. A person's eyes can reveal much about their true nature. Zhou Funian had specifically studied eye psychology. From his grandfather's eyes, he could clearly discern shrewdness, indifference, and calculation. His guard went up several notches. "What major family matter has occurred?" Sun Chengtian inquired amiably, though careful listening could detect suppressed excitement in his voice. When Sun Chengtian became a monk, he handed over all the Sun family's businesses to the eldest son and instructed him to uphold the family. He was not to be contacted unless for major affairs, and even then, he wouldn't meet. Since becoming a monk, Sun Chengtian stopped concerning himself with worldly matters and never left the temple. It wasn't until old Madame Sun's death that he left the temple for the first time. Zhou Funian came straight to the point. "Grandfather, we came to see you about grandmother's burial." At the mention of old Madame Sun Chengtian's originally smiling, benevolent face darkened instantly like suddenly overcast skies. Chapter 28. Sleeping without worry. For a brief moment, his Buddha-like face seemed possessed by a demon. The next second, his expression returned to normal, though he no longer smiled, half closing his eyes as he asked, "What about your grandmother's burial?" Sun Chengtian sat down on the stool and pointed at the eldest son. "You, the eldest, speak." The eldest son gave a chuckle. "It's nothing too serious. Recently, we met a master knowledgeable in these matters who said my mother was tricked by that Mr. Shen. She wasn't dead yet when put in the coffin, she was buried alive." Hearing this truly infuriated us, but if word got out about burying our own mother alive, the Sun family would be finished. "Considering Mr. Shen was specifically introduced by you, father, we came to ask whether this Mr. Shen can be trusted, in case we're actually being deceived by him." Sun Chengtian said sternly, "Do not question Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen possesses boundless magic power. It's our Sun family's honor that he's willing to help." After hearing this, the eldest son brother's complexion had already turned quite unpleasant. He glanced at Zhou Funian. Zhou Funian clearly detected a trace of despair in that look. After all that had been said, Sun Chengtian showed no reaction whatsoever to the words "burying our own mother alive." This clearly indicated prior knowledge. The eldest son brother's face was pale, his fingers clenched tightly together, obviously still restraining himself. Sun Ning couldn't hold back anymore and said bluntly, "Father, it wasn't just burial, he even used an array to trap mother, wanting her to transform into a vengeful ghost to make our Sun family pay with our lives." Sun Chengtian focused on a different point, showing great concern. "Did you open the coffin?" "Let me calculate the time, it's been exactly 49 days. Good, very good." His tense body relaxed as he leaned back in his chair, waving dismissively, "I understand. You may leave now." Sun Ning cried out, "Father!" As the youngest child and only daughter of the Sun family, though her grandmother had treated her coldly, she had been doted upon by her father and brothers since childhood. But that was mother. "Why would you do such a thing?" Sun Chengtian replied coldly, "She's already dead. Why fuss over such matters now? You should return and bury her properly, then live your lives in peace." Zhou Funian steadied the trembling Sun Ning, his tone devoid of filial deference. "What you really mean is, go home and wait for death. Grandmother hated you. You're afraid, aren't you? Afraid she'll haunt you after death, never letting you go. To save your own skin, you hired someone to set up a ritual soaking mother and my uncles in blood, ensuring grandmother would remember only them as her enemies if she became a vengeful spirit. And you, my dear grandfather, would sleep soundly thereafter. You're using the lives of your 3 children to buy your own survival, is that right?" With every word Zhou Funian spoke, Sun Chengtian slowed his steps, until when Zhou finished speaking, Sun turned back, his eyes actually filled with admiration as he looked at him. "I never thought I had such an intelligent descendant. Truly worthy of my bloodline." Zhou Funian. Hearing this, he actually felt somewhat nauseated. Just how had this grandfather of his managed to feign such honesty before? He'd even deceived everyone. Sun Qingtian's words amounted to nothing less than an admission. Like a bolt from the blue, neither the eldest son's sibling nor Sun Ying could accept this. In their hearts, their father, whom they'd seen as kind, honest, and long-suffering, actually wanted their lives. Zhou Fenian remained the calmest, asking him, "Why? Why won't you even spare your own flesh and blood?" Sun Qingtian actually laughed, his disdain mixed with utter cruelty. "I gave them life, gave them wealth. What does it matter if they repay me with something in return?" He narrowed his eyes and said to the eldest son, "As children, you shouldn't be so selfish, taking all the benefits without being willing to make any sacrifices." Eldest son. Sun Qingtian waved his sleeve and strode away. "Enough, you may leave. What's done is done, no amount of words will change it." A vein bulged on Zhou Funian's forehead. His first instinct was that he absolutely could not let his grandfather leave. Just as he stepped forward, the grandfather, who had been walking away effortlessly, suddenly froze in place, unable to move. From Zhou Funian's perspective, the normally disdainful, cruel old man's face abruptly turned ashen, his pupils dilating wildly, the bloodshot veins within them terrifyingly pronounced. He looked as though he had seen something unspeakably horrifying. And across from him, the young woman stood beneath the temple hall, holding an oil paper umbrella, cold and aloof, half hidden in the sunlight. Her umbrella tilted slightly, as if sheltering someone beside her. Chapter 29, It was her. Sun Qingtian's face turned from ashen to deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Impossible. He suddenly roared and stumbled backward several steps before collapsing to the ground. Zhou Fenian had no time to catch him before he crawled pathetically behind him, clasping his hands in prayer. "It's all fake. Everything is fake. This is a Buddhist temple, she can't possibly come in, she can't enter. I must have been mistaken, I must have seen wrong." Zhou Fenian. This was a far cry from the grandfather his mother had described. Could this cowardly, spineless old man really have been the former head of the Sun family? Yun Miao stepped forward, umbrella in hand. "Miss Yun Miao," Zhou Fenian greeted politely. He guessed the empty space beneath her umbrella must have been reserved for his grandmother. Yun Miao lowered her gaze. "Sun Qingtian, look up." Sun Qingtian instinctively raised his head and was met with a face streaming black blood from all 7 orifices, a face he would recognize even if it were reduced to ashes after decades of seeing it. "Ah!" Sun Qingtian scrambled on all fours behind a pillar. "Why are you coming after me? I clearly had people set up wards. Go after them instead, haunt them instead." Sun Qingtian pointed at his son and daughter. The eldest son child and Sun Ying turned pale. Seeing her sinister stare fixed on him, Sun Qingtian felt evil courage surge. He rushed back inside and emerged waving Buddhist prayer beads wildly. "How dare you come to this temple? I'll make sure you never leave. Die." He attempted to press the prayer beads onto old Madam Sun's body. Yun Miao kicked his knee. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Help! Someone help!" he shrieked wildly. Before long, many monks came running out. "Abbot Liaowu! Abbot Liaowu, what's wrong?" The monks were astonished to see Sun Qingtian kneeling on the ground, crying with snot running down his face. Abbot Liaowu had always been detached from worldly affairs and supremely composed. What could have happened? "Quick, catch the ghost. A ghost has sneaked into the temple." Sun Qingtian pointed viciously under the umbrella. "Destroy her soul immediately." The monks didn't move. The Green Mountain Temple has a history of several hundred years. The founding abbot once transformed himself into a body mirror and hung it at the temple entrance. No demons or evil spirits could possibly enter the temple. "Master Liaowu, have you fallen into delusion?" Sun Qingtian, Abbot Kongwen. Seeing that no one believed him, he scrambled on hands and knees to Abbot Kongwen, who had just arrived. "Abbot, save me quickly. A vicious ghost is coming to harm me." Abbot Kongwen looked in the direction he pointed. At first glance, he saw Yun Miao and didn't think she was any vicious ghost. Her aura was extremely pure, so pure that no ordinary human could possess it. Yet she also didn't carry the aura of any demons or evil spirits. Then he glanced at her side. Abbot Kongwen's expression suddenly turned grave, his gaze falling on the oil paper umbrella she held. An umbrella that appeared pure white at first, but under sunlight revealed intricate crisscrossing patterns. The patterns seemed chaotic yet followed an underlying order, like. Abbot Kongwen suddenly stepped back, then looked at Yun Miao holding the umbrella. She looked so similar. "Abbot!" Sun Qingtian shouted. Abbot Kongwen snapped out of his thoughts, looked down at the pleading Sun Qingtian, and pressed his palms together. "Amitba, enlightenment comes. The wheel of karma turns, and retribution finally arrives. If she truly was as the abbot of Qingshan Temple, he absolutely must not interfere with her affairs. Benefactor, please proceed as you wish." Abbot Kongwen hurriedly left with the other monks. Zhou Fenian observed carefully, noticing the shock and reverence in Abbot Kongwen's expression when he saw Yun Miao. Abbot Kongwen recognized her. However, Yun Miao clearly didn't know Kongwen, as she involuntarily frowned, a trace of confusion in her eyes. Yun Miao held her umbrella as she walked into a side room, commanding them, "Bring him inside." But bringing him in was no longer possible. When Abbot Kongwen left with his group, Sun Chengtian seemed to have lost his backbone, his entire body limp with fear. He could only be dragged along. I need to find Mr. Shin. Sun Chengtian weakly commanded the eldest son, go find Mr. Shin for me immediately. Mr. Shin can definitely save me. He has the power to subdue this wretched woman. Zhou Funian, don't speak of grandmother that way. She is a wretched woman. After all these years, she still can't let go of trivial matters. Sun Chengtian spoke with maddened intensity. When alive, she couldn't touch me, so she schemes to fight me beyond death. She sought out a Taoist priest to transform herself into a vengeful ghost. Ha! What a pipe dream. Since she wants to become a vengeful ghost, I'll give her the necessary push. Zhou Funian, so you redirected her vengeance. Of course it's more than that. Sun Chengtian said smugly, that formation does more than redirect. For every person she kills, I gain extended life. Ha ha, when the formation activated, I felt vitality coursing through me. If she attacks you all, I'll have ample energy to return and retake control of the Sun family. The eldest son couldn't bear it anymore. How could you do this to us? Sun Chengtian curled his lip. My spawn, my rules. You've no right to question me. Chapter 30 The True Story. Chapter 30 The Eldest Son Brother. For the first time, he felt the shamelessness of his father. It was completely different from the father in his memories. It seemed that in just an instant, the eldest son brother realized he didn't really know his father. He was always busy, too busy to care for them. Only the nanny who looked after them kept saying how much their father loved them and how much he missed them when he was away. And those stories. He too began to doubt. Yun Miao sat properly on the chair, her umbrella leaning diagonally against the window, just enough to shade the other chair. Sun Chengtian glanced at Yun Miao and her side, then shrank back, retreating behind the eldest son brother. Sun Chengtian. Though Yun Miao was sitting, her words carried an air of looking down from above. She called Sun Chengtian's name, and he popped his head out from behind. What kind of trick did you use to bring that bitch in here? Zhou Funian's expression darkened. Don't speak to Miss Yun Miao like that. After saying this, Zhou Funian himself was startled. Why had he jumped out and said those words? He seemed like a servant protecting his master. Yun Miao, however, was unfazed, though her patience was wearing thin. Tell me everything about you and old Madam Sun from beginning to end. Sun Chengtian, why should I listen to you? He was clearly trembling with fear but deliberately put on a tough front to bolster his courage. If you won't speak, that's fine too, less trouble for me. Yun Miao's fingers twitched slightly as if toying with a thread. Go kill him, and your vengeance will be fulfilled. Sun Chengtian turned deathly pale. No, don't kill me, I'll talk. Miss Yun Miao, right. Miss Yun Miao, I'll tell you everything, just don't let her out. He knelt on the ground, begging with snot and tears streaming down his face. Yun Miao frowned. Evidently, she found this troublesome. Listening to a story was less appealing than simply killing him. Much more straightforward. As she hesitated, she noticed old Madam Sun remained motionless. It seemed her intention in making him speak was for her child to learn the truth of the past and avoid misunderstanding her. Yun Miao uttered one word, speak. Zhou Funian. Miss Yun Miao has very little patience indeed. Indeed, when she went to see grandfather, she merely met him once, spoke a few words, and left, not even sparing an extra glance. He had a feeling that if not for grandfather's acquaintance with her, if not for his maternal grandmother's ghost seeking her out, he wouldn't even be qualified to exchange words with her. Sun Chengtian began recalling, many years ago, at that time I was still. You should know maternal grandmother is present here. You must mind your words and conduct carefully, ensuring everything you say is true, otherwise. Zhou Funian threatened, with just one displeased mood, she might take action. Sun Chengtian's layers of fat trembled as he wiped his cold sweat. Of course. The story begins with that small mountain village and the child who grew up eating from 100 households. But that child wasn't Erhua, it was him, Sun Chengtian. At that time he wasn't yet called Sun Chengtian. Having no name, the villagers simply called him Little Beggar. Just like Erhua in the fake story, as a boy, Little Beggar suffered more from hunger and needed more food. The meals he occasionally stole couldn't satisfy him at all. As he grew older, he turned to stealing and robbing, becoming the notorious scoundrel of the entire village. The villagers wanted to drive him away and even broke one of his legs. In the end, the widow at the edge of the village took pity on him and took him in. The widow was a kind-hearted woman. She treated him like a son, cooking for him every day. Gradually, his leg healed, but by then, he had grown up and learned about carnal desires. Seeing a woman always moving around him, he lost control and forced himself on the widow one late night. The widow, thinking he was still young, had never guarded herself against him. She never expected such a thing to happen. Before dawn the next day, she hanged herself from the roof beam. Terrified by the death, he fled into the deep mountains, too afraid to come out. He stayed there for 3 years, becoming nothing short of a savage. Life in the mountains was harsh with constant hunger and cold. The little beggar thought about stealing food from the village. Coincidentally, he encountered a wedding celebration in one of the village households. A petite bride dressed in red wedding attire sat on a small red ox cart, her head covered with a red veil. The groom sat at the front of the cart, wearing a large red flower on his chest. Swana horns blared continuously, filling the air with joyous celebration. The little beggar was overwhelmed with envy. He envied how others could marry, have children and build families unlike him, alone and constantly hiding. Unconsciously, he followed them and watched as they completed the wedding ceremony in the courtyard. When the bride returned to her chamber, he sneaked around to peek through the back window. The bride removed her veil, revealing a delicate, lovely face flushed with rosy cheeks. A thought immediately formed in his mind. Chapter 31, Replacement. The little beggar had taken a fancy to this bride. The young and beautiful bride was exactly as he had imagined. He hid outside the rear window, staring intently at her like a peeping Tom. The young bride, being shy and inexperienced, noticed nothing amiss. Though the rural wedding feast was simple, the groom drank until evening. When most guests had departed, the equally young groom, face flushed, stumbled drunkenly into the bridal chamber. The newlyweds gazed at each other across the candlelight, both faces red with shyness. But the pair of eyes that had been glued to the window were gradually turning bloodshot. After watching the bride all afternoon, he had grown increasingly satisfied with what he saw. In his heart, he had already decided the bride belonged to him. Yet the groom who entered had refined, scholarly features, gentle and cultured. It was said he was one of the few educated men in the village. Not only that, he had loving parents and family, and now this radiant, jade-like bride. These were all things the little beggar could only dream of having. How could he effortlessly obtain everything he desired? Jealousy took root and grew in his heart. This jealousy reached its peak when the young groom clumsily untied the bride's garments. That should be mine. With bloodshot eyes, the little beggar flung open the window and leaped inside, grabbing a candlestick to strike the groom with brutal force. Having lived in the mountains for years, his strength was formidable. A few vicious blows ended the groom's life. The terrified bride tried to flee but was caught, gagged, and bound with ropes. Then, unhurried, he stripped the groom's clothes and put them on himself. Approaching the bride, he fingered open her garments. "Wife, tonight is our wedding night." The bride's eyes widened in horror, then closed tightly in shame. Sun Chengtian narrated this vividly, showing not a trace of remorse but rather pride. Sun Eng listened, her face turning pale. Even she could tell the little beggar was actually her biological father. That capable, honest, and respectable father had actually been a scoundrel since childhood. The eldest son brother. That's not what you said before. You claimed mother grew up on charity meals, and she even exchanged her body for. He never imagined the parental story he deeply believed in was fabricated from the start. Sun Chengtian smiled triumphantly. Never thought you'd all believe it. Joe funny and clearly didn't anticipate his maternal grandfather being so shameless. At that moment, what crossed his mind was, what would Miss Yunmiao think? He instinctively glanced at Miss Yunmiao. She sat beneath the window, sunlight casting a glow upon her raven hair. Her expression remained composed, as if this story couldn't ripple the surface of her calm. Joe Funnyan had this impression, she cared about nothing. Collecting himself, he looked down at Sun Chengtian. The bride was my maternal grandmother, right? And the groom? Sun Chengtian, he was Sun Chengtian. On the second day of the wedding, the Sun family felt too embarrassed to knock on the door. They waited until noon, but still didn't see Sun Chengtian and the bride get up. They thought the young couple was enjoying their new marital bliss and might have stayed up late, but sleeping this late seemed inappropriate. After waiting another 2 hours with no movement, the Sun family couldn't help but knock. The door creaked open, revealing the most horrifying scene they'd ever witnessed. In the bridal chamber, their son Sun Chengtian lay in a pool of blood. The bride Hua was tied to the bed, clothes disheveled, her face full of death-like despair. On the bed slept a strong young man, about the same age as Sun Chengtian, snoring loudly. Mother Sun immediately screamed and fainted. Sun Chengtian was awakened by the commotion. He looked at his situation but didn't seem particularly flustered. He pulled out the long sword he'd stolen last night from under the bed and threatened darkly, "Listen while I have no parents, just this worthless life. If you value your lives, you'll obey me. Remember, from now on I am Sun Chengtian, your son. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family." Old Sun and his wife were honest folks. What they feared most were hoodlums and scoundrels. But now this suddenly appearing rogue had killed their son, stolen their daughter-in-law, and now wanted them to acknowledge him as their child. Who could endure such a thing? When Old Sun and his wife refused and insisted on reporting to the authorities, the rogue smashed Old Sun's leg with a hammer, knocking his wife unconscious from fright. The rogue then locked Old Sun in his room, issuing a sinister threat. "I'm not afraid of death, but if you dare go report me, I'll take him down with me." Terrified, Mrs. Sun immediately acknowledged the rogue as her son, cooking his meals, washing his clothes, and attending to his every need daily. The rogue, now called Sun Chengtian, lived very happily during that period, having obtained the life of his dreams. A pair of parents. A beautiful wife. Being waited on hand and foot every day. He was happier than he'd ever been. Chapter 32, The Secret Recipe. But he wasn't completely brainless, nor could he keep hiding at home forever. That would be too restrictive. Taking advantage of the night, he dragged Old Man Sun into the deep mountains where he had once lived. After returning, he threatened Mother Sun and Hua. "I know you want to kill me when I least expect it. But if you dare to kill me, I guarantee you'll never find Sun Jiaxing again." And if I die, he'll definitely starve to death. Mother Sun turned pale upon hearing this and staggered to the kitchen to cook for Sun Chengtian. Erhua's delicate face also paled. She and the original Sun Chengtian had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Sun Chengtian was educated and gentle. She could have had a very happy life, but it was all ruined by this sudden rogue. He had killed her husband, and she longed for revenge every waking moment. But Old Man Sun had been taken into the deep mountains. If this man died, Old Man Sun would surely perish too. And now, he was using her own parents to blackmail her into submitting to him. Gritting her teeth, Erhua resigned herself to her fate. Sun Chengtian grew increasingly bold, no longer satisfied with what he possessed. He would go out with a knife every night, bringing disaster to many people. Eventually, the villagers discovered he had been hiding in the Sun family residence and collectively sought to beat him to death. Knowing he would surely meet a bad end if he stayed in the village, Sun Chengtian fled with Erhua when the villagers came knocking. Erhua resisted, so he threatened her using both her family and Old Man Sun. "Come with me, and I'll have someone save Sun Jiaxing." Erhua had always carried guilt toward the Sun family. She firmly believed it was because the villain had taken a liking to her that the Sun family suffered such misfortune. For Old Man Sun's sake, she followed him out of the village to the county town. Though he had stolen Sun Qingtian's identity, he lacked Sun Qingtian's literacy skills. With the village having reported him to authorities, he avoided manual labor for fear of capture. Just as he wondered how to make a living, he noticed the streetwalkers. Then he turned his attention to Erhua. Sun Ying's vision darkened. "You made mother, are you even human?" The eldest son of the Sun family turned livid, his eyes blazing with fury. "If I hadn't done that, how could we have survived? Where would you all be now? Facts have proven my decision was absolutely correct." Sun Chengtian still retained his rogue and villainous habits from years past, his words spewing nothing but fallacious arguments. "What happened next? Judging by your current state, I'm guessing you didn't actually build Sun family winery yourself." Zhou Funian asked coldly. "Who did you steal it from this time?" Sun Chengtian bloated. "Sun family winery was built by me." Sun Chengtian forced Erhua into prostitution, using the money to eat and drink lavishly at restaurants every day. After indulging for some time, he began flirting with one restaurant's proprietress and nearly had his legs broken by the owner. After escaping, hugging a wine bottle, he thought about how impressive that restaurant owner was. He wanted to be a boss too. But what could he do? He had no skills, only brute strength. After much deliberation, he remembered Erhua's family were winemakers. He immediately went back and ordered Erhua to brew wine for sale. Erhua's family had a liquor brewing tradition passed only to sons, not daughters. Since Erhua couldn't brew liquor, Sun Chengtian beat her in anger, which she endured silently. During this period, she was beaten for refusing customers, beaten for trying to escape, and threatened with her entire family's death when she attempted suicide. Now she had resigned herself to fate. After sleeping through the night, as if having figured something out, he locked Erhua away and disappeared for a week. When he returned glowing with health, he claimed to have obtained the liquor recipe. Erhua trembled in fear at the sinister sneer on his face, feeling waves of unease creeping up her heart. Later, when Sun Chengtian brewed the liquor, Erhua caught a familiar scent in the air. This was her family's secret liquor recipe. How did he obtain it? Her family. Erhua's vision darkened as her whole body shook with realization. Like a madwoman, she grabbed a knife and lunged at Sun Chengtian, only to be kicked flying and locked back in the room. Erhua collapsed in despair, weeping bitterly and cursing Sun Chengtian every day, only to face endless imprisonment. None of this affected Sun Chengtian's business. His liquor enterprise flourished, making him the famous boss son in the region. After a long time, she became pregnant and gradually grew docile. Sun Chengtian, now powerful and influential, released her without fear of her escaping. "Your duty from now on is to bear and raise my children, understand?" Erhua meekly agreed. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to the eldest son of the Sun family. Shortly after the eldest son child was born, she pressed his head into water, attempting to drown him. Just as she submerged him, Sun Chengtian entered, startling her. Sun Chengtian watched with great interest. "Drown him if you dare. After all, he's your own flesh and blood." Erhua immediately released her grip. Watching the child gasp desperately for air, she suddenly broke down sobbing. For she realized Sun Chengtian had seized her weakness. She couldn't bring herself to kill her own child. The more she raised her eldest child, the more love grew in her heart. She subsequently gave birth to a second child in Sun Ying. Though she contemplated drowning them several times, she could never bring herself to do it. In this world, the ones most different from scoundrels are people like her who possess a conscience. This was precisely why Sun Chengtian bullied her relentlessly. She tried every means possible but couldn't overcome Sun Chengtian, nor could she bring herself to kill her own children. In the end, she sought help from a worker in the wine business, begging him to help her escape. Chapter 33, The Demon. The eldest son child. "So mom just ran away. She didn't elope with someone, right?" Sun Chengtian snorted through his nose. "She left with another man. What else would you call that but elopement?" After Erhua left, Sun Chengtian didn't particularly care. From the start of his business ventures, he had maintained the appearance of an honest man. When he told people Erhua had left to elope, many believed him, recalling her attitude toward Sun Chengtian. They called her fickle and loose. Sun Chengtian planned to find a new wife, but discovered that after Erhua left, the wine business suddenly declined and the liquor lost its fragrance. He went to find the master he kept at home. To tell the truth, he had been keeping a master at home. It was this very master who helped him obtain Erhua's family's secret liquor recipe in the first place. For this Hua family liquor recipe to work, it must be brewed by someone from the Hua family. When she was your wife, you could brew it. Now that she's gone, of course you can't. Sun Chengtian asked, what about using what's in the basement? Would that work? No. Having no other choice, Sun Chengtian went looking for Erhua. When he couldn't find her anywhere, he publicly announced that if Erhua didn't return within 3 days, he would kill their children. When the 3-day deadline came, Erhua appeared at the gate of the Sun family liquor business with a bundle on her back. She had become much thinner and seemed disoriented. Through gritted teeth she said, Sun Chengtian, you deserve to die a horrible death. She had returned to the village and discovered Sun Chengtian had deceived her. When he took her away back then, his promise to release her father was a lie. Her father was later found starved to death in a cave, while her mother hanged herself with a rope. As for her natal family, they had disappeared overnight many years ago. No one knew where they had gone. But Erhua knew, and Sun Chengtian knew. Sun Chengtian indeed knew. He even invited Erhua to his basement where no one had ever set foot before. In the dark and gloomy basement, dense yellow strings hung everywhere, covered with talismanic symbols. In the center stood 3 large vats, each with a square opening carved on one side, revealing faces inside. Her parents and older brother. Next to them were her nephews and nieces. Erhua's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as she stared, her hatred for Sun Chengtian so intense she wished she could kill him immediately. Sun Chengtian sighed, when I first went to your house to state my intentions, they said you're not her lawful husband, we don't recognize you, and refused to pass on the secret brewing recipe. They were too stubborn. Just as I was about to leave in frustration, I met a master who said he could help me obtain the recipe. See, they're not dead, just staying here. This way I can brew your family's wine. Pity I'm not sure if they should be dead by now. I still need you by my side. Don't even think about going to the police. In our remote county, I've taken care of everyone from top to bottom. You'd better stay obediently at home. I'll release them and treat them well. But if you disobey, I won't spare any of your family members or children. After making this threat, Sun Chengtian turned and left. Erhua knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with pain. She couldn't understand why she had to be entangled with such a scoundrel, why her family had to be destroyed. She should have had a gentle husband and built a family together, not end up in this devastating situation. To cover all bases, Sun Chengtian publicly claimed that Erhua was mentally unstable. People saw Erhua crying one moment and laughing the next, so everyone believed she had run off with another man and been abandoned, suffering a mental breakdown. When she went to the police, no one paid her any attention, dismissing her as mentally ill. This time, Erhua completely resigned herself to her fate. She learned to behave obediently and accept her fate, only praying that Sun Chengtian would spare her family and children. After hearing all this, the eldest of the Sun family remained silent. Sun Ning couldn't help trembling, and Zhou Funyuan furrowed his brows. Everyone had reached their own conclusion in their hearts. He was a demon who would stop at nothing. Yun Miao, who had shown no expression until now, finally lifted her gaze. Finished talking. Sun Chengtian nodded smugly. He didn't consider his past to be a dark history at all, rather, it was his glorious achievement. Nor did he believe his children would be too angry. If not for his great skills, how could they have lived in luxury for decades? I've also sacrificed a great deal. Sun Chengtian sighed. The next second, smack! Sun Chengtian was sent sprawling to the ground by a single slap. Everyone looked up in shock, only to see that Miss Yun Miao hadn't moved, only her fingers had twitched slightly. Yun Miao said coolly to someone beside her, proceed. These stories held no emotional weight for her. Every person lives with unspeakable stories. What truly stirred a ripple in her was that he had used forbidden arts. And they were forbidden arts she had once been familiar with. Chapter 34, Pleading. Everyone had stepped out, and the eldest son-child could only hear Sun Chengtian's terrified, panicked cries from inside the room. They were utterly horrifying. The eldest son of the Sun family wiped sweat from his forehead, listening to his father's screams in terror, and ultimately couldn't bear it. Miss Yun Miao, could you let my mother spare him? Yun Miao gazed at the distant mountain peaks, appearing completely deaf to his words. Even though such terrifying sounds came from within, everyone couldn't help but shiver in fear. Yet she remained as if hearing nothing, unnervingly calm and composed. Perhaps the screams were simply too agonizing, as the Sun family's eldest son pleaded again, after all he is my father. Sun Ning, supported by Zhou Funyuan, moved aside to rest. She kept her eyes closed, unwilling to speak further. When Zhou Funyuan returned, he happened to hear the eldest son pleading for Sun Chengtian's mercy. Anger flashed in the eyes of this normally even-tempered man. Eldest uncle, his voice turned icy, how magnanimous of you to plead for him at this moment. The eldest son sighed heavily. He is my father after all. The ancients said filial piety stands above all virtues. Zhou Funyan's thin lips curled into a cold smirk. Yun Miao, who had remained completely unresponsive until now, finally turned her gaze toward the eldest son. Her frost-like eyes appeared inhuman, emitting an icy coldness when she gazed at them. Under her stare, Sun Chengtian, despite decades of life experience, felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, his knees weakening involuntarily. If not for the dignity as head of the Sun family, the eldest Sun brother felt he would have knelt immediately. Yun Miao sensed the grief at her fingertips, and her perpetually expressionless lips curled slightly in mockery. Fine. She actually agreed. Zhou Funyan looked up in astonishment, but within moments realized Miss Yun Mao absolutely didn't mean consent. The eldest Sun brother, less perceptive, exhaled in relief. Thank you. Yun Miao, I can make her stop, but I cannot prevent her revenge. What do you mean? The eldest Sun brother was baffled. After becoming a vengeful ghost, the blood on the soul-binding rope will lead her to you first for vengeance. Yun Miao lightly flicked her fingers. Since you're willing to die for him, I shall grant your wish. The eldest son turned pale with fright when he saw her actually raising her hand to withdraw. Don't. Yun Miao paused, narrowed her eyes, and an icy chill spread across her face. What? Willing to be generous with others' lives, but not with your own? No, the eldest son swallowed hard. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Yun Miao's voice sent chills down the spine. In your heart, all your mother's sufferings, old Madame Sun's hardships were justified. After all the Hua family members died, she could have easily dragged Sun Chengtian to death with her. It was Sun Chengtian who threatened her with your lives, forcing her to behave, otherwise none of you would survive. From that moment on, she became invisible in your lives. That indifference toward you was that her choice. Sun Chengtian forbade her from being close to you, and you hated her, believing all the lies Sun Chengtian weaved for you. All her revenge plans were made after death. For your sake, she endured humiliation for decades. Sun Chengtian used you to scheme against her, wanting her to become a vengeful ghost and seek revenge on you afterwards. He sought to torment her with your lives in exchange for his own longevity. Did she not know this? Yun Miao spoke calmly, yet each word seemed to carve into him like a knife. She knew, so she came to me. At first I thought she came to me bearing hatred, expecting me to avenge her. It wasn't until last night that I understood she didn't come to me with hatred. What she sought wasn't my help and revenge, but to save you. The eldest Sun brother turned pale, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees with a thud. Sunning approached at this moment. Brother, mother sought Miss Yun because she feared becoming a vengeful ghost that would harm us. She won't let father get away with this. He was utterly wicked and cruel-hearted. For so many years he kept telling us mom hated us, trying to turn us against her. But I could always feel mom's love for each of us. The eldest Sun brother wept bitterly, suddenly slapping himself hard across the face. I'm despicable. I failed in filial duties while she was alive, and now I'm still saying such things. Just now I didn't know what to do. I wanted to say something to make her angry. Remember how whenever she ignored us, I deliberately provoke her. Then she would talk to me. That was the only time I could feel happiness. Mom avenged herself. The eldest Sun brother looked lost. I'm still an unworthy son. We trapped her in this life, and even in death we couldn't let her rest in peace. Chapter 35, Buddhist Acolyte. The eldest Sun brother sank into profound self-reproach. At this moment, the agonized wails ceased, and Yun Miao turned to enter the room. Zhou Funyan hesitated briefly before following her inside. Expecting to witness a bloody scene, he entered only to find the room clean and empty, with no sign of Sun Chengtian, as if this person had never existed. Where is he? Zhou Funyan asked in confusion. Yun Miao, he's not here. This is sacred Buddhist ground. No killing is permitted. Then where Zhou Funyan saw Yun Miao pick up the umbrella by the window, the originally bone-white oil paper umbrella now bore an eerie streak of crimson. He immediately fell silent. Yun Miao watched as the thread at her fingertips gradually disappeared. This matter was now concluded. Sun Chengtian wouldn't die easily. He would endure her endless torment day and night until old Madame Sun's hatred was completely dispelled. As for how long the torment would last, that depended on when old Madame Sun released her resentment. Opening the umbrella beneath the eaves, Yun Miao didn't immediately step into the sunlight. The flickering light and shadows wove patterns across her form. Zhou Funyan noticed she carried not a trace of human warmth about her. Her clear, obsidian eyes held only deathly stillness. Tilting her head as if in thought, Yun Miao stepped forward toward the temple. Zhou Funyan hesitated for a moment before catching up to her, asking a question that had long puzzled him. Miss Yun Miao, your help for my grandmother wasn't free of charge, was it? She showed little patience. Zhou Funyan pressed on bravely. May I ask what price my grandmother will have to pay? Yun Miao gave him an indifferent glance, clearly somewhat annoyed. Zhou Funyan knew she only spoke more when it concerned business matters. Ordinarily she maintained an aloof superiority. Every time she opened her mouth, it felt like a royal decree. I just wanted to know if I could bear these costs for my grandmother. She suffered her whole life, and I wish to fulfill some filial duty. He spoke with sincerity, presenting the earnest image of a devoted descendant. Anyone hearing these words would find their heart softening. yet Yun Miao merely uttered two cold syllables. No. Without the slightest human warmth. Zhou Funian watched her leave, deeply troubled. So even emotional appeals wouldn't work. He couldn't detect any trace of emotion or human warmth in Miss Yun Miao. No, she wasn't some unearthly celestial being. On the contrary, she had extremely high standards for quality of life. This clearly showed she had always lived in privilege, cultivating an ineffable aristocratic air about her. She was truly a contradictory existence. Zhou Funian didn't press further. He still had many matters to attend to. He needed to console his uncle and mother and arrange for his grandmother's reburial. From Sun Qingtian's account, he learned those small graves beside his grandmother's plot belonged to her family members. The old man had played his cards well. That burial site was specially chosen. He had used the lives of the Hua family members to prolong his own lifespan before. Now, with every Sun family member buried there, he could absorb their own energy to be reborn anew. That graveyard was too sinister. It had to be changed. Besides, he needed to discuss recent events with his father, especially regarding Miss Yun Miao. She might be even more mysterious than they imagined. Even when grandfather called out Miss, he wasn't addressing her elder, but her directly. If it really was her, how old would she be now? Why does she still appear so young? And what price did grandmother have to pay? What is her identity that allows her to communicate with ghosts? The most important question remains: is she still human? Master Kongwen stood beneath the Bodhi tree, palms pressed together, watching Yun Miao approach as if he had been waiting for a long time. Benefactor. Yun Miao stopped some distance away from him. Do you know me? I do not. Master Kongwen shook his head. Beyond these two mountains lies a cave containing a goddess statue that bears remarkable resemblance to you. This umbrella, there are records of it in the goddess shrine. Called the Dragon Bone Umbrella, crafted from dragon bones, it can protect souls. Master Kongwen pressed his palms together again. This is all that this humble monk knows. Back mountain, goddess statue. Yun Miao had some recollection of that goddess statue. It seemed someone had carved it in their own image. Who it was, she couldn't remember. Nor did she have any real interest in finding out. Her fingertips twitched slightly as invisible threads continuously extended from them. A flash of black mist appeared before her eyes, revealing a timid little girl clutching a teddy bear, looking at her in complete bewilderment. A new mission has arrived. Yun Miao tapped her forehead lightly. As she left the temple, she brushed past a man wearing a camera around his neck. The man, momentarily dazzled by her beauty, immediately raised his camera and snapped 2 pictures before indignantly posting online. Folks, you won't believe this, I just met a Buddha Barbie. Chapter 36, Servility. In the entertainment club, Zhou Fuxing was sipping alcohol through a straw from a liquor bottle. Lu Yang said helplessly, "Stop drinking. No matter how much you drink, you won't get drunk." Zhou Fuxing possessed a peculiar ability. He could never get drunk no matter how much alcohol he consumed. Because of this skill, nobody wanted to drink with him. Zhou Fuxing often lamented that no one could accompany him in drinking to their heart's content. "I want to get drunk. If I get drunk, I won't see my grandmother anymore," Zhou Fuxing muttered while chewing on the straw. Lu Yang rested his elbows on his knees, analyzing with his usual nonchalance. "You said you could see your grandmother suffering, and that Miss Yin seems to understand these things. Why don't you go ask her?" Zhou Fuxing shook his head. "I won't go." Lu Yang. Jiang Xing patted Lu Yang's shoulder. "You know him well enough since childhood. He's never cared about anything except himself." Lu Yang thought about it and agreed. Zhou Fuxing was a typical egoist, only concerned with his own survival and completely indifferent to others' affairs. He often said everything was predestined. To put it nicely, this was carefree and fortunate broad-mindedness. To put it bluntly, it was sheer selfishness. But the Zhou family didn't consider this a flaw. On the contrary, they all doted on him. Even Lu Yang and Jiang Xing didn't see this as problematic. People should sometimes think more about themselves. Jiang Xing thought of something and said gently, "I heard you've been investigating Miss Yun these past 2 days. Did you find anything?" Lu Yang leaned back on the sofa unrestrainedly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Nothing." Jiang Xing couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Lu Yang had his own intelligence network. It could be said that as long as he wanted to investigate someone, there was no person whose background couldn't be uncovered. This was the first time nothing could be found. Jiang Xing smiled gently, seemingly deep in thought. "This Miss Yun seems rather extraordinary." "That's an understatement." Lu Yang's smile grew even more unrestrained. "Not only couldn't I find anything, even when I asked my father for help, nothing turned up." At this, both Jiang Xing and Zhou Fuxing's expressions changed slightly. The Lu family itself had extensive connections. They were professional intelligence gatherers. Any single piece of their information could easily fetch 9-digit figures. Yet they couldn't trace Miss Yun Miao's origins. She just appeared suddenly at the Zhou family's doorstep, and then there's no trace of how she came or from where. Lu Yang picked up his wineglass and downed it in one gulp, curling his lips. "At this point, if you told me she was the peach tree outside Zhou's house come to life, I'd believe you." Zhou Fuxing slammed his bottle down emphatically. "See, I told you she's a fairy descended from heaven. Have you ever seen a fairy so cold that one glance gives you chills?" Zhou Fuxing defended Jun Miao. Can't a fairy have her own temper? Lu Yan leaned back tactically, sizing him up. How come you're defending her so much after not seeing you for just a few days? Wait, why do you sound so servile? Zhou Fuxing. Nonsense. Absurd talk. I just think you shouldn't speak of Miss Yun Miao that way. She's different from others. Though she's picky, aloof, condescending, and looks at me like I'm trash, she's genuinely good. Good at what? Zhou Fuxing couldn't explain, but he couldn't help wanting to defend her in his heart. Perhaps this was what housekeeper Zhou meant by Miss Yun Miao's unique magic. Jiang Xing scrolled through his phone for a while before handing it to Zhou Fuxing. Your chance to defend her has come. Someone took Miss Yun's photo and spread rumors. Zhou Fuxing immediately craned his neck to look. On the screen was a photo of a graceful young woman holding an umbrella, walking on bluestone pavement. The umbrella tilted slightly, revealing her slender, snow-white neck and chin. Though only her chin was visible, one could still imagine how stunning that face must be. This photo was probably taken casually, but her unique aura gave it an exceptionally strong atmospheric quality. It was posted by a blogger named Qingfeng, who labeled this photo as Buddhist socialite, and left excited comments in the comments section. Qingfeng, I went to offer incense today, never expected to encounter the legendary Buddhist socialite. Wearing a cheongsam and holding an umbrella, clearly not here for proper Buddhist worship. I think she's just taking suggestive photos for clout. Because this photo was extraordinarily striking, paired with an eye-catching title, it quickly gained substantial traffic. It rapidly trended on social media. Bullshit. Zhou Fuxing's face turned red with anger. Miss Yunmiao is no Buddhist socialite. He's the real Buddhist socialite, him and his whole family. Zhou Fuxing took out his phone and passionately engaged in online arguments. On the other side, the blogger called Qingfeng was eating instant noodles while staring intently at the gradually rising trending topics, his eyes trembling with excitement. It seems he's about to go viral again. What he didn't know was that this photo had generated massive traffic beyond just the platform. Within a certain organization, someone saw this photograph. At first, he paid it no mind, until he noticed that umbrella and the patterns on it. He abruptly stood up, hastily printed out the photo, and rushed into the most secure office. In his haste, he bumped hard against a table, but he remained completely oblivious to it. Report. Suspected SSS class target sighting. Chapter 37, Welcoming the 8 Great Families. Yun Miao stirred up a storm on trending searches with just a single backview photo. No need to see the face, just looking at this photo I can imagine how beautiful this Buddhist maiden must be. What a psycho of a man. Any pretty girl entering a temple gets labeled as a Buddhist maiden. Who dresses like this to visit temples? Still so meticulously made up. If truly pious one would come barefaced. To be honest, this silhouette and umbrella look somewhat familiar, as if I've seen them before. Let me investigate. Internet celebrities are all the same. Why investigate? Wait, could this be a collab between the person in the photo and the blogger for clout? Impossible. If it were for clout, the protagonist's influencer account would have been exposed by now. Nothing's surfaced yet. Probably waiting for the hype to peak before creating a new idol. Just wait, the protagonist will reveal themselves soon. The comments section was a mixed bag, with most following Qingfeng's lead in attacking Yunmiao as a Buddhist socialite. Some raised doubts, but their voices were drowned in the flood of accusations about Buddhist socialites. Everyone stayed up late for the drama, eager to see which shameless influencer had been striking poses at sacred Buddhist sites. But by midnight, the top trending hashtag vanished in an instant. Not just disappeared, the viral photo itself was completely wiped from existence. Across the entire internet, not a single trace remained. Everyone was stunned. Qingfeng, who'd been closely monitoring the skyrocketing traffic, gaped at the deleted post in disbelief. How is this possible? His trembling hand kept clicking the mouse repeatedly. It must be lagging, it must be lagging. How could the system possibly delete it? Qingfeng kept frantically clicking, and the next second a message appeared. Your account has violated community guidelines and been suspended. Qingfeng, who was still dreaming of viral fame and fortune, felt his legs go weak as he collapsed into his chair. In the dead of night, several helicopters pierced through the darkness, circling over the city before finally landing in front of an unremarkable building. The gray building appeared from the outside like an abandoned construction project, but upon closer inspection, one could see it was actually a high-security skyscraper. 2 silent columns lined up as, buffeted by the night wind, one person emerged from each helicopter. There was a silver-haired elder walking with head held high. A coldly stern middle-aged man whose mere presence commanded respect. And some young, capable individuals. They proceeded through a long corridor to arrive before a massive silver steel door. After identity verification, they entered to find a middle-aged man seated at the head position. After everyone had taken their seats, the middle-aged man distributed printed photographs to each person. Are you certain? The white-haired elder was the first to speak. Though his tone appeared calm, his voice carried a slight tremor. This silhouette and this umbrella, I've seen them countless times. They're imprinted in my mind. But what if? The middle-aged man spoke gravely. I had people investigate all her movements. We only traced her first appearance to the Zhou family. Zhou Tsongshan. The young woman in a suit's voice was clear and pure. I was ordered to pay condolences when he passed away recently. Correct. It said Zhou Tsongshan was once her servant. Before dying, he clung to life, waiting for her arrival. Not just said Zhou Tsongshan truly was her servant in the past. The elder's voice quivered. Now that she's appeared, our mission must begin. I've waited so many years to finally lay eyes upon her. After the elder finished speaking, prolonged silence fell over the meeting room. This silence wasn't speechless but filled with emotion. Deafening. For her appearance, they had waited a full 70 years. 70 years, there exists a generation, exemplified by white-haired elders. There is also a third generation, represented by young and beautiful maidens. The 8 great families have been awaiting her for many years. At this moment, those seated in the 8 positions barely contain their boiling emotions. Beneath the surface calm lies seething turmoil. Chapter 38, You're Not Worthy. This night was destined to be sleepless for many, but not for the protagonist among them. After handling Madame Sun's affairs, Yun Miao automatically connected with the second petitioner. Yet she always operates at her own pace, unhurried. Before the first morning light could rise, before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, black mist drifted down from the umbrella onto the floor. Yun Miao opened her eyes, gazing impassively at the elderly woman before her. Madame Sun knelt before her, kowtowing deeply several times. A black vortex rose behind her. It seemed her vengeance was fulfilled, and she was about to enter the Yellow Springs. A lifetime of enmity resolved in but a single day. She said, I help you only for payment. No thanks are necessary. Old Mrs. Sun insisted on kowtowing several times before being gradually enveloped by the dark mist behind her, slowly disappearing before the floor-to-ceiling window. At the moment of her disappearance, a blood-red thread flashed across Yun Miao's wrist like a shooting star. When daylight fully broke, Zhou Fuxing with his disheveled hair walked unsteadily toward the rear residence, where he encountered Zhou Funian, who had come bearing gifts to express his gratitude. Zhou Funian stepped forward to support him, asking helplessly, Who did you drink with to get like this? Zhou Fuxing mumbled, Lu Yang and Jiang Xing. He wasn't actually drunk, it's just that after battling online with netizens for 300 rounds last night, he'd exhausted himself to sleep. Upon waking, he discovered all the negative news about Miss Yun Miao had vanished. How strange. Could it be that he, who never gets drunk, actually became intoxicated? Was everything from last night just a dream? Why does your complexion look so terrible? Zhou Funian reached out to feel his forehead. I'm fine. Zhou Fuxing pushed away his elder brother's large hand, grabbing his own messy hair with both hands to reveal an innocent face. By the way, brother, are you here to see Miss Yun Miao? You even brought a gift, isn't this mother's dowry? How did you take this out? Wait. Zhou Fuxing grabbed his shoulders and shook him. You couldn't possibly have taken a fancy to Miss Yun Miao, could you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. You're completely unworthy of Miss Yun Miao. Zhou Funian. This was his younger brother, his biological brother. If he killed him, there wouldn't be another. He restrained himself. I came to thank Miss Yun Miao. What nonsense are you thinking? Zhou Fuxing sighed in relief. As long as that's not the case. I was just worried you might be setting yourself up for humiliation. Zhou Funian. However, Zhou Fuxing didn't inquire further, not even asking what he wanted to thank her for. This younger brother of his had always kept to himself. To call him foolish wouldn't be quite right. He occasionally showed cleverness. Yet to call him clever wasn't accurate either. No one could tell where his mind wandered most of the time. The two walked to the entrance together, where Steward Zhou came out to greet them, saying bluntly, Miss Yun isn't receiving visitors. As expected. Zhou Fuxing sniffed himself. I smell a bit. I'll go bathe first before serving as Miss Yun Miao's servant. Zhou Funian insisted for a while, but housekeeper Zhou responded with a perfunctory smile. No means no, not even for the eldest young master. Zhou Funian wasn't angry either. After the incidents with grandfather and grandmother, he'd already determined Miss Yun Miao wasn't ordinary. How could he possibly qualify to be angry with her? He just hadn't expected housekeeper Zhou to be so utterly subservient to Miss Yun Miao. It practically amounted to groveling servility. He'd never noticed before that the housekeeper could sink to such depths. Zhou Funian didn't voice this, though his eyes conveyed the sentiment clearly enough. Housekeeper Zhou noticed and flushed crimson, roaring internally. He truly didn't understand what was wrong with himself. The moment he faced Miss Yun Miao, some innate servility surfaced. He couldn't help wanting to worship her as his mistress. Though last night Miss Yun Miao had taken an extra bite of the dishes. That chef had been so hard to find. It proved Miss Yun Miao was thoroughly satisfied. A strange sense of pride in his heart made him unconsciously straighten his back. Zhou Funian, who knows what he's so proud of day after day. Grandma Sun was cremated again and buried in the newly purchased cemetery. Buried alongside her were other members of the Hua family. The eldest son and Sun Ying knelt before the tomb for a long time, unable to leave. The second son's son hadn't personally experienced it, but upon hearing about it from the eldest son, he also felt deep remorse toward his birth mother and knelt for an extended period. In truth, among all the Sun family members, the second son was the most filial toward Grandma Sunday. Though she kept people at arm's length, he still visited to keep her company from time to time. Thus he was both the most terrified and the one who grieved for his mother most deeply. The son, daughters-in-law and younger generation members all felt somewhat bewildered. When Grandma's son first passed away, they hadn't been so sorrowful. Now during this grave relocation, everyone was weeping uncontrollably. Though confused, no one dared to voice their questions. Even if someone did ask, the eldest son wouldn't explain. Having such a father was already enough to make him unable to hold his head high for the rest of his life. To reduce the Sun family's sins, they decided to abandon the liquor business and develop other projects. All proceeds from selling the liquor business were donated to mountainous areas. This decision shocked the entire business circle, with everyone speculating whether the liquor industry had completely collapsed. At the same time, Yun Miao was preparing to leave the Zhou family. The Zhou family! Chapter 39, Provocation. Zhou Yuan paced back and forth in the study. Did we do something wrong? Why does Miss Yun want to leave? Tell me, did we fail to satisfy Miss Yun in some way? Housekeeper Zhou was nearly in tears. I truly did my utmost to serve Miss Yun. The news of Miss Yun Miao's departure struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had long grown accustomed to being Miss Yun Miao's faithful dog. Zhou Funian analyzed. Actually, Miss Yun Miao stayed initially probably because of grandmother's matter. She must have detected the blood relationship between grandmother and mother before deciding to stay. Now that grandmother's affair is concluded, given her temperament, it's only natural she wants to leave. Zhou Yuan also deeply agreed with this. However, Zhou Yuan heavily pressed both hands on the table. Do you remember what your grandfather told me before his departure? He asked me to take good care of Miss Yun Miao. This is something I absolutely cannot fail in honoring your grandfather's wish. Moreover, where could she possibly go if she leaves? Or perhaps you could check if there are any suitable residences for her. Before Zhou Funian could speak, Butler Zhou murmured softly, Miss Yun Miao said she already has her own house. Zhou Funian expressed surprise. She owns property. How could such a suddenly appearing existence already possess real estate? That's what Miss Yun Miao said. Zhou Yuan, so we can't make her stay. Butler Zhou. What can't make her stay? We simply don't dare to try keeping her. Whatever Miss Yun Miao says might as well be an imperial decree. Very well then, we shall respect her decision if she wishes to leave. Zhou Yuan's mind raced with countless thoughts. Zhou Funian had reported every detail about the Sun family's elderly madam to him. He was utterly shocked as well. It could be said that Miss Yun Miao was truly their key to opening that world's door. Moreover, before his departure, his father had solemnly handed him the thumb ring, entrusting him with his position. Zhou Yuan gazed at the blood-red thumb ring. As the head of the Zhou family, he had too many matters to handle and couldn't possibly attend to Miss Yun Miao daily. Zhou Funian's temperament was too rigid, and as the Zhou family's future heir, after much deliberation, only Zhou Fuxing seemed most suitable. Not only was he suitable, but perhaps Miss Yun Miao could even help him. Let Fuxing accompany and serve her. Zhou Funian, given Miss Yun Miao's temperament, she probably wouldn't agree. Zhou Yuan, it doesn't matter. Zhou Fuxing is shameless, completely thick-skinned. As the saying goes, persistent courtship wears down a lady's resistance. Let him try. Zhou Funian. Just look at that. What kind of father speaks like that about his own son? And given Miss Yun Miao's temperament, if someone pesters her, I genuinely fear Zhou Fuxing might go there alive but not come back in one piece. Zhou Yuan became more convinced as he thought about it. Then it's settled. You go give Zhou Fuxing a strict order. Tell him if he doesn't take good care of Miss Yun Miao, I'll break his legs. Steward Zhou, yes. He thought to himself with indifference. Every month, Zhou Fuxing's legs would be broken 1 or 2 times in master's words. When Yun Miao left the Zhou residence, it was already afternoon with the sun hanging low in the west, dyeing the twilight sky fiery red. By the pond sat an elderly woman with snow-white hair, seated in a wheelchair with her eyes slightly closed as if asleep. Even in sleep, her entire body exuded a sharp temperament. This sharpness was ingrained in her very bones and blood, something that would follow her like a shadow even after death. Yun Miao walked past with her umbrella, not even sparing her a glance. Miss Yun. Old Madame Zhou suddenly spoke. Her voice was hoarse and slightly shrill, carrying undertones of dissatisfaction and sarcasm upon closer listening. Are you leaving now? Only then did Yun Miao notice old Madame Zhou. She planted her umbrella on the ground and responded patiently with an mmm. Madame Zhou opened her eyes, her pupils shining with an alarming intensity, emitting an extremely terrifying light. Miss Yun, where are your manners? After disturbing our Zhou family for so long, you don't even know to thank this old woman before leaving. Yun Miao. Madame Zhou let out a shrill, cold laugh. I wonder if it's that Miss Yun's family failed in raising her properly, or if it's inherited that senior of yours, the one Zhou Tsangshan pined for his entire life, had the same temperament. Madame Zhou stared fixedly at Yun Miao. From the first moment she laid eyes on Yun Miao, she had been unable to rest day or night. She knew the woman who could make Zhou Tsangshan yearn for a lifetime couldn't be ordinary, but she never expected that the moment her descendant appeared, everything else in the world would pale in comparison. No wonder he remembered her for a lifetime. Even though she was being so harsh, sharp, even launching insulting attacks at her, Yun Miao remained standing there calmly. Her expression was similarly tranquil, without the slightest fluctuation. Madame Zhou wondered, was this dignified bearing inherited from her predecessor? Was Zhou Tsangshan as cold as a piece of wood in her presence too? But when she was still a young girl, she followed Zhou Tsangshan even though he was 20 years her senior. Still, she fell for him without hesitation. She schemed against him. Her whole life had been a contest with Zhou Tsangshan. Little did she expect that his death would turn her entire life into a joke. Old Madame Zhou's gaze grew sharper. Zhou Tsangshan was dead, and so was the person in his heart. Her wrath now targeted this descendant. If anyone was to blame, it was her ill fate. Chapter 40, Celestial Revelation 1. Mother! As old Madame Zhou stood poised for confrontation, Zhou Yuan hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Mother, why have you come out? Then he addressed Yun Miao respectfully. Miss Yun Miao, my mother is advanced in years and rather stubborn. I hope you won't take offense. Yun Miao withdrew her gaze from old Madame Zhou and turned to leave. Old Madame Zhou's sharp eyes flashed. Stop right there. Zhou Yuan, mother. Madame Zhou picked up the walking cane beside her and struck Zhou Yuan fiercely with it, her downturned lips drooping even further. Seems you've forgotten who your real mother is. Not just you, even your son and your daughter-in-law keep trying to please her everywhere. What, even though your father's already a dead ghost now, you still want to curry his favor? Madame Zhou's voice rose sharply, laced with sarcasm, making Zhou Yuan feel both guilty and headache-stricken. To tell the truth, Madame Zhou was genuinely wronged in this matter. As her son, he also knew that Madame Zhou had devoted her whole heart to old Master Zhou all her life. She was so devoted that she could barely spare any attention for their children. In modern terms, one could say his mother was a complete love fool. For many years, whenever outsiders heard that old Master Zhou's wife was 20 years younger than him, they would unanimously assume old Master Zhou had taken advantage of Madame Zhou's youth and forcibly claimed her. Only they knew the truth, that the real one who did the forcible claiming was Madame Zhou. Old Master Zhou was emotionally detached, and Madame Zhou, unable to bear his cold neglect, spent her entire life competing with him. She thought she had won, only to find in her old age that he had a beloved in his heart. Now Zhou Yuan believes this so-called beloved may not be genuine. If Miss Yun Miao truly is the person father spoke of, then everything he's done was merely making himself into Miss Yun Miao's servant. But even if he told her this, she wouldn't believe it. Zhou Yuan softened his expression. Mother, I know you've suffered. Miss Yun is preparing to leave, so please don't dwell on it. Alright, father has already left. From now on, can't we just live peacefully as a family? Madame Zhou looked at Zhou Yuan's submissive demeanor, opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. She grabbed her cane and struck him fiercely while shouting, You're just as heartless as your father. I spent my whole life being deceived by him, don't you understand? I won't let him rest peacefully even in death. With a loud splash, she threw the cane into the pond, sending water flying. Then she had the servant wheel her away. Zhou Yuan's headache intensified as he watched her aged yet ramrod straight back. He must find a way to prevent the old madam from doing anything. Given the old madam's methods, she was capable of absolutely anything. At the Zhou family's main gate, Steward Zhou bit down on his handkerchief, tears streaming 3 feet down his face. Zhou Fuxing dragged his suitcase behind him like a puppy kicked out of its home. To better demonstrate his current status as an unwanted stray dog, Zhou Fuxing barked at the approaching Yun Miao. Woof. Yun Miao. Miss Yun, the first master instructed me to escort you. You may command me for any needs, I'll follow your lead unquestioningly. Steward Zhou vowed solemnly. Zhou Fuxing's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you grovel to this extent? Steward Zhou shot him a look that clearly said you wouldn't understand. A gifted steward like him needed precisely such a mistress as Miss Yun Miao. Noble, aloof, contemptuous of all beneath her. It truly awakened one's servile instincts. Yun Miao walked past without sparing them a glance. Unnecessary. Butler Zhou, a heart quietly broke into pieces. Zhou Fuxing, thinking about his own legs, dragged the suitcase and hurried after her. Miss Yun Miao, where is your house? Let the driver take you there. As he spoke, the driver parked the car in front of Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing rushed ahead to open the car door, bowing respectfully. Miss Yun Miao, please. Yun Miao originally had a better way to get there. But seeing these two persistent followers who clearly wouldn't be shaken off, she didn't overthink it and stepped into the car. Zhou Fuxing and Butler Zhou also swiftly got into the car. Miss Yun Miao, where are we going? Tianqi number 1. Yun Miao lightly uttered these 4 words. After she spoke, an eerie silence fell over the car. Zhou Fuxing and Butler Zhou exchanged bewildered glances, and even the driver nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel. Zhou Fuxing cautiously leaned forward. Miss Yun Miao, do you mean Tianqi number 1 on Tianqi Road? Chapter 41, The Young Mistress. Yun Miao, Zhou Fuxing's mouth formed a no shape. Holy shit. Butler Zhou said sternly, how could you use such vulgar language in front of Miss Yun? After speaking, he quietly muttered 2 words in his heart. Holy shit. Tianqi number 1 has always stood in the city center, the only old building that hasn't been demolished there. The blue-tiled house appeared completely incongruous with the surrounding skyscrapers, creating a stark contrast. Online speculations about Tianqi No. 1 had long been circulating. Some said Tianqi No. 1 was the focal point of some mysterious ritual, its existence safeguarding the entire city. Others claimed its owner had such formidable and mysterious connections that no one dared to tear it down. Regarding the owner's background, every conceivable powerful figure had been speculated about. Who would have thought it was Miss Yun Miao? Zhou Fuxing and Butler Zhou exchanged glances again, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. As the car stopped, they arrived at the entrance of Tianqi No. 1. Tianqi No. 1 was a Hui-style architectural structure, antique and elegant, standing in dramatic contrast to the surrounding modern buildings. Numerous tourists surrounded Tianqi 1, taking photos, when they noticed a black Mercedes G-Class parked at its entrance, initially assuming it was just another visitor. Unexpectedly, the door of Tianqi 1 opened. It opened. Tianqi 1, which had never been entered before, was opening its doors for the first time. Everyone craned their necks to see, while others kept snapping photos. After the black G-Class departed, the dark gates slowly closed, revealing only a fleeting, ethereal silhouette of a young maiden. Oh my god, can you believe this? This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. The owner of Tianqi 1 has finally appeared. Zhou Fuxing and the butler stepped into the legendary Tianqi 1, their hearts pounding with nervousness. At first glance, they were completely stunned. An exquisitely refined oriental courtyard, every detail meticulously crafted, reflecting the owner's sophisticated taste. Windows veiled with sheer silk, casting a misty glow, their carved frames displaying intricate craftsmanship in every stroke. Of course, these weren't what astonished them. What truly shocked them was this never-open courtyard was spotlessly clean, with flowers thriving more vigorously than those meticulously cared for by the Zhou family servants. Did Miss Yun Miao arrange for someone to clean it in advance? Yun Miao walked toward the main hall, with Zhou Fuxing and the Zhou family steward following timidly behind. Damn it, it's not like they couldn't recognize quality goods. The flowers here were all rare varieties, each worth 7 figures at least. Yun Miao seemed to notice them only now, giving them a brief glance. Why did you follow me? Zhou Fuxing stood at attention. I'm here to serve you, Miss Yun Miao. The steward bowed respectfully. I'm here to help you tidy your room, Miss Yun. Well, it appeared their help wasn't needed. Yun Miao turned around, strands of sunlight catching on her hair and snow-white skin. Bathed in sunlight, her expression seemed slightly more approachable, like an impassive bodhisattva, but her eyes still radiated bone-chilling indifference. She opened her mouth and uttered just one word, leave. Zhou Fuxing and Steward Zhou stood at the gate of Tianqi No. 1, still feeling the lingering chill that had run down their spines. Steward Zhou said timidly, young master, I'm leaving now. Go ahead. I can't leave. If I don't serve Miss Yun Miao properly, my father will beat me again. Zhou Fuxing chewed on his thumb. A father's order is like a mountain impossible to disobey. I need to figure something out. Steward Zhou gave him a look mixed with both envy and pity, then glanced around. Tell Miss Yun to be careful. With Tianqi No. 1's door opening, there will definitely be a storm on the internet. Netizens will surely try to dox Miss Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing wasn't worried about netizens doxing Miss Yun Miao. Even the Lu family couldn't find out Miss Yun Miao's background. Those netizens stood no chance. Rather than worrying about that, he should worry about how to serve Miss Yun Miao diligently without getting himself killed. The little girl had enormous eyes with pupils as dark as black pearls, giving people an eerie feeling when she stared at them. Her jet-black hair gleamed, dressed in a pink little dress and leather shoes, with snow-white and lustrous skin, clearly a meticulously cared-for young girl. This was Yun Miao's next mission. Yun Miao glanced at her, noticing those obsidian black eyes still fixed on her, then lowered her head to continue sipping tea. The little girl pattered over to Yun Miao, trying to capture her attention. Yun Miao ignored her. Undaunted, the child tilted her little head sideways onto the table, peering up at Yun Miao while blinking her eyes. The practiced motion revealed this was a child well versed in the art of coaxing. Yun Miao finally spared her another glance. As if receiving permission, the girl happily waved her teddy bear, her face beginning to light up with joy, only to twist abruptly into expressions of agony, terror, and panic. She collapsed to the floor, consumed by overwhelming dread. When she fell to the ground, Yun Miao saw that beneath the little girl's skirt, countless steel nails had pierced through her legs, leaving bruised and bloody wounds. Suddenly, the little girl clutched at her neck, as if trying to pull something off. She struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. The next second, her eyes bulged out, her face turned blue, and her limbs gradually went limp. Yun Miao waved her hand, and the entire scene before her eyes disappeared instantly. Spirits endlessly repeat the moment of their death. Because of this, they rapidly transform into vengeful ghosts. But being so young, the little girl was initially confused, though now she seemed to understand Yun Miao wouldn't harm her. Due to imprinting behavior, she couldn't help but feel drawn to Yun Miao. Yun Miao set down her teacup and began organizing the information she'd gathered. The little girl appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, dressed in fine clothing with delicate accessories, clearly well cared for during her lifetime. Yet her body bore signs of prolonged abuse. There were still steel nails embedded in her legs. These steel nails are neither soul-locking nails nor some kind of dark magic. They were hammered in a circle around her thigh, and there should be other marks on her body as well. A girl who clearly came from a good family must have been abused before she was finally killed by someone. To resolve her matter, the first step is to identify who she was. She isn't a Yellow River ferryman and doesn't know the ferryman's technique of lighting incense to ask directions. For solving such matters, Yun Miao has her own methods. Unfortunately, it can't be used. This was the rule established with that person back then. She ferries wandering spirits, collecting spiritual resonance from them. Enough spiritual resonance can lift the restrictions on her body, allowing her to remember the sealed memories. Knock knock. A knock came late at night. Someone shouted hoarsely, "Miss Yun Miao, Miss Yun Miao, are you asleep?" Yun Miao. Noisy. On the late-night Tianqi Road, only the streetlights on both sides emitted a glow. Zhou Fuxing stood at the entrance of Tianqi No. 1, carrying 2 large suitcases. The night wind blew relentlessly, making Zhou Fuxing stomp his feet repeatedly. His fair-skinned ears turned red from the cold. He lowered his head and blew into his palms, barely sensing a trace of warmth. Strange, isn't this supposed to be summer? Why is it so cold at night? Zhou Fuxing muttered to himself. When I passed by here during the day before, I never noticed why are there so few people on this road at night. Due to Tianqi No. 1's non-removable status, though located in the city center, it cleverly avoided the most bustling commercial districts. Its main entrance on Tianqi Street appeared rather deserted at night. Especially in these late hours, the wind howled with an eerie chill. Zhou Fuxing sniffled, this place better not be haunted or something. As soon as he finished muttering, footsteps sounded behind him. Zhou Fuxing jumped violently, pressing his back tightly against the door, his panicked eyes fixed on the source of the footsteps. The footsteps came unhurriedly, exceptionally clear in the nighttime quiet. After what felt like ages, a young man dressed in a long black robe emerged under the streetlight. His face, looking as if scorched by fierce flames, appeared even more ghostly beneath the hood. It's that Mr. Shin. Zhou Fuxing immediately felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. He didn't like this Mr. Shin, he just looked sinister at first glance. Zhou Fuxing stared fixedly at him, trying to see what he was coming for. Could he be here to cause trouble for Miss Yun Miao? Although he didn't inquire much, he could guess from his mother and elder brother's attitude that Miss Yun Miao had helped resolve his grandmother's affairs. Could he be here out of spite from wounded pride? Zhou Fuxing didn't dare relax for even a moment, pressing his back firmly against the door. As if sensing the hostile gaze, the black-robed man lifted his face and gave Zhou Fuxing a smile. Chapter 43, Confidence. When that face smiled, Zhou Fuxing's SAN value plummeted wildly. Zhou Fuxing had barely managed to squeeze out a single word from his throat. The other party continued looking ahead, walking toward the other end of the street. So he wasn't here to cause trouble for Miss Yun Miao after all. Zhou Fuxing heaved a huge sigh of relief. Cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. He wiped his sweat, only noticing the child following Shin Yangji on his left after his body relaxed. A little girl in a pink dress. The girl hugged a teddy bear, blankly following Shin Yangji's steps. She tilted her head up, staring at Shin Yangji's shoulder. Zhou Fuxing also looked up at his shoulder. Beneath the white robe, a tiny pale hand was pulling the fabric downward, revealing a wicked little face with bared fangs and an evil grin. Zhou Fuxing. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. Coincidentally, the door opened just then, causing his entire body to tumble inside. He rolled 3 full circles. Yun Miao also raised her eyebrows in surprise. The next day when Zhou Fuxing woke up, daylight was bright. He remained in his fainted position, seeing nothing but flower beds and blue sky. He sneezed and rubbed his reddened nose. Yesterday when he fainted, he seemed to have seen Miss Yun Miao, although she paid him no attention and left him waiting here all night. But Miss Yun Miao didn't throw him out. This meant he had successfully entered Tianqi No. 1. Zhou Fuxing grasped the 2 large boxes by the entrance and carefully walked inside. Following the winding path where every step revealed a new scene, Zhou Fuxing turned a corner and saw Miss Yun Miao sitting on a rocking chair with a book in her hand. Modern history. Miss Yun Miao, Zhou Fuxing called out. Yun Miao raised her head and gave him a cold, distant glance. The rising sunlight cast waves of light upon her face, creating a shimmering layer of pale gold. Zhou Fuxing had seen many beautiful girls since childhood, but upon seeing Miss Yun Miao, he couldn't help being struck by her stunning beauty. She was beautiful, extraordinarily so. Her features were flawlessly exquisite, long, slender eyebrows, slightly curved eyes, perfectly shaped lips, making her an absolutely bewitching beauty. Yet her temperament was sharp and aloof, her gaze icy cold, creating a striking contrast with her enchantingly beautiful appearance that elevated her beauty to an even more sophisticated level. Zhou Fuxing froze for a moment. He quickly regained his composure and pulled over the luggage. Miss Yun Miao, all the custom-made clothes you ordered last time have arrived. Would you like to take a look? Not only were there issue-style cheongsams, but also many modern outfits. Every single garment had been personally selected by Miss Yun Miao. She could always discern at first glance the cutting of the clothes, suitable fabrics, and how subtle changes in details would affect the overall style. A single small suggestion from her could elevate a garment's quality by leaps and bounds. The high-end designers who heard her advice were practically ready to kneel before her. They even hoped Miss Yunmiao would become their design consultant. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Miss Yunmiao dismissed such requests with disdain, yet they still left with pleading expressions. Yunmiao nodded slightly. "Leave them here." Zhou Fuxing asked ingratiatingly, "Shall I help organize them for you?" Yunmiao frowned. Seizing the moment before her impatience fully manifested, Zhou Fuxing quickly assured, "I'll wear gloves, and I'm good at ironing. I promise not a single wrinkle will remain." Yunmiao thought for a moment and agreed. As Zhou Fuxing was leaving, he remembered last night's incident and turned back. "Miss Yunmiao, I saw that Mr. Shin in front of your door last night. I don't know whether he lives here or was just passing by. That man is truly sinister." Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but shiver when he thought of that grinning little head behind him. It must have been a dream. How could a normal person have an extra little head growing on them? Yunmiao seemed deep in thought. When she heard Zhou Fuxing knocking at her door last night, she hadn't planned to respond, but later sensed something unusual and went out. After Zhou Fuxing tumbled inside, she went out but didn't see anything dangerous. However, when she met Shin Yangji last time, although the man seemed sinister all over, he wasn't actually evil. This proved he wasn't a malevolent creature. Yet what she sensed last night was indeed the presence of something evil. There were even more people gathered at the entrance of Tianqi No. 1 today. The post about the return of Tianqi No. 1's owner yesterday had drawn many visitors. Outside the gate, some were setting up professional cameras, others were eagerly waiting, and some were boldly expressing their wild fantasies. "I think Tianqi No. 1 is quite spacious. I heard the owner is a woman. Living alone in such a big house must be scary. She definitely needs a man." Those sharing the same intention all voiced their agreement. "Exactly, a household isn't complete without a man. When she comes out, I'll confess my love to her, marry her, and move in here together. Right, I'm even willing to become a live-in son-in-law. She'll be thrilled for sure. Then Tianqi No. 1 will be mine to manage, and I'll invite you guys in for a tour." His words are in thumbs up all around. Good man. A female college student nearby couldn't take it anymore. "Why don't you men take a piss and look at your reflection? Do you really think being male makes you special? Just because you've got something between your legs, you're already fantasizing that the owner of Tianqi No. 1 would fancy you. About to become the master of Skyrise 1 already. Instead of daydreaming, why don't you go run a few laps in the pigsty first? With your meager endowment, you couldn't even conquer a sow." Chapter 43. Fear she might kill someone. The man she just insulted looked at her with a smile. "Why so worked up? Feeling jealous?" The female college student was about to retort when the man shook his head at her and the surrounding crowd. "Women these days are so materialistic. Now that I'm going to be the master of Skyrise 1, she's just trying to get my attention. TCH. He said directly to her, "I'm not interested in you. Someone like you isn't even worth a glance." The female college student. Staring at the man's bloated face, scuffed leather shoes, and buttoned training shirt, she was so furious she laughed. His mother must have abandoned all standards for looks, height, and brains when giving birth to him. All he got was confidence. Nearby, inside a black car. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Fuxing solemnly texted Zhou Fuxing, "Don't let Miss Yunmiao come out. It's crowded outside, and crowded places breed nonsense." Fuxing won't live, I see. Are you afraid Miss Yunmiao might get angry if she reads these bad comments? Zhou Fuxing, not angry, I'm afraid she might kill someone. Someone with Miss Yunmiao's cold temperament might not get angry, but her methods of handling things would be straightforward. After sending the message, Zhou Fuxing had his driver leave. After his departure, a young man carrying a camera climbed up a tree, aiming his lens at the courtyard. The young man was an internet blogger named Xingfeng. Some time ago, Xingfeng had watched his wealth dissipate like smoke before his eyes, swindled away. Xingfeng had been depressed for days until he saw that unforgettable silhouette online. He was obsessed with the idea that photographing her would bring him traffic and money. Thus, he would stop at nothing. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing ironed all the clothes, thoroughly cleaned the Tianqi 1 from top to bottom, then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He remembered Miss Yunmiao's habits well. She preferred light meals in the morning. Yesterday he specially consulted a chef to prepare a dish of boiled Chinese cabbage, a basket-shaped tofu dish, and a plate of sweet bean paste dumplings, happily placing them on the dining table before going to call Yunmiao. Yunmiao glanced at the food, then at Zhou Fuxing, who was wearing an apron with starry eyes. She didn't hesitate. "I'll eat out." Zhou Fuxing's face fell like a sad puppy's. "Won't you try some? I made them very carefully." Yunmiao slightly lifted her chin. "I never compromise when it comes to my mouth and stomach." Zhou Fuxing. He silently took out his phone to delete the preset menu, then said energetically, "Then I'll accompany you for your meal outside. When we return, I'll trim the flowers, mop the floors, and brew you some tea." Yunmiao paused, planning to stay here indefinitely. "Not at all." Zhou Fuxing blinked. "I'm here to serve you." "Unnecessary." Zhou Fuxing shamelessly insisted. "It's inconvenient being alone here. I'll be your servant. I won't go west if you say east, always at your beck and call." Yunmiao grew impatient, her expression turning increasingly frosty. Zhou Fuxing's legs went weak. I'll handle all your needs for dining, entertainment, clothing and accommodation perfectly. Well, except for cooking, I really don't think I can make meals that would satisfy you. But look at my aesthetic taste, doesn't it slightly meet your standards? I can properly arrange all your clothing needs, and any errands you need run, I guarantee I'll do them well. Finishing his plea, he adopted a pitiful puppy dog expression. Please let me stay. I promise I'll be very useful. Yun Nao's eyebrow suddenly twitched. Find someone. She settled onto the sofa, her skirt flowing gracefully, issuing the command with natural ease. Ha! Before Zhou Fuxing could process the request, Yun Miao had already finished stating her requirements. A girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with a teddy bear toy, probably died just a few days ago. Zhou Fuxing, yes. With just this description, damn it, who could possibly find her? Though this description sounds familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Chapter 44, The Black Snake. When it comes to finding people, Zhou Fuxing isn't skilled at it. But Lu Yang is. He created a group chat for Lu Yang in Jiangxing. Group name, Miss Yun Miao's Logistics Department. Lu Yang. Floating life won't be born, Brother Yang. I need emergency help. Floating life won't be born. Quickly help me find a little girl, about 7-8 years old, female, holding a teddy bear, died a few days ago. Lu Yang. Jiangxing, a deceased little girl. Why do you need to find her? Floating life won't be born. It's arranged by Miss Yun Miao TT. Whether I can become Miss Yun Miao's servant depends on this matter. Brother Yang, please help, I beg you. Jiangxing, are you really planning to inherit Grandpa Zhou's legacy and become her servant? Floating life won't be born. Of course, proud face holding cheeks.jpg. Lu Yan, pathetic. Floating life won't be born. You guys wouldn't understand meaningfully lighting a cigarette.jpg. Floating life won't be born. Quickly help me investigate. Brother Yang, please, I'm begging you. Lu Yang. Genuinely disgusted by Zhou Fuxing's behavior, Lu Yang forwarded this information to his subordinates. This amount of information was insufficient for Zhou Fuxing, but more than enough for Lu Yang. Extracting the key points, a 7 or 8 year old girl who had recently passed away. Searching through this information, the girl's identity could quickly be identified after screening. As expected, half an hour later, a document was sent to Lu Yang's email. Lu Yang didn't even glance at it before forwarding it to the group chat. Floating life won't live. You're my one and only bro. Jiangxing, you said the same thing when you copied my test answers last time. Floating life won't live. Floating life won't live. Let me check the document first. Zhou Fuxing opened the document, and a photo of a little girl with twin ponytails popped up. She was wearing a dress and sheepskin shoes, smiling with crescent-shaped eyes while hugging a teddy bear. But the moment the photo appeared, Zhou Fuxing nearly threw his phone away. A 7 or 8 year old girl, hugging a teddy bear. No wonder it sounded familiar. Wasn't this the girl who had been following behind Xinyangji when he saw him at the Tianqi No. 1 entrance? She wasn't dead. Floating life won't live. It's not her, I just saw her today. The one Miss Yun Miao is looking for is that little girl who's already dead. Lu Yang. Lu Yang, are you questioning my professionalism? Lu Yang, look at the photo. It's a memorial portrait. Zhou Fuxing was speechless for a moment, then switched back to look again, his expression turning peculiar. It was indeed a memorial portrait. A black and white photo, with a name written on it, Huang Yaoton. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, his typing fingers feeling weightless. Floating life won't live, but I saw her just last night at the entrance of Tianqi No. 1. She even turned back to look at me. Jiangxing, have you been under too much stress recently? Maybe your nerves are stretched too tight. Floating life won't live. Believe me, no matter what, I couldn't mistake a person. I really saw her last night, following that so-called Master Xinyangji, the one who performed rites for my grandmother. Floating life won't live. Today when Xinyangji passed by Tianqi No. 1, I thought it was coincidental. But now it seems it wasn't coincidental, he did it on purpose. Lu Yang, now this is getting interesting. Jiangxing, smile. Zhou Fuxing's intuition told him that Xinyangji was no good fellow. Today, passing by this place on purpose, he let himself be seen, along with that young girl. He was here to declare war on Miss Yun Miao. This damn charlatan. Zhou Fuxing sprang up with a swish, clenched his fists, and went to find Miss Yun Miao full of worry and loyalty. Just as he turned a corner, Zhou Fuxing's legs froze in place, his eyes widening in terror. A pure black snake was hesitantly making its way across the courtyard, heading straight for Miss Yun Miao's neck. Miss Yun Miao, be careful. Without turning her head, Yun Miao raised her left hand and precisely pinched the snake's vital spot between 2 fingers. With a delicate squeeze of her slender fingers, the little black snake immediately twisted up like a braid. This snake wasn't exactly proper either. Even while dying, it still managed to coil around Yun Miao's arm as it writhed. Chapter 45. Are you interested in her? As the snake twisted and turned, Yun Miao reached out and threw it away. The snake drew a beautiful parabola in the air before landing belly up. The little black snake shook its head and continued crawling along the bluestone bricks towards Miss Yun Miao. Zhou Fuxing, what a persistent snake. He rested his chin on his hand, waiting for the little black snake to be thrown out by Miss Yun Miao again. To his surprise, the snake crawled onto the table in front of Yun Miao. its half-grown body coiled up, beady eyes glistening with moisture as it looked pitifully at Yun Miao. Yun Miao lazily raised her hand and flicked its head. The little black snake seemed enlightened, transforming from listless to jubilant in an instant. Its forked tongue wagged excitedly, resembling a fawning pug. "Is this your pet, Miss Yun Miao?" Zhou Fuxing asked curiously as he approached. Upon seeing a stranger, the snake's adoring gaze vanished. Its beady eyes suddenly turned into vertical slits as it stared warily at Zhou Fuxing, its tongue flicking slowly now. "Yun Miao, no." The little black snake's proudly raised head drooped pathetically at these words, slithering furtively to Yun Miao's hand and rubbing against it in a fawning manner. "Zhou Fuxing, this snake seems to have become a spirit. Just didn't become human, became a lapdog instead." Zhou Fuxing stared at the little black snake thoughtfully. Yun Miao rapped on the table, snapping Zhou Fuxing out of his thoughts and reminding him of his purpose. Immediately, he opened his phone and showed Yun Miao the girl's photo. "Is this the girl?" Yun Miao only glanced briefly. "It's her." Zhou Fuxing couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Though Miss Yun Miao had only given it a cursory glance, he detected her lips curling up by a single pixel. This meant Miss Yun Miao was very satisfied with his work. Zhou Fuxing pressed his advantage, telling her about Shen Yangji and the little girl in the photo that he'd seen last night. "Oh, soul summoning technique," Yun Miao said flatly, her fingers tapping the table with equal dispassion. But it was evident that everyone sensed the chill in her voice. Zhou Fuxing remained silent, while the little black snake dared not act cute anymore, trembling just like him. "Her family background?" Yun Miao asked abruptly. "Don't worry, we've already investigated everything." Zhou Fuxing opened his phone and cleared his throat. "The little girl's name is Huang Yaotong, 7.5 years old. Her father Huang Yuntao is the general manager of Shanghai Group. Her mother Yang Xian is currently a housewife. The couple has a harmonious relationship and a happy family. Unfortunately, half a month ago their daughter Huang Yaotong suddenly fell ill and passed away. Yang Xian was grief-stricken, and Huang Yuntao has been staying at home to accompany her." Zhou Fuxing continued reading. "Huang Yaotong's funeral hasn't been held until today, apparently because Huang Yaotong's body went missing. Huang Yuntao's mother suspects Yang Xian hid their daughter's body. There's also an address here. Should I go and make further inquiries?" "No need. For 3 days, keep watch on Huang Yaotong's house. Report every detail to me." Zhou Fuxing, understood. He opened the group chat and tagged Zhang Xing. "Zhang Xing, what's up? Fuxing won't be born, dear brother sparkling eyes. Lu Yang, sometimes your flirtatiousness is terrifying. Zhang Xing, just say it directly. Fuxing won't be born, he 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 he." The little black snake watched as Zhou Fuxing revealed a nearly sinister smile. Its tail flicked as it coldly hissed at him. This snake can tell he's here to compete for favor. The little black snake felt its sense of crisis intensify. Fortunately, it had brought treasures when it came. With a swish of its tail, it strutted proudly into the flower bushes. After a moment, it returned with a bag in its mouth containing a box, which it presented to Yun Miao. The box was exquisitely crafted. When Yun Miao opened it, a peculiar fragrance wafted out. Inside were several pieces of pastry, delicate, beautiful, and perfectly aromatic. Yun Miao's always expressionless brows twitched slightly. The little black snake instantly raised its head proudly, casting a triumphant glance at Zhou Fuxing. "See, to handle Lady Yun Miao, you must first master her stomach." Zhou Fuxing gave it a strange look. This snake keeps switching between happy and unhappy moods, must be snake mental illness. Zhang Xing dispatched his people to keep watch on the Huang family. After all arrangements were made, Lu Yang paid a visit. He wore a biker jacket and black sunglasses, sitting directly on the sofa as he removed them with a smile. "Let me guess, you've received warnings too, haven't you?" Zhang Xing smiled. "What are you talking about? Lu Yang, don't treat me like that fool." Zhou Fuxing. "Among the three of us, you're the most interested in Yun Miao, aren't you?" Chapter 46, Scrambling for Her Favor. Zhang Xing kept pouring tea while maintaining eye contact with Lu Yang. Lu Yang continued, "Ever since you met Yun Miao, you've been investigating her non-stop even after receiving warnings." Zhang Xing smiled. "When did you learn to be as gossipy as Fuxing?" Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. "You've never paid this much attention to anyone before. Rather than saying I'm gossiping about you, it's more accurate to say I'm curious about Yun Miao. What exactly about her has caught your interest?" Zhang Xing sighed softly. He had grown up with Lu Yang and Zhou Fuxing. All three of them had always been the type to show little curiosity or concern about anything. That Lu Yang specifically came to see him about this matter showed how conspicuous his actions had been. Zhang Xing gestured for Lu Yang to drink tea first. "I'll go get it. You can take a look." Lu Yang had no interest in tea. He opened his phone recently. There had been increasing online discussions about the mistress of Tianqi No. 1. At first, any posts or keywords mentioning Yun Miao would disappear immediately after appearing. Later, as people began realizing Yun Miao's unusual background, the restrictions gradually loosened. This didn't mean authorities were paying less attention to Yun Miao. On the contrary, it indicated extremely close monitoring. Perhaps they didn't want her special qualities to be discovered. The more this happened, the stronger Lu Yang's curiosity about her grew. He had never believed in supernatural tales, nor did he put much stock in the incidents that happened to the Zhou and Sun families. Thinking this, Jiang Xing came downstairs holding a yellow envelope in his hand. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow as Jiang Xing waved the envelope at him, asking, "What's this?" Jiang Xing smiled. "Photos." He sat down and opened the envelope. Lu Yang noticed the envelope was well preserved, no rot or wrinkles, perfectly flat though clearly aged, its surface yellowed with time. Jiang Xing opened the envelope and handed Lu Yang a photograph. Lu Yang glanced at it, his pupils contracting slightly in surprise. It was an aged photograph. The background showed endless snow-capped mountains. A young woman in a white coat and an elegant hat was gazing at the distant mountains, her expression cool and detached, as if she wasn't really looking at all. Standing beneath the snow peaks, she nonetheless carried an air of looking down upon them, as though she could tread the mountains underfoot. And her face, it was identical to Yun Miao's. Even her demeanor was exactly the same. "This photograph was taken by my great-grandmother," Jiang Xing said. "When I was little, before my great-grandmother passed away, she often looked at this photo." Great-grandmother. Lu Yang stopped smiling and straightened up from the sofa, placing both knees on his kneecaps. Great-grandmother Jiang had a special identity, and since Lu Yang had received guidance from her during his childhood, he respected her deeply. "My great-grandmother told me the story behind this photo. She said that during those times, Shiming Snow Mountain frequently had avalanches and was extremely dangerous. The locals claimed there was an evil dragon causing trouble inside." After hearing this, the young lady suddenly decided to go to Shiming Snow Mountain. "My great-grandmother accompanied her there, but they didn't see any evil dragon, only an enormous black snake." Though my great-grandmother never understood what the young lady did, afterwards there were no more reports of the black snake at Shiming Mountain. It wasn't until later, when my great-grandmother consulted ancient texts, that she suspected the black snake might not have been a snake at all, but a real dragon. "Young lady." Lu Yang's voice was soft. "A dragon. And this photograph." Jiang Xing handed Lu Yang another photo. The photo showed a stone statue whose extraordinary elegance and appearance were evident even in its carved form. The statue held an umbrella, one that looked eerily familiar. Lu Yang immediately recognized it's the same umbrella she always carries. Jiang Xing smiled. "Guess how old this goddess statue is?" Judging by the statue's weathering, it was clearly older than mere decades. Seeing Lu Yang's expression change, Jiang Xing knew he had understood everything. "You see, this is why I'm so curious about her. Some existences naturally become objects of fascination." Chapter 47, Like a Porcelain Vase. For the past 3 days, Huang Yuntao has stayed home accompanying his wife Yang Xian. They hardly went out, with their housekeeper handling all meals. This morning, Huang's mother went to the temple to burn incense. Everything seemed normal until, for unknown reasons, she returned home urgently summoning Taoist priests to perform exorcisms. Several priests have already visited. According to investigations, none of the current visiting priests are genuine. One is an internet priest who does fortune-telling livestreams, and another claims to be trained at Sanqing Temple but was found to lack proper priest certification. Zhou Fuxing finished reading the latest surveillance report from Jiang Xing's subordinate in one breath, then took a deep sigh. "They're currently performing an exorcism ritual." Having said that, Zhou Fuxing looked at Yun Miao with starry eyes. Like a little puppy, eagerly awaiting praise. The small black snake that always guarded Yun Miao coiled itself up, its tail drawing circles on the table as it raised its head and flicked its tongue. What a detestable human. Daring to compete for Master Yun Miao's affection, utterly preposterous. Master Yun Miao should only have one pet by his side. Plop! Yun Miao casually swept aside the bothersome creature. "Let's go." Yun Miao stood up and walked ahead. Zhou Fuxing followed Yun Miao, but after just one step felt a sudden chill around his ankle, the slippery sensation making his scalp tingle. Looking down, he saw a black tail disappearing into his trouser leg. Zhou Fuxing. @QWQ. He felt the snake coiling around his leg and wanted to curse, but seeing Yun Miao already walking to the door, based on his experience serving as a lackey these past few days, he couldn't care about the snake. He rushed to open the door. The door opened, revealing complete silence. A whirlwind swept across the road. Overnight, all the tourists, Douyin bloggers, and overly confident men surrounding Tianqiuan had disappeared. Zhou Fuxing was momentarily surprised, but seeing Yun Miao show no expression, he stepped onto the road. Zhou Fuxing lowered his head and sent a message in the group chat, then sent the same message to his brother. "Floating life won't lie. Did you guys take care of the people at Tianqiuan's entrance?" After sending the message, he scurried after Yun Miao. The Huang residence was located in a villa area within the second ring road. At this moment, an altar had been set up at the entrance, with a Taoist priest in robes sitting cross-legged on a cushion, a coin sword placed beside him. White paper coins fluttered in the air, swirling so thickly they nearly obscured the altar. A young boy was holding up his phone live streaming. "Fate-connected friends, my master is currently performing an exorcism. Hit follow to stay updated, send a rocket to show your support." The live chat was refreshing rapidly with rockets continuously being sent. Mother Huang Yuntao's mother, asked with a grave expression, "Approximately when can this be resolved?" As soon as she finished speaking, the cross-legged Taoist grabbed his coin sword and thrust forward violently. After a few flourishes of the sword, the Taoist suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He dropped the sword and backed away in terror, retreating all the way to the living room, his chest heaving dramatically. Mother Huang asked, "What is it still not working?" Several masters she had invited sat in the living room, all looking exhausted. "Too fierce, madam. The evil spirit in your house is far too fierce." Mother Huang's lips turned pale with fear. "What should we do then? I paid a fortune to invite you here to solve this problem for me. No matter what, you must resolve this. Taoist Master Lingyun, many people say you possess great powers. Tell me truthfully, can you handle this matter or not?" Seeing Mother Huang's anxiety, the Taoist priest named Lingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed softly. The man holding the live streaming phone immediately pointed the camera at Lingyun's clouded, worried face. The barrage comments refreshed like crazy. "This evil entity seems quite difficult to exorcise. Several masters have already been injured and bleeding, even Master Ling spat blood. Since I started following Master Ling, this is the first time I've seen him hurt by an evil spirit, looking so gloomy. Master Ling isn't speaking. I believe he must have a solution. I'll send a rocket gift right now to cheer him on." Sure enough, as more and more gifts came in, Master Ling slowly began to speak. "It's not that there's no solution, but if we use it, it would ruin my Taoist cultivation." Mama Huang immediately said, "Please help us, Master Ling. No matter the cost, we'll pay any amount of money." Ling Yin frowned. "Don't speak of money, it's vulgar." Mama Huang, yes, of course. The live chat was filled with praises for Ling Yin being a noble master who doesn't care for money, accompanied by many new donations. Seeing the momentum was right, Ling Yin slowly said, "Since you're so sincere, what does it matter if I sacrifice some of my cultivation for you? Bring me my coin sword. I shall battle this evil spirit to the death." Wow, this just got intense. Can someone stop Master Lingyun? This will cost him his cultivation again. He already sacrificed some during the suicide case last time. Another loss might be too much for him to bear. What do you know? Master Lingyun has great compassion in his heart. For the living, he would give everything. The chat was filled with admiring and worshipful comments as the young man gave Master Lingyun a thumbs up. Lingyun, filled with pride and ambition, raised his copper coin sword heroically. "Evil creature, show yourself immediately. Even if I perish today, I will surely scatter your soul to the winds." After speaking, Master Lingyun could already imagine the flood of praises that would appear on the screen. Just as he was enjoying this moment, a puff of laughter came from the living room. Master Lingyun looked over and saw a young boy laughing so hard he could barely stand straight. Lingyun felt provoked. "What are you laughing at? Do you know you almost ruined my important matter?" Zhou Fuxing stopped laughing and quickly waved his hands. "Sorry, please continue, do go on." As he spoke, his entire face brimmed with laughter. Zhou Fuxing wasn't unfamiliar with real exorcism scenes, none were ever this theatrical. It looked really amusing. He genuinely found it entertaining, but to Lingyun's eyes, it appeared as mockery. Always accustomed to his fans' flattery, Lingyun had never been slighted with such casual derision before. Putting down his copper coin sword, he asked Mother Huang, "Is that your relative?" Aunt Huang, afraid he might get angry, hurriedly denied, No. She asked Zhou Fuxing, "May I ask who you are?" Zhou Fuxing immediately straightened his expression. "Isn't the Huang family looking for someone to exorcise evil spirits?" "That's what we're here for." Lingyun looked at his naive appearance and burst into laughter. You're here to exorcise evil spirits?" With Zhou Fuxing's pretty boy looks, how could he possibly handle such matters? With just a thought, Lingyun realized this man must be here to ride on his popularity. Zhou Fuxing quickly waved his hands. "Don't misunderstand, not me. It's my young mistress." As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal Yun Miao standing behind him. Today she wore traditional Aochuan attire, a moon-white long-sleeved top with golden embroidery paired with a dark blue horse-face skirt adorned with gold patterns. Her jet-black, silky hair was tied in a bun, adorned diagonally with an ebony hairpin. Without any makeup, yet her face was strikingly beautiful. For a moment, both the noisy hall and livestream fell into stunned silence. Lingyun stammered, "Her exorcising evil spirits." After saying this, even he couldn't suppress his laughter. "Stop joking, you look just like a decorative vase." Chapter 48, Ghost Infants. "Nonsense!" Zhou Fuxing retorted sharply. "Our Miss Yun Miao is far more beautiful than any vase." Lingyun wanted to argue back, but when he looked at Yun Miao's face, he flushed red and couldn't think of a proper rebuttal. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with reactions. "Oh my god, how can there be such a perfect face in this world? All you shallow looks obsessed people, get lost. This is no place for that. No matter how beautiful she is, it shouldn't interfere with banishing evil. Who'll take responsibility if something goes wrong? Still, she seems oddly familiar though." Lingyun once again put on his master's airs. "Expelling evil spirits only requires me alone. Madame Huang, you should ask everyone else to leave." Madame Huang stepped forward. "Master Ling says he can handle this alone. Everyone else, please leave." After speaking, she glanced at the young woman sitting on the sofa. She frowned. At her age, she viewed all women through the lens of a mother-in-law's scrutiny, and she particularly disliked young, beautiful girls. A girl like this, if you marry her home, you'd have to treat her like an ancestor, just like the one at home. Please leave immediately, she said with an unfriendly tone, looking at Yun Miao as if she were some kind of monster. Zhou Fuxing felt uncomfortable under her gaze, and at the same time, he sensed a tightness around his ankle. It seemed the little black snake was also angry. Zhou Fuxing thought, given Miss Yun Miao's temperament, she would definitely be angry too. To his surprise, while flipping through a history book, Yun Miao coolly remarked, if he were capable, he wouldn't fail to see those two ghost infants clinging to your shoulders. Zhou Funyun was momentarily surprised. The fact that she was still willing to speak suggested she wasn't angry. Not only was she not angry, but she even seemed to be in a somewhat good mood. After following Yun Miao for a few days, he had come to fully understand that Miss Yun Miao acted entirely according to her own whims. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Mama Huang suddenly scream, "What did you just say?" Yun Miao's eyes remained fixed on the history book, her slender brows slightly furrowed. She strongly disliked this kind of high-decibel noise. Ling Yun looked at Yun Miao and smiled confidently, scaremongering. If it were true, how could I not see it? Old madam, isn't that right? Ling Yun turned to look at Mother Huang, whose face appeared as if covered with a layer of snow, deathly pale. Her eyelids and eyebrows trembled slightly, pulling at the fine wrinkles on her face, then her limbs began shaking with fine tremors until her whole body quivered like a sieve. She was terrified. Ling Yun's expression changed too. His eyes involuntarily glanced at Mother Huang's shoulders, where indeed two pinkish-white infants were perched, sound asleep. As if sensing his gaze, the babies opened their eyes. Pitch-black eye sockets without any whites rolled around to stare at him. Ah! Ling Yun fell backward onto the ground in fright, cold sweat instantly breaking out across his back. Madame Huang observed Taoist Ling Yun's reaction, her neck stiffening to the point where she dared not move a muscle, as if two tiny figures were heavily pressing down on her shoulders. What's going on? Just now Taoist Ling Yun was saying the young lady was alarmist. Why has he suddenly knelt down? Taoist Ling Yun suddenly stared fixedly at Madame Huang's shoulders just now. Could there really be something there? Did she actually guess correctly? Even Taoist Ling Yun didn't notice anything. I don't believe some woman would have this capability. Keep it up, Taoist Ling Yun. I found out who she is, that Buddhist aide from the internet before. She's just here for clout. At the mention of Buddhist aide, many began accusing Yun Miao of chasing popularity, urging Taoist Ling Yun to expose her true nature and promising gifts if he could humiliate her. The young man live streaming on his phone made a gesture to Taoist Ling Yun, signaling him to escalate the drama quickly. But Ling Yun currently had no mind to pay attention to such things. He struggled to control his breathing and facial muscles. He had truly seen something on Granny Huang's shoulder just now. Master Ling Yun, what's wrong? Granny Huang took a step forward. Ling Yun, too frightened to even stand up properly, scrambled backward using his legs. When he looked at her shoulder again, though there was nothing there now, he still felt an eerie chill. What's wrong with Master Ling Yun? He seems terrified. Could he really be this incompetent? The young man frantically waved his hands at him until Master Ling Yun finally regained composure. Putting on an air of dignity, he declared, since others wish to attempt solving this problem, I shall graciously step aside and let others take action first. But, although Yun Miao's words had touched upon Granny Huang's secret worries, she still trusted Ling Yun more. After all, what could a mere woman understand about these matters? Ling Yun coughed lightly. Rest assured, I'll be overseeing everything. If she fails to resolve it, I shall step in to stabilize the situation. Granny Huang remained hesitant. Master Ling Yun truly has the demeanor of a gentleman. What gentlemanly demeanor! Can't you see Master Ling Yun's face has turned pale from fright? Yun Miao continued reading her history book. She showed no reaction to the surrounding voices. Only when the sound of a shattering cup erupted from the marble floor in the hall did she finally lift her eyelids, looking toward the second floor. Everyone turned to look at the second floor. By the second floor railing stood a woman in white pajamas, her hair disheveled, looking haggard. Her arm remained frozen in the motion of having thrown something downward as she swept a hateful gaze across everyone. Get out, all of you! Get out! This was the lady of the Huang household, also Huang Yaodong's mother Yang Xian. With the hostess expelling guests, everyone tactfully prepared to leave. Huang's mother shouted, no one is allowed to leave. Then she said to Yang Xian, Xinxin, go back to your room first. There's no need for you to worry about outside matters now. Yang Xian's gaze gradually focused on Huang's mother's face, bursting with sarcasm and hatred. She went downstairs, grabbed a pillow from the sofa and threw it at her. You old witch. I absolutely won't let you hurt Yao Yao ever again. I know it was you who killed Yao Yao, you sexist old hag. Yang Xian's husband Huang Yuntao quickly stepped forward to restrain her, saying anxiously, Xinxin, calm down. The doctor said you shouldn't get agitated. Mom, what are you doing again? Isn't our family in enough chaos already? Mother Huang looked guilty for a moment but soon straightened up. What am I doing? I'm doing this for the Huang family. I went to see a fortune teller today who said Yao Yao's spirit hasn't reincarnated and is still in our house. This will affect your future sons. At the mention of sons, Yang Xin, who had just been calmed by Huang Yuntao, became agitated again. She broke down crying. For the sake of a son that doesn't even exist, you killed Yao Yao. I know it was you, I know everything. I'll never forgive you, you evil old witch. Old Mrs. Huang's face turned extremely grim. The room fell into complete silence, as if touching upon some hidden secret. Dark clouds gathered outside, tree shadows swayed eerily, and the window suddenly turned pitch black, too dense to see through. Yun Miao closed her book, her clear eyes turning toward the window. Pale little hands began crawling up the windowsill, revealing small faces with dark pupils staring coldly at everyone in the living room. Chapter 49, Spirits Summoning Incense. Why did it suddenly get so dark? The weather forecast didn't mention rain today. Wait, why is there thick black mist spreading in the room? Someone in the living room muttered, but Ling Yun had already shrunk behind a flower pot. His eyes darted to the window while he pinched the philtrum point on his face to prevent himself from fainting in fright. No! Ling Yun turned his gaze toward the sofa area, which remained completely clear amidst the swirling black mist. Particularly around Yun Miao, it seemed as though some invisible barrier was keeping the black mist at bay, forcing it to avoid her space. Soul summoning incense. Someone who recognized it cried out in terror, accusing Mother Huang. You actually lit incense to summon spirits here. You're trying to get us all killed. There was indeed a faint sandalwood fragrance hanging in the air. Mother Huang defended herself. I didn't do anything. If not you, then who? You were the one who invited us here, then used soul summoning incense to call spirits, forcing us to solve your family's problems, is that it? The person clearly understood these matters, which explained his fearful expression. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Yang Xin, who had been weeping continuously, wiped the tears from her face with her fingers, her expression cold. I was the one who summoned them. Huang Yuntao was shocked. Xin. I wanted to see Yao Yao. I desperately wanted to see Yao Yao. Yang Xin slowly crouched down, covering her face with both hands, her entire body trembling like fragile bamboo in the wind. My Yao Yao was still so young, so terribly young to be alone over there. How frightened she must be. I so want to go be with her. Woo. Huang Yuntao's eyes also reddened as he crouched down and embraced her. This wealthy man, usually composed in public, now teetered on the brink of collapse. Mother Huang sighed deeply before consoling her. If you truly loved Yao Yao, you should understand she needs to be laid to rest properly. Otherwise she'll become a wandering spirit, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Not only that, but it will affect the Huang family's lineage. Huang Yuntao interrupted her. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting again? He had just managed to calm Yang Xin, yet she began trembling violently upon hearing these words. Mother Huang planted her hands on her hips. Nonsense. I'm doing this for your own good. Without a son, you. Yang Xin could endure no more. She raised her head, her gaze icy with disgust. A son, you killed Yao Yao for the sake of a son. I won't let you get away with this. I know all about your despicable deeds, I know. Zhou Fuxing perked up his ears with gossipy curiosity, sensing the little black snake on his leg also stretching its head far forward. Well, what a nosy snake it was. Mother Huang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. That expression clearly showed guilt. A cold smile spread across Yang Xin's pale face as she stared at her with chilling eyes. She would never let go of those responsible for her daughter's death. Stop arguing. Look around you, someone cried out in terror. Only then did the onlookers snap out of it, their faces turning pale with fright when they saw their surroundings. The black mist in the room had grown thicker. The summoning incense grew increasingly dense, its eerie fragrance wafting through the living room, combining with the sinister atmosphere to make everyone's hair stand on end. Zhou Fuxing felt a twinge of fear too. He stole a glance at Yun Miao, still reading his history book. The black mist did not envelop her. Sunlight still fell upon her body, casting golden threads of light across her form. Though her face was delicately beautiful, it carried a cold, sharp majesty with eyes so icy they seemed inhuman. Zhou Fuxing struggled to define what kind of gaze this was. He'd never seen anything like it, making it difficult to describe. If forced to articulate, then it was divine. Perhaps only a deity could possess this aloof, indifferent gaze that rendered all creation void. Meow, what was he thinking? Why was he pondering such things in such a dangerous situation? Suddenly, more people gathered around, clearly recognizing Yun Miao's location as the only safe haven and desperately seeking proximity to her. Yun Miao closed her history book, without uttering a word. Yet the crowd instinctively stopped their advance. Her entire being radiated an unmistakable warning: no living creature shall approach. Huang Yuntao, supporting Yang Xin, originally intended to sit on the sofa. But sensing Yun Miao's frigid aura, this usually unflappable corporate CEO found himself frozen in place, unable to take another step forward. For no apparent reason, this person before him made him feel fearful. Yang Xin, however, walked forward alone and sat on the sofa, covering her face as she sobbed quietly. Zhou Fuxing felt somewhat pity for her. A mother who has lost her child fears nothing. Of course, it could also be that Miss Yun Miao allowed her to approach. Yun Miao glanced at Zhou Fuxing with completely emotionless eyes. Zhou Fuxing blinked, momentarily confused. In the next instant, it was as if enlightenment descended upon him. He understood Miss Yunmiao's meaning. Zhou Fuxing pulled out some tissues and handed them to Yang Xian, whispering in consolation, "My condolences." Yang Xian stood frozen, her hands slowly lowering from her face. Her delicate features were streaked with tears. She didn't accept the tissue, her gaze drifting into the dark mist, unfocused. "We're here to help you, Mrs. Huang." Yang Xian remained motionless. Zhou Fuxing found the situation somewhat challenging. He glanced at Yun Miao, who continued flipping through her book, golden light spilling from her flowing skirt. It was a test. Miss Yun Miao's test. Zhou Fuxing straightened his back slightly and said softly, "I know you don't trust me. Actually, we're not here to help you, but to help little Huang Yaotong." Yang Xian finally showed some reaction. She turned her eyes and looked at him coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Little Huang Yaotong had an unfulfilled wish before she passed away. "We're here to fulfill that wish for her." A wish, Yang Xian murmured, tears streaming down her face as she finally accepted the tissue. Good, the first barrier was finally broken through. A sense of pride rose in Zhou Fuxing's heart as he looked eagerly at Yun Miao, like a puppy begging for praise. Yun Miao didn't look at him, only flexing her jade-like fingers to tap on the book, signaling him to continue. Zhou Fuxing lowered his head slightly in disappointment. What could Yao Yao's wish be? "Maybe she wanted me to kill that old witch to avenge her," Yang Xian said lightly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely fulfill her wish. I'll never let that old witch go." Zhou Fuxing handed her another tissue. "Your mother-in-law is Yao Yao's grandmother. She wouldn't harm her own granddaughter, would she?" Yang Xian's eyelashes fluttered as her whole body trembled. She nearly screamed, "Of course she would. In her heart, she hates Yao Yao to death. She wishes Yao Yao would die every single day so I could bear her a grandson. That ignorant old witch, she must be the one who killed Yao Yao." "Don't get too agitated. I just don't quite understand if it really was her. The police wouldn't let her off either." Zhou Fuxing asked the crucial question, how did Yao Yao die? After all this time, he had finally asked the key question. Yun Miao's gaze shifted, her cool eyes resting on Yang Xian. Chapter 50, 5 Daughters. Making a mother recall how her daughter died was undoubtedly rubbing salt into her wounds. As Yang Xian showed signs of inner struggle, Zhou Fuxing began quickly recalling the investigative documents Zhang Xing had compiled. Huang Yuntao wasn't actually from a wealthy family. He was a golden phoenix that flew out from the mountains, having gained admission to Beijing University, where he fell in love with Yang Xian. The two were considered the perfect golden couple on campus. Different from Huang Yuntao, Yang Xian was a daughter from a wealthy family. At first glance, this seemed like the very cliché plot of a rich girl falling for a poor boy. What should have followed was the typical story: Yang Xian's father disapproving of the poor boy and trying to separate them, Yang Xian threatening suicide for love, until finally the couple overcame all obstacles. Then Huang Yuntao would achieve the peak life of marrying into wealth and inheriting the family fortune. However, this was only Zhou Fuxing's imagination. The reality was quite different. Yang Xian and Huang Yuntao had an excellent relationship. Yang Xian's father also liked Huang Yuntao very much and fully supported their relationship. On the contrary, it was Huang Yuntao who worried that Yang Xian might suffer hardships with him. He gave up his chance to study abroad for graduate school, instead co-founding a startup with classmates. In less than 3 years, the company had begun to take shape. After their marriage, they had their daughter Huang Yaotong. Yang Xian devoted herself to caring for their daughter, while the young family business was entrusted to Huang Yuntao's management. According to the investigation results provided by Zhang Xing, Huang Yuntao appears to have no issues. There are also no extramarital affairs with mistresses or other women. He particularly dotes on his daughter. The only dissatisfaction between the couple was probably having a mother-in-law like Huang's mom, who constantly pressured Yang Xian to have a second child due to her preference for sons over daughters. She even forced Yang Xian to drink various son-bearing herbal soups, driving Yang Xian to take their child abroad for a year. From this perspective, Huang's mom does seem highly suspicious. With her preference for sons over daughters and desire for a grandson, while Yang Xian remained firm about only having Huang Yaotong, Huang's mom might have targeted Yaotong to force Yang Xian to have another child. Zhou Fuxing immediately felt a chill of disgust. Yang Xian said, "Yuntao got drunk the night before. While I was taking care of him, that old witch said she had nothing to do and wanted to take Yaotong grocery shopping. Yaotong was very happy about it, so I agreed. After they left, I gave Yuntao sobering soup and stayed in the room to finish Yaotong's school craft assignment. I worked on it all afternoon, and then..." Yang Xian clutched her head in pain. "Then I received a call saying Yao Yao. I couldn't believe it. When I arrived, I saw Yao Yao lying on the ground, her face cyanotic, already beyond help. What was the cause? The doctors said cardiac arrest. How could that be? I know Yao Yao's health, she was always healthy. How could she suddenly have cardiac arrest? I don't believe it. I think that old witch must have drugged Yao Yao." Zhou Fuxing moved his lips as if to suggest an autopsy to determine the cause, but then thought better of it. Such a scene would be too painful for a mother. Died from cardiac arrest. Yun Miao recited these 6 words emotionlessly, thinking instead of the bruises on the girl's body. Yang Xian had been lost in grief until the voice made her realize someone was sitting beside her. She looked over and was momentarily speechless upon seeing such an stunningly beautiful face. Were there any bruises on her body when she passed away? No. Yang Xian looked at her, for some reason feeling an overwhelming urge to confess. I examined carefully, there wasn't the slightest trace of injury on Yao Yao's body. I suspect that old witch only dared to drug her but didn't dare harm Yao Yao physically. Yun Miao recalled the wounds on Huang Yaodong's legs. If they weren't left while alive, then they must be left after death. Where did you put her? Yun Miao inquired. Yang Xian remained silent. Yun Miao's brows twitched slightly, her patience clearly waning. Yang Xian looked at her and blurted out subconsciously, in the freezer in the basement. For some reason, she felt that not speaking would lead to severe consequences. After speaking, Yang Xian didn't regret it. Instead, she felt a strange sense of relief. Lead the way. Yun Miao stood up, her dress swirling as she walked toward the black mist. With each step she took, the black mist automatically parted. The eerie soul-summoning incense continued to spread, fear still permeating the living room. Everyone kept their eyes fixed on Yun Miao, not daring to stray even a step as they followed closely behind her. Those who had looked down on her earlier now understood better than anyone else. Following her was the only way to survive. No one knew what lurked in the black fog. Some people occasionally felt something poking at them, scaring them witless as they followed behind Yun Miao with pale faces. The villa's courtyard was also filled with the black fog, clearly more terrifying than the living room with even more sinister entities. Yet the moment Yun Miao stepped into the yard, those things scrambled to flee. In the basement, dim lighting revealed a freezer placed at the center. Yang Xian rushed toward it with reddened eyes. The next second, she stumbled back with a pale face. Where's Yao Yao? Where is Yao Yao? You old witch! Did you secretly take Yao Yao away? Give me back my Yao Yao! Yang Xian lunged at Mother Huang to strike her but was held back by Huang Yuntao, who comforted her softly with tears glistening in his eyes. Let me go! Let me go! Yang Xian screamed hysterically. Huang Yuntao had no choice but to release her. Thud! Yang Xian collapsed to her knees. She clutched desperately at Mother Huang's clothes. Mom, I beg you, give Yao Yao back to me. I can't live without Yao Yao, I'm begging you. Mother Huang's lips trembled. I didn't take Yao Yao away. You still won't admit it. Yang Xian struck at her. Don't think I don't know what you've done before. Huang Yuntao rushed forward. Xin. Unheeding, Yang Xian glared hatefully at Mother Huang. Now you only have Yuntao left as your son. Tell me, where are your previous children? Where are those 5 daughters of yours? Mother Huang's lips quivered silently. I know the first girl you successfully gave birth to and raised until 7, but she died when you kicked her into a table for stealing an egg. The second girl you drowned in a piss bucket right after birth. The third you threw into boiling oil just because you believed you had to scare girls away from being reborn to you if you wanted a boy. But it was useless, so you had a 4th daughter. You split her skull with an axe, nailed her limbs with iron spikes. Yet it was still useless. What method did you finally use to give birth to Yuntao with your last daughter? Aren't you afraid? All these years, haven't you been afraid? Can't you hear babies crying? Listen, they're crying, mommy. It hurts so much, can't you hear them? Mother Huang collapsed onto the ground in terror, her entire body shaking like a sieve. Mother Huang's voice trembled uncontrollably. Who told you all this? Yang Xian didn't answer her, muttering to herself, it's my fault. You were so cruel to your own daughters. How could you spare my Yao Yao? It's all my fault. A tired, old, worn-out plot. Yun Miao showed no interest whatsoever. Huang Yaotong's corpse had disappeared. One could say the wounds on her body appeared after death. But those wounds didn't look fresh, they resembled scars accumulated over years. Yun Miao didn't believe Yang Xian could have remembered wrong. She walked straight out of the basement. The previously fog-filled courtyard gradually cleared, revealing a ghost baby that hadn't had time to hide. Spotting Yun Miao, it panicked and scurried about, accidentally clinging to her arm. Its row of tiny sharp teeth still clung to Yun Miao's clothes. The ghost baby's black, eerie eyes stared at Yun Miao. Realizing its situation, it trembled in terror, forming a tiny ball of fear as 2 streams of blood flowed from its eyes, wailing pitifully. Yun Miao casually flicked it away. As she prepared to leave, the faint smell of rotting corpses wafted past her nose. Chapter 52. Who did it? The people following Yun Miao changed expressions when they saw her casually toss away the ghost baby. It seemed she genuinely possessed some unusual abilities. Everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted to Ling Yun. Cowering in the corner, Ling Yun silently averted his eyes. His heart roared silently. Why are you looking at me? I only know how to put on flashy performances in live streams to trick viewers into sending gifts. I've never seen a scene like this before. Yang Xian ran out from the basement and blocked Yun Miao's path, then knelt down stiffly. Help me, please help me. A woman's intuition told Yang Xian that the person before her could absolutely provide the help she needed. Yun Miao's gaze rested on her as she slightly bent down to help her up. If you want my help, then answer my question. Yang Xin nodded. Alright. Yun Miao looked into her eyes and spoke calmly. Who do you think killed your daughter? Yang Xin froze. Of course it was that old witch. The mere thought of her daughter's death made Yang Xin extremely agitated, only she viewed Yao Yao as a thorn in her flesh. You don't know how terrifying her expression was when she looked at Yao Yao. She kept pressing me to have a second child every day, and when I said I only wanted Yao Yao, I can't think of anyone else who would do it. She could even kill her own daughter. What wouldn't such a deranged person be capable of? Yang Xin was both agitated and grief-stricken. Yun Miao glanced at the not yet dissipated black mist. Who taught you how to light this soul-summoning incense? I didn't light it. Yang Xion's eyes were red-rimmed. After Yao Yao's death, I'd been in constant agony, wishing every day I could die to accompany her. Seeing my unbearable pain, Yun Tao, a man who never believed in superstitions, went to a temple yesterday to burn incense and make wishes. A Taoist priest there gave him this, saying lighting it would let us see Yao Yao. Zhou Fuxing, who had been listening nearby, suddenly jumped up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Fuxing was visibly flustered. They had clearly assigned people to monitor the Huang residence. Huang Yuntao hadn't left home recently, let alone visited any temple. Such crucial information would definitely have been reported. Unless Yang Xin was lying. Huang Yuntao hasn't stepped outside these past few days. How could he possibly have gone to any temple? As he spoke, he looked at Yun Miao with an extremely sincere gaze. He wanted to convince Yun Miao that everything he said was true, lest she think he was incompetent in his duties. Unfortunately, Yun Miao didn't even spare him a glance. Yun Miao said, "Did you hear that?" Yang Xin froze momentarily. So he was lying to me. Afraid I'd be too heartbroken, he wanted to comfort me and just grabbed some random incense to fool me. Yun Miao remained silent, but someone who recognized its worth stepped forward to speak. The soul-summoning incense is genuine. Otherwise, how could so many adorable little friends have gathered? Zhou Fuxing. Someone even more cowardly than him had appeared. Yang Xin, perhaps Yun Tao bought it earlier. Zhou Fuxing, that's not possible, Mrs. Huang. Our investigation shows he hardly left home after little Huang Yaotong passed away. When he did go out, it was only to the company. As he spoke, Zhou Fuxing grew curious too. Come to think of it, why would Mr. Huang have soul-summoning incense? Unless he prepared it beforehand, but what would he need it for? His voice was loud enough to make Yang Xion's face turn pale. Yang Xion bit her lip hard, her reddened eyes fixed straight on Yun Miao. So, are you implying you suspect my husband? Yun Miao remained silent, her gaze calm and indifferent. Yang Xion shook her head and sighed lightly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have begged you. I don't even know who you are. You have no idea about the relationship between Yun Tao and me, nor how much he adores Yao Yao. That old witch favors boys over girls, but he never did. He cherishes me and loves Yao Yao dearly. I would suspect anyone but him. Do you have some conflict with my husband? By the end, she might as well have directly accused Yun Miao of trying to drive a wedge between her and her husband. Yang Xion looked at her with suspicion. The indifference in Yun Miao's eyes gradually turned to ice. Her patience had run out. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a faint shadow slowly unfolded before her eyes. Huang Yaotong, who hadn't appeared for a long time, hugged her teddy bear and stood beside her with a carefully approaching posture. The little girl was wearing matching clothes, a pink-white long-sleeved top with opposite lapels and a horse-face skirt embroidered with cranes, her hair tied up in a bun. She looked elfin and adorable. However, her pupils were growing increasingly darker, gradually threatening to overtake the whites of her eyes. The longer one remains dead while unresolved obsessions persist, the more it gradually clouds the mind. Since Huang Yaotong died at a young age with pure thoughts, she's currently still relatively stable. Yet if left unresolved, precisely because of her young age, she might become fixated on one matter and transform into something extremely malevolent. Yun Miao waved her hand dismissively. After much contemplation, Yang Xion seemed to finally understand. I see now. My mother-in-law invited you here to ruin our marital relationship, didn't she? She's always wanted us to divorce. Since Yun Tao refused, she's using this method to make me misunderstand and initiate the divorce myself. Yang Xion currently harbored deep misunderstandings toward Yun Miao. Yun Miao spoke with her last shred of patience. The soul-summoning incense can call forth anything. The moment it ignited, all the ghost infants gathered together. Did you think they came to take revenge on your mother-in-law? No. They came to protect her. If things were truly as you described, if she had harmed her own daughter, then those ghost infants should have seized this chance to kill her. Therefore, the story you heard may not be true. As she finished speaking, the black mist completely dissipated. Sunlight broke through the clouds and fell upon Yun Miao's figure, making her appear ethereal like an immortal, bathed in golden radiance. Without glancing at Yang Xion's stunned expression, she walked out of the Huang family villa. The others scattered like frightened birds and beasts, fleeing frantically. Only Yang Xion remained standing in the sunlit courtyard, her entire body feeling as if plunged into an ice cellar. Huang Yuntao, having just comforted Mother Huang in the basement, came upstairs and embraced Yang Xan, kissing her forehead. Xin, let me take you inside to rest, alright? Yuntao. Yang Xian raised her head, her gaze cold and vacant. That day after drinking the hangover soup, did you stay in your room to rest the whole time? Zhou Fuxing followed behind Yun Miao, tracing every step she took, occasionally lifting his head to glance at Yun Miao's retreating figure. Miss Yun Miao walked with elegant poise, her back as slender and straight as a bamboo stalk. The phone vibrated once. Here it comes. Zhou Fuxing quickly opened his phone, seeing the text message from Jiang Xing. He hurried ahead of Yun Miao. Miss Yun Miao, we found Huang Yaodong's body. She's at my grandmother's place. The last 4 words were shouted in a voice that broke with emotion. After shouting, Zhou Fuxing still couldn't believe whether he'd gone mad or the world had gone mad. Damn it all. Why would anyone take little Huang Yaotong's body? Chapter 53, The Pilgrimage Hall. Not only Zhou Fuxing looked thunderstruck, the entire Zhou family seemed struck by lightning at this moment. Zhou Yuan stared at the ice coffin placed in the living room, inside which lay an exquisitely beautiful little girl. Always composed, he now felt waves of dizziness washing over him. Mother, you killed someone? Madame Zhou sat upright in her wheelchair, her expression unprecedentedly calm. The entire Zhou family knew. The calmer Madame Zhou appeared, the more unsettling it became. Butler Zhou hurried over and whispered something into Zhou Yuan's ear. Zhou Yuan sighed in relief, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Turns out the old madam only stole someone's corpse. Not murder. Though a merchant, Zhou Yuan was deeply influenced by his father's belief that prosperity should benefit all under heaven, never mind murder or arson. He hadn't even killed a chicken. Zhou Yuan bent forward. Mother, I'll return it first. Play with anything you want, just not this. Madame Zhou suddenly opened her eyes, revealing their familiar sharpness. Absolutely not. But why? Zhou Yuan couldn't comprehend. Madame Zhou gave a chilling smile. She naturally had her reasons. She would never let that woman's descendants live peacefully. Their suffering would be her suffering. And her suffering would mean Zhou Tsangshan's suffering. She wants Zhou Tsangshan to suffer even in death. It'd be best if he rides in agony in hell, otherwise how is this fair? How could she be the only one left to endure this torment? Old Madame Zhou thought, letting out a chilling laugh from her throat. Zhou Fuxing was utterly bewildered. Yun Miao raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled about why the beansprout's wife would do such a thing. What other reason could there be? Zhou Fuxing recalled what happened when grandfather passed away recently. He knew grandmother must have taken it hard and would inevitably act out. But he never imagined she'd actually steal someone's. I'll talk to father about making grandmother return the person. Zhou Fuxing hung his head, but returning isn't enough, she must apologize too. This was utterly unethical. Yun Mao wasn't particularly concerned about that. As long as Huang Yaotong's body was recovered, what intrigued her more now was discovering what had happened and how those injuries on Huang Yaotong's body came to be. When they returned to Tianqi No. 1, the Zhou family had already delivered Huang Yaotong's body. It was Zhou Yuan who personally delivered it. Zhou Fuxing waved his hand. Dad. Zhou Yuan ignored him and said to Yun Miao, Miss Yun Miao, it has already been delivered. Zhou Fuxing often feels paternal love is scarce. Yun Miao nodded and looked at the ice coffin. Her gaze examined Huang Yaotong's legs. There were wounds, with steel nails forcibly driven into the flesh, blood seeping around the nails. Zhou Fuxing drew a sharp breath. What kind of beast would do this? Yun Miao also glanced at Zhou Yuan. Her gaze was usually calm and indifferent, but now held a flicker of emotion. Zhou Yuan hastily explained, it wasn't my mother who did this. I asked, she just brought it home and I saw it immediately. There wasn't time for such things. Yun Miao remained silent. Zhou Yuan suddenly felt uneasy. This kind of unease was something he'd only ever felt facing his father before. Now facing Yun Miao, it was even stronger. Zhou Yuan said solemnly, my mother may be eccentric and reclusive, but she hasn't descended to such madness. Yun Miao nodded. Do you know where she brought it from? Pilgrim Hall. Zhou Yuan was about to explain when Zhou Fuxing suddenly slapped his forehead. So that's where it was. No wonder Jiang Xing couldn't find it. The Pilgrim Hall was a gathering place for believers. As old Madame Zhou grew older, she became increasingly withdrawn. Worried about her health from prolonged isolation, Zhou Yuan often arranged for caretakers to take her out. After several such outings, the old madam became acquainted with members of the Pilgrim Hall and began visiting every fortnight. In Zhou Yuan's view, such religious groups were undoubtedly cults, but since they didn't preach extreme views, he simply regarded it as her pastime. Besides, given the old madam's obstinate personality, if this group could actually brainwash her, Zhou Yuan would probably award them a commendation banner. Thus, without fail every half-month, the old madam would attend their lectures merely listening. When pleased, she might interject a comment or two. When displeased, she could spend the entire morning making sarcastic remarks. This became one of her few sources of amusement. According to the caretaker's account, when the old madam visited the hall and needed to use the restroom, the caretaker was wheeling her past an empty room when the old lady saw an ice coffin. Out of curiosity, she went up to take a look. Then she brought it home. There must be something incorrect in what the nanny said. because her old lady wasn't the curious type and would never bring home a coffin just because she saw one. But this was all the nanny knew. Due to issues with his father, Zhou Yuan's relationship with the old lady remained strained, and he couldn't get any answers from her. If he asked one more question, the old lady would stare at him with those sharp, sinister eyes and sneer. She kept sneering. Her sneers made Zhou Yuan have to concede defeat. Should we leave it here now? Zhou Yuan asked quietly. Zhou Fuxing noticed that when his father Zhou Yuan spoke, his back was slightly bent, his voice carrying an unconscious submissive tone. But this didn't seem unusual facing Yun Miao. Such an attitude seemed perfectly normal. Take it away. Bury it. Yun Miao was concise. Allowing the deceased to rest in peace was part of her job. Zhou Yuan instructed butler Zhou to escort the ice coffin back to the Huang family along with their men. As for the explanation, Zhou Yuan didn't need to worry about that. When everything was arranged, Yun Miao beside him had already returned, leaving only the father and son staring at each other. Zhou Yuan, take good care of Miss Yun Miao, understand? Zhou Fuxing made an okay gesture. Got it perfectly. He then put his fingers down and rubbed them lightly. Wire me some money. Ran out of allowance. Zhou Yuan wanted to smack him. The allowance is enough for me, but far from enough for Miss Yun Miao. Dad, you've got better taste than me. Take a good look at every single plant and tree here in Tianqi number 1, see how valuable they are. Zhou Yuan fell silent. Even with all his worldly experience, he'd been somewhat shocked when he first entered, though he hid it well. Understood. We mustn't show any neglect. Then wire more money. Zhou Yuan, Zhou Fuxing had come to deeply understand just how high Miss Yun Miao's standards for quality of living were. When they visited the Huang family today, even the usually decisive Miss Yun Miao had shown a moment of hesitation upon seeing the place. All because the courtyard was filled with flying ashes of spirit money. Zhou Yuan must have made quite a fortune. Zhou Fuxing finally realized his family was truly wealthy when he saw that string of zeros deposited into his account. Butler Zhou delivered both the person and the coffin to the Huang family. Facing Huang Yuntao and Yang Xian, he explained that old Mrs. Zhou was being compassionate. She couldn't bear seeing the young girl lying alone in the ice coffin, so she arranged for them to be sent over. In short, with an extravagant speech, he praised old Mrs. Zhou as the most benevolent person in heaven and on earth. After leaving, Butler Zhou immediately clasped his hands together and began murmuring something. Butler Zhou, what's wrong with you? I said some things that went against my conscience. Afraid of being struck by lightning, I'm explaining things to heaven. Chapter 54, Deception. Zhou Fuxing brought the design sent by the architect to show Yun Miao. As he reached the door, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. He decisively turned around and went to wait for Yun Miao in the courtyard. He came at an inconvenient time. The place was already occupied. The small black snake coiled up brazenly on the table, flicking its tongue as it stared hostilely at Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing didn't know whether to leave or stay, awkwardly greeting the little black snake. Hi. The little black snake. Disgust. It turned its head away, clearly expressing unwelcome toward his presence. One must understand it had just diligently cleaned the entire place, preparing for some quality alone time with Yun Miao to enjoy their human and snake domestic bliss. After some hesitation, Zhou Fuxing decided to remain seated. Since we're both Yun Miao's loyal servants, who's afraid of whom? Besides, being human, communication would undoubtedly be easier than with a mere snake. The little black snake frantically flicked its tongue. It contemplated whether it could fatally bite this tactless, detestable human. The human and snake remained locked in standoff until sunset's glow faded, with no sign of Yun Miao emerging. They exchanged glances. Something wasn't right. Zhou Fuxing stood up as the little black snake slithered down the table leg. Arriving at Yun Miao's door, they found it ajar. The woman had vanished. A man and a snake stood disheveled in the wind. Could Miss Yun Miao have encountered some danger? The little black snake frantically flicked its tongue. You're the one in danger. My lady Yun Miao is super invincible. How could she possibly be in danger? After saying this, Zhou Fuxing also realized it was impossible. If that possibility was eliminated, then only one explanation remained. Miss Yun Miao found them bothersome and didn't take them along. Yun Miao wasn't actually annoyed by them. She had genuinely forgotten about this man-snake duo at home. She wasn't a professional ferryman. She could only see spirits after death and sense their strong obsessions. What Yun Miao sensed from Huang Yaotong was a wish. So when Huang Yaotong appeared before her as a spirit, it was perfectly normal. There was no hatred or resentment. Yun Miao preferred using the process of elimination. First, she would investigate who killed Huang Yaotong to see if that would shake the foundation of the wish. At the Huang residence, Yun Miao had already deduced who the murderer of Huang Yaotong was. But the unfulfilled wish still burned intensely. Now, Huang Yaotong, due to her wish remaining unfulfilled, was gradually showing signs of being lost. Yun Miao decided to visit the Huang residence once more. The sky darkened slightly, yet the villa was plunged in complete darkness. As Yun Miao approached the entrance, she sensed a heavy presence of yin energy. Opening her umbrella, the dark aura automatically dispersed. In the Huang family's living room, Yang Xian stood confronting Huang Yuntao. Yang Xian stared at the man she once loved most. You were the one who took Yao Yao away, weren't you? Only you knew I had hidden her in the basement. Huang Yuntao closed his eyes briefly. It was me. Yang Xian hurled the teacup in her hand at him. Huang Yuntao didn't dodge, allowing his forehead to be struck and leaving a bloody mark. His eyes reddened. Xin, I know you can't accept Yao Yao's departure. Do you think I can? I took Yao Yao away to arrange memorial rites for her. Yao Yao was my daughter, I would never harm her. Then why did you lie to me? What did I lie about? Yang Xian said, about your mother and sisters. Huang Yuntao showed momentary surprise. I didn't lie. I myself wasn't entirely clear about these matters either. Didn't you learn about them from my family? Honestly, in rural areas, people only gossip behind our backs, they'd never say such things to our faces. If anything, I probably know the least about it. Yang Xian gradually remembered she had secretly overheard the neighbors when she followed Huang Yuntao back to his hometown. At that time, when she asked Huang Yuntao about it, he had said he didn't know much about these matters. Yang Xian fell silent for a moment. Then do you think everything I said was correct? Her gaze was firmly fixed on Huang Yuntao. From her expression, one could see she was afraid. She feared what that impossibly beautiful girl said this afternoon might be true, that she had misunderstood the woman they called the old witch. Yang Xian even remembered how the old witch used to treat her well before Yao Yao's birth. They were as close as sisters. Everything changed after Yao Yao was born. At that time, the old witch held Yao Yao while sitting by her bed, sighing softly. Her nerves instantly tightened after childbirth, demanding to know what she meant. The old witch said quietly, why did it have to be a girl? Girls are so useless. She immediately smashed the water cup beside her, screaming hoarsely for her to get out. Yes, everything changed from that moment. The old witch favored boys over girls, despised Yao Yao for being female, and urged her to have a second child right after her postpartum recovery. She disagreed, yet the old witch kept urging her repeatedly. Their relationship grew increasingly frosty. What's more, after hearing about these incidents in Huang Yuntao's village, she never let the old witch stay alone with Yao Yao again. As for why she was careless that day, it was because Huang Yuntao came home dead drunk, clutching her hand and complaining about stomach pain. Her heart ached for him, and when the old witch asked to go out, she let her guard down momentarily. Huang Yuntao held her in his arms. I don't know, Xin. Whether it was her or not, it's all in the past now. What happened to your sisters might be in the past, but Yao Yao's case isn't. I know. If she did it, I won't show mercy. I won't let my daughter's murderer go free. Yang Xian's stiff, frozen limbs finally felt some relief, and warmth gradually returned to her heart. Huang Yuntao was her husband, Yao Yao's father. She shouldn't have doubted him today. Yang Xian asked softly, when did you take Yao Yao away? It was the day you weren't feeling well. Yang Xian couldn't remember which day. Ever since Yao Yao passed away, Yang Xian hadn't felt well any day. Which day was it after Yao Yao's passing? The 7th day. Yang Xian sighed, you should have told me earlier, on the 7th day. Yang Xian's voice suddenly cut off, her gentle eyes gradually widening as fear slowly surfaced. The 7th day after Yao Yao's death. That day, he hadn't gone out at all. In fact, no one had left their house. Because that day, after watching Yao Yao's old videos in the monitoring room, she had sat there dazed, the display screen directly facing the front door, and she had stared blankly at the door the entire day. Therefore, Huang Yuntao was lying. Why would he lie to her? A chill ran down Yang Xian's spine, though her voice remained gentle. Speaking of which, when I asked you earlier whether you'd gone out on the day Yao Yao died, you never answered me. No. Huang Yuntao, I had a stomachache and was sleeping in my room the whole time. Until you pushed open my door, don't you remember? I was still sleeping when you came in. Yes, I remember. She remembered. She remembered Huang Yuntao had been wearing black pajamas when sleeping, but when she went to call him, he was wearing white ones. Chapter 55. Heaven's justice won't spare you. Once trust begins to crack, it quickly crumbles completely. Yang Xian gripped her slightly trembling fingers. Alright, stop overthinking. I've asked Mom. She went to the temple to burn incense today because someone told her Yao Yao's soul hasn't reincarnated and it's affecting our future children. You know how superstitious she is, don't get angry because of her. I know. Huang Yuntao was surprised. Usually Yang Xian would have flown into a rage upon hearing such words, but this time she just responded meekly. Venting intense emotions for too long can be exhausting. Huang Yuntao pushed up his slipping glasses and comforted Yang Xian for a while longer. Yang Xian responded to each reassurance until late at night when Huang Yuntao urged her to rest. Yang Xian shook her head, saying she wanted to stay with Yao Yao. Yao Yao lay in the ice coffin placed in the living room. Huang Yuntao couldn't persuade her otherwise and went to rest alone. After Huang Yuntao left, Yang Xian suddenly collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily with her chest heaving violently, like a fish out of water. When she began suspecting Huang Yuntao, some previously unnoticed details started magnifying infinitely in her mind. But her husband had always appeared loving toward her and Yao Yao, so she could only think of 3 suspicious points. First was the 2 instances just now he had lied about the time he took Yao Yao away. On the day Yao Yao died, he should have been out. Another was about the story concerning Mother Huang. Huang Yuntao had just portrayed himself as completely innocent, but was he truly innocent? When he took me back to the village, he told me not to listen to gossip, especially his mother's. I wasn't interested in these matters originally, but only after he mentioned them did I start paying attention to village gossip. Now that I think about it, how could it be such a coincidence that I heard everything about Mother Huang? When something is too coincidental, it's intentional. Thinking of this, Yang Xian felt her entire body stiffen. She didn't want to suspect Huang Yuntao, but after distancing herself from the situation, he was indeed the most suspicious one. Because on the day Yao Yao had the accident, he was supposed to be away from home. Therefore, regarding Yao Yao's death, he wasn't as innocent as he claimed. Ah, my head hurts so much. Yang Xian clutched her head, struggling. After you finish crying, let's get down to business. Yang Xian heard a cold voice sound in the living room. She abruptly looked up and saw Yun Miao standing there, dressed in Republican-era Western-style clothing. The beige top tightened at the waist, fastened with a thin brown belt secured by a metallic buckle, accentuating her slender figure. Below was a matching long skirt. Gripping the umbrella handle, she let its tip slide along the ground as she circled the ice crown. Yang Xian recognized her immediately as the one who had come today. It was also her who had given the warning. Did you know Yao Yao? Yang Xian stared at her. Yun Miao slightly raised her eyebrows. She hadn't been mistaken. Yang Xian wasn't stupid. Yun Miao's silence was taken as tacit confirmation by Yang Xian. From the moment she saw Yun Miao today, she had known this woman was different. That's why she chose to beg for her help. Only, she'd been foolish to say those things earlier. Yun Miao had always been direct. I'm here to fulfill her dying wish. You'd do better to think carefully about what wishes she might have wanted fulfilled. Yang Xian's eyes reddened. Does fulfilling her wish mean she'll have to leave? Can we not fulfill it? I don't want her to go. Even if I can't see her, just knowing she's here would be enough. Yun Miao looked at her gaze gradually turning cold. Yang Xian's heart skipped a beat as she realized she had said something foolish. Clearly, this person before her didn't want to hear stupid remarks. Yao Yao died suddenly. She must have wanted to avenge herself. Yang Xian clenched her hands tightly, gradually putting on a mask of determination. This is also my wish. But I still don't believe he did it. Even if I suspect him, I still don't understand why he would do such a thing. He has no motive. Without motive, all suspicions can be overturned. Yang Xian began struggling again, her face gradually showing happiness. He treated me well, treated Yao Yao well too. How could he possibly kill Yao Yao? He personally told me he only wanted Yao Yao, no second child. He even said he wanted to be with me through all changes, to give me the happiest family. As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly flushed, her face becoming more excited. She even glared at Yun Miao with hatred. It's you. Why did you tell me these things? Are you trying to destroy my happiness? As she spoke, she rushed towards Yun Miao, making as if to push her. Yun Miao raised her hand, pointing the tip of her held umbrella at Yang Xian, who immediately froze in place, though the flush on her face grew increasingly deeper. Yun Miao opened her umbrella. The white umbrella ribs turned blood red. From each rib tip, red threads emerged as if coming to life, drifting upwards towards the second floor. Then, Yun Miao heard piercing, terrifying wails. Yun Miao sat on the sofa as an eerie wind howled outside the window. She closed her eyes, listening to those chilling wails. Her fingers lightly tapped against the sofa. Half an hour later, the red threads retracted, bringing back a blood-soaked man wrapped within them, Huang Yuntao. Huang Yuntao had lost all traces of his previous scholarly elegance. Pitifully thrown to the ground, he stared fearfully at the umbrella before desperately kowtowing to Yun Miao. Spare me, spare my life. Mother Huang stumbled forward, picking up a flower pot from the ground to hurl. How dare you hurt my son? I'll kill you. Her face was similarly flushed with abnormal excitement. Yun Miao glanced at Huang Yuntao, who cowered and shouted, "Stop." Mother Huang immediately froze in place. Huang Yuntao commanded again, "Kneel." This time, not only Mother Huang, but even Yang Xian knelt down as well. Nightmare ghost. Yun Miao's gaze fell upon him. Huang Yuntao pressed his forehead to the ground. "Have mercy, my lord. Lift the control." With each word Yun Miao spoke, Huang Yuntao trembled. He immediately released his control over Yang Xian and Mother Huang. The flushed and excited faces of the two gradually returned to normal. Yang Xian took a deep breath, a trace of confusion flashing through her eyes. Wasn't she just speaking a moment ago? After saying this is my wish too, how did she suddenly end up kneeling here? Old Mother Huang's expression was much more numb, motionless. Yun Miao lightly raised her hand. Kill it. The red threads tightened. Huang Yuntao, terrified, kept kowtowing. Spare me, spare me. Please give me one more chance. I promise to be a good ghost and never harm people again. Yang Xian stared in shock at Huang Yuntao, trembling like a sieve. Is this really her husband? Yun Miao lowered her eyes, devoid of any emotion. If there was any, it was only boundless indifference. Seeing the threads continue to tighten, the nightmare ghost screamed in terror. I'm innocent. What right do you have to kill me? Those I killed were all my own children. I gave them life in the first place, so taking it back is only natural. You have no reason to kill me. If you kill me, the heavenly Tao won't let you off. Chapter 56, The Dream Demon. The Dream Demon. It was not a ghost, but rather a benevolent mountain spirit. A mountain spirit born in the wilds yet yearning for human society. Years after its birth, the dream demon encountered a dying man in the mountains. The dying man willingly offered his face, begging the spirit to leave the mountains and fulfill his filial duties. Already longing for the human world, the dream demon honored its promise and descended as Huang Dashan. Before Huang Dashan's mother passed away, her final wish was to see him married. To let her depart without regrets, the dream demon took a wife. After the marriage, perhaps out of joy, Huang Dashan's mother didn't pass immediately but instead lingered painfully on her sickbed for several more years. The dream demon remained in the human world, living happily and peacefully with his wife as they welcomed a daughter. As its time among humans lengthened, the dream demon grew increasingly reluctant to return to the lonely mountains. Each day it feared that when Huang Dashan's mother finally died, its bargain would be complete. This borrowed human face would peel away, forcing it to revert to its true form and return to the wilderness. He refused. The human world offered endless joys. He desired to remain in the mortal realm forever. To this end, he employed various methods to delay the death of Huang Dashan's mother. But all things must end. On the day Huang Dashan's mother passed, his flesh split open as he transformed into a nightmare demon. He hid everywhere, unwilling to return to the mountains. At his most desperate moment, he encountered a Taoist priest who revealed to him a method to remain in the human world permanently. Slaughter living beings to create karma, father a child, then possess its body. Thus, the nightmare demon returned home, using demonic arts to compel Mother Huang to kill their eldest daughter. Then came the second daughter, the third, the fourth, the fifth until Huang Yuntao was born, whom he possessed to become Huang Yuntao. The nightmare demon believed he had completely become human, living as an ordinary person in this world. He studied diligently, progressing all the way to university where he met Yang Xin, love at first sight, commitment upon second meeting. They married and had a child, giving birth to Huang Yaotong. Mother Huang suddenly remembered the 5 daughters she had lost. She recalled the heart-wrenching pain of waking up to see her daughters brutally murdered. This agony persisted until Huang Yuntao was born. He didn't meet a tragic death upon birth. This was why she would say, if only it were a son. Mother Huang loved Yao Yao dearly. Seeing Yao Yao was like seeing all her lost daughters, and she wished to give the child everything she had. But the more she loved, the more she feared. The scenes of those cruel murders haunted her, and she feared Yang Xian might suffer the same fate as her. Then she thought, if only she could bear a son, all this would end. She believed only bearing a son could prevent the tragedy. Especially after Huang Yaotong's death, Mother Huang couldn't rest day or night. She became convinced that only bearing a son could delay the tragedy. When temple priests told her Huang Yaotong wouldn't reincarnate and the Huang family would have no descendants, her panic grew worse. Immediately sought someone to perform an exorcism. As for why, Mother Huang couldn't articulate her feelings. She could only say it was all for the sake of the Huang family's descendants. Yun Miao extracted his memories, and Yang Xian felt sick to her stomach after watching them. Overcoming her fear, she stepped forward and grabbed Huang Yuntao by the collar. Where's Yao Yao? Did you kill Yao Yao? Why? Why would you kill Yao Yao? Weren't you already human? I didn't want to become a nightmare ghost. I wanted to be human. I must be human. Huang Yuntao seemed dazed. I met him again. He said I'd been in the human world too long, and if I didn't fix myself, I would still turn into a nightmare ghost. Chapter 57, Meddling in Others' Affairs. Yang Xian looked at her husband's frenzied expression and wished she could kill him. So you killed Yao Yao? Originally it should have been her doing the killing. Yang Xian said, your mother. So you deliberately let me know about her past. Huang Yuntao spoke cruelly. Yes, I had already planned how to torture and kill her, how to control her while slicing off her flesh piece by piece. He said only by using the most sinister methods could I maintain this form longer. Never expected everything was interrupted when I suddenly turned into a nightmare ghost. I was terrified. Wrapping myself in a coat, I jumped out the window to find Yao Yao. Fortunately, just before being discovered, I found her. I made her hold her breath bit by bit, and at the brink of suffocation, I showed her the most terrifying visions to scare her to death. I regained human form and was overjoyed, though it's a pity Yao Yao died too easily. It couldn't last long. He told me to deliver the corpse to Chaotang Temple where he could tamper with it, ensuring Yao Yao would never reincarnate but become a vengeful spirit condemned to the 18th hell. This way I could last long enough for you to bear me another child. Huang Yuntao looked at her tenderly. It would be best to have a son. Then Xinshin, you'll become my mother. Yang Xian suddenly slapped him, enunciating each word clearly. I'll kill you. Huang Yuntao, I didn't know possession would turn me into a nightmare ghost. Had I known, I would have sought other women to bear children outside. Then I might not have touched Yao Yao. Yang Xian stared at him fixedly, her body trembling. Huang Yuntao turned to Yun Miao, fear spreading across his face. I never harmed others, only killed my own child. I'm not guilty. You truly can't kill me, it would violate the heavenly Tao. Yun Miao waited until he finished speaking before uttering lightly, the heavenly Tao. What nonsense is that? Crimson threads tightened, piercing Huang Yuntao through countless times. His human skin gradually peeled away, revealing the blackened, hideous nightmare ghost within. Nightmare ghost. Originally pure-hearted mountain spirits. Pure-hearted means blank slates. When they interact with humans and get stained with various colors, they transform into the complete opposite. Pure evil. Yang Xian collapsed onto the ground, feeling nothing but absurdity. The person she had lived with for years wasn't even human to begin with. She wanted to cry, yet felt only deep sorrow in her chest. Yun Miao gazed at the ominous mist outside. After the nightmare ghost possessed its victim, she truly hadn't realized Huang Yuntao had been replaced by the ghost. When she arrived at the villa tonight, she recalled catching a whiff of rotting flesh in Huang family's courtyard. Though nightmare ghosts are innately benign, once they take human lives, they emit corpse odor when feeling triumphant. This afternoon, Yang Xian's desperate accusations against Mother Huan, that was precisely the scene he wanted to witness. It was all his design. He took pride in his scheme, and thus revealed his true nature. Yun Miao stood up. She came today to deal with the nightmare ghost. Fulfilling Huang Yaotong's wish would come later. Huang Yaotong's wish wasn't to be found here. Leaving the Huang family villa, Yun Miao found the residential area still haunted by eerie winds, a clear sign of supernatural disturbances. But what concern was that of hers? She never involved herself in others' affairs. Yun Miao walked away under her umbrella, brushing past Shen Yangji, who was approaching. Shen Yangji was still wearing his loose black robe with a black hood that concealed his entire face in darkness, revealing only his eyes. He walked very slowly, like an old man on his last legs. On the other side, Yun Miao didn't even spare him a glance. After they passed each other, Shen Yangji turned back to look. Then he calmly lowered his eyes and continued forward. She seems to have ruined your plans again, hee. But she won't even look at you. A small head emerged from Shen Yangji's collar, its little face showing an evil grin as it whispered like a demon, hee, she doesn't look at you, she doesn't even remember you. Shen Yangji raised his hand, his fingers long and pale, and slowly pinched the small head, applying slight pressure. The little head let out an extremely piercing scream. The surrounding mist grew thicker, so dark it was nearly impossible to see. The small head retracted slightly inward, visibly weaker yet with eyes growing more venomous, its widening grin stretching further. You're getting flustered, hee. Having said this, its eyes closed shut. Its already pale complexion turned ghastly white as it collapsed limply against Shen Yangji's lapel. The sharp claws seemed particularly displeased, clutching at his clothes and revealing his porcelain white collarbone. Shen Yangji continued walking, his grotesquely strange face devoid of any expression. At the street corner, he produced a paper pattern from his sleeve. On closer inspection, it revealed an exquisitely crafted little Western-style dress. With a flick of his wrist, it spontaneously ignited without flame. Yun Miao stepped through the main gate, her eyes gradually capturing the neon lights while the sounds of bustling traffic leapt at her ears. Behind her loomed dense black mist, the same location yet starkly different, as if cleaved apart. Before her gradually materialized a little girl. She stood there quietly with bowed head, none of her former liveliness remaining. She had changed clothes again. She wore the same style of little Western dress and leather shoes, the only difference being her hair wasn't tied up. The neck area had already begun turning black. Without needing to look further, Yun Miao could imagine the little girl's face being similarly eroded by resentment. A child's spirit gets corrupted remarkably fast. At first she might have been fine, because initially she didn't understand what death meant, nor that she had died. When she finally realized something was wrong, that's often when the greatest pain comes, and resentment finds its easiest foothold. Yun Miao examined the outfit identical to her own. She recalled that some spirit concealers would make clothes for spirits. She'd once taken on a mission where, driven by obsession, the spirit preferred complete dissipation over reincarnation, not out of desire for revenge, but simply to keep wearing countless beautiful dresses. Yun Miao had found a spirit concealer to make many outfits for her. Huang Yaotong's current ensemble did somewhat resemble that particular spirit concealer's craftsmanship. Miss Yun Miao. Yun Miao turned her head and saw Zhou Fuxing waving at her. Feeling slightly self-conscious, she coughed. What a coincidence, are you out for late-night snacks too? No, I'm out to kill someone. Zhou Fuxing. He, Miss Yun Miao, you're quite the joker. With that serious expression of yours, I almost believed you. As Zhou Fuxing spoke, he noticed Yun Miao's expression remained completely unchanged. His eyes widened. Are you really going to kill someone? Yun Miao, Who? Zhou Fuxing asked curiously. Who could possibly warrant Yun Miao's personal attention? Huang Yuntao. Zhou Fuxing, him. Wait, was it Huang Yuntao who killed Huang Yaotong? Yun Miao didn't continue speaking. She glanced at Zhou Fuxing, who wore an expression of pure curiosity. Noticing her gaze, Zhou Fuxing blinked, only then realizing Miss Yun Miao had actually initiated so much conversation with him. Had he become even more handsome today? Yun Miao withdrew her gaze and continued walking along the neon-lit bridge. You're different from Duya. Zhou Fuxing followed behind her, nervously asking, "What's different? What was different? Was he not attentive enough, or did he not serve well enough? Ha! Would Miss Yun Miao dislike him and not let him stay by her side?" Yun Miao, temperament. Zhou Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't about him not serving well enough. Duya is very emotional while you are very rational. Zhou Fuxing, really? But Grandpa did say that my nature is cold, completely unlike my surface appearance. Though I don't feel it, I think I'm very enthusiastic, outgoing, and lively. The river breeze blew past, making Yun Miao's skirt flutter. Yun Miao remained silent. Zhou Fuxing felt somewhat uneasy for some reason. He had a feeling these few minutes of Miss Yun Miao's silence would determine his future. What was wrong with his temperament? His grandfather often told him that he seemed affectionate but was actually heartless, unlike him. But Grandpa said he liked this temperament of his because it resembled someone. That someone appeared heartless and was truly heartless. Zhou Fuxing didn't know if the person Grandpa mentioned was Miss Yun Miao. "You can stay by my side." When they reached the highest point of the bridge, Yun Miao spoke softly. Zhou Fuxing abruptly straightened his chest, feeling an inexplicable warmth spread through it, as if entrusted with some extraordinary mission. "Really? Have I passed some kind of test?" "Judging from your recent performance," Yun Miao glanced at him, "clearly not." The previously blossoming Zhou Fuxing wilted slightly. "Then why are you allowing me to stay with you?" "Your personality suits." "Personality?" Zhou Fuxing raised his head in contemplation. Indeed he was lively, enthusiastic, and generous. Even Miss Yun Miao had given her approval. Yun Miao didn't elaborate further. The reason Zhou Fuxing was suitable was because he barely showed emotional fluctuations. He constantly displayed various emotions, yet his eyes remained perpetually calm, like a pool of still water. When Dia died, he hadn't shown grief. Today, when hearing about her killing someone, he hadn't displayed fear. Such a person was suitable for handling her affairs. "Where is the Chaosheng Hall?" "In the Third Ring Road, about half an hour from here." "Shall we go now?" Yun Miao gave an affirmative hum. Zhou Fuxing lowered his head to send a message on his phone. Soon, a Bentley pulled up before them. Yun Miao got in the car. Zhou Fuxing had the driver step out, turned on the navigation, and headed toward the pilgrimage hall. Yun Miao closed her eyes to rest. Zhou Fuxing turned the music volume down and drove steadily. They had expected a fierce battle tonight, but unexpectedly, the pilgrimage hall seemed to have received advance notice. The entire church was completely deserted. Zhou Fuxing stared at the pilgrimage hall, where not even a table remained. Should I investigate this?" "You won't find anything." Yun Miao turned on her heel and walked away. "Follow." Zhou Fuxing trotted obediently behind her, feeling they were giving up too easily. The next second, boom! The entire pilgrimage hall was blown to ruins just as he and Miss Yun Miao stepped out of the explosion's range. Yun Miao raised her umbrella to shield against the approaching dust. Zhou Fuxing patted his chest. "Running away is one thing, but why blow up the house too? Absolutely no manners, simply outrageous. If I catch them, I definitely won't let them get away with it." "Yun Miao, I did it." Zhou Fuxing, well, Miss Yun Miao, you must have had your reasons. It was an excellent explosion indeed. Yun Miao thought. This was Huang Yaotong's wish. Chapter 58. The worst off Zhou Tsongshan. Yun Miao glanced to the side. Huang Yaotong stood beside her, the black aura around her gradually diminishing. She raised her head, her pitch-black irises slowly lightening as she looked blankly at Yun Miao, then at the exploded building before them. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with light as she clapped her hands joyfully. Huang Yaotong had originally faked her death. After being sent to the Pilgrim Hall by Huang Yuntao, she remained in a comatose state. While comatose, Huang Yaotong met many children who played and fooled around with her. But every night at midnight, they would begin to suffer. They begged Huang Yaotong to avenge them and also hoped there would never be places like Chaosheng Hall again. Little Huang Yaotong remembered this wish, and after she was sacrificed to death, it took root in her heart. A child's wish is always stubborn. Perhaps it was because this was the collective wish of many children that it found its way to Yun Miao. Yun Miao watched Huang Yaotong's figure growing increasingly faint, then instructed Zhou Fuxing, "Investigate who founded Chaosheng Hall and what's behind it. Handle it." Zhou Fuxing didn't dare mention he'd never dealt with this kind of matter before. He could only kneel slide and say yes. Then he bowed his head to send messages in the group chat. "Floating Life 1T Live, good brother at Lu Yang. Lu Yang. Lu Yang, don't be disgusting. Just say it. Floating Life 1T Live, investigate who founded Chaosheng Hall and any shady business behind it. Handle it. Lu Yang can't investigate." Zhou Fuxing's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Lu Yang, the people behind Chaosheng Hall are quite powerful. Zhou Fuxing's heart skipped another beat, feeling like he was turning into a character from melodramatic literature. If Lu Yang said someone was formidable, then they must be truly exceptional. He tentatively asked, "What if I insist on investigating?" Lu Yang replied bluntly, "Your Zhou family can't afford to provoke them. But," he added, "if it's Miss Yun Miao who wants to investigate, that would be permissible. Miss Yun Miao can afford to provoke them." Lu Yang directly called back, chuckling nonchalantly. Weren't you just asking me today who dealt with the people at Tianqi-One's entrance? I said it wasn't me, then tried to investigate only to get warned by my father. Care to guess who it might be? Zhou Fuxing looked at Yun Miao before him. She appeared cool and detached, yet mysteriously profound. Indifferent to everything, her actions since appearance seemed like she was silently completing some unknown mission. He could imagine that without these undisclosed tasks, Miss Yun Miao probably wouldn't even be here. Lu Yang continued, of course she can afford it. I reasonably suspect there's nobody she can't afford to provoke. That's why I dare work for her. Zhou Fuxing, what about your father? Lu Yang let out a low chuckle. He probably wants to work for her even more than I do. Zhou Fuxing hesitated. Previously, when he had Lu Yang handle matters, although it was said to be for Miss Yun Miao, it didn't actually involve Miss Yun Miao herself. What Lu Yang meant was, to work for Miss Yun Miao, one needed her personal instruction. This way, any issues would directly involve Miss Yun Miao, and if anything went wrong, Miss Yun Miao would be there to handle it. Zhou Fuxing thought how wonderful it would be if Lu Yang could work for Miss Yun Miao. But unfortunately, his opinion carried no weight. As Zhou Fuxing was still hesitating how to phrase it, Yun Miao's cool voice sounded in his ear, agree to it. There was no need for Zhou Fuxing to relay the message. Lu Yang on the other end had already heard it. He laughed, received. After hanging up, Lu Yang sent a message to his father, done. Old man Lu immediately called back, she agreed. MHM. Excellent, excellent. You must follow her instructions carefully. This Miss Yun is clearly no ordinary person. Lu Yang, I don't need you to tell me that. Besides, this is my business. I'll do it only if I want to, not because of you. Understand? Father Lu, fine, then do it well. Remember, Miss Yun just appeared. It's only because you met her early that you can stay by her side to work. If it were later, those people would definitely want to place someone by her side. Lu Yang became interested. Oh, I couldn't find out any information about her. I only heard people say that among those who used to follow her, Zhou Tsangshan was the least successful. Lu Yang fell silent. Father Lu, sounds shocking, doesn't it? Of course it's shocking. Zhou Tsangshan being unsuccessful. If Zhou Tsangshan is considered unsuccessful, then how successful must those who did well be? Lu Yang couldn't imagine, and didn't dare to imagine. After hanging up on Father Lu, Lu Yang looked at the information about the Pilgrim Hall on his computer, made arrangements via phone, and chose to go to sleep instead of going to Celestial Revelation number 1 immediately. Lu Yang slept until dawn before slowly waking up. The slanting sunlight fell upon him, and as he looked at the glaring rays, a layer of fine sweat beaded on his forehead. He had dreamed last night. Most of the plot had been forgotten. But he remembered that Yun Miao was in the dream, and above Yun Miao, there was a beast almost capable of devouring heaven and earth. No, that wasn't a beast. Lu Yang couldn't quite articulate what that thing was, but just one glance had shattered his soul. Even after waking up, his body still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Yang sent a message to Zhou Fuxing, asking him to pack 3 breakfasts from Wanman. He arrived at Tianqi number 1 just in time for the 8 a.m. schedule. Zhou Fuxing opened the door for him, placing a finger to his lips with a show, lowering his voice. Miss Yun Miao is meditating with her eyes closed. Keep your voice down. Seeing the nervous expression on Zhou Fuxing's face, Lu Yang raised an eyebrow and consciously slowed his footsteps. Following Zhou Fuxing into Tianqi number 1, Lu Yang saw the rare flowers in the courtyard and thought to himself, good thing he hadn't brought any flowers. After walking a few more steps, Lu Yang spotted a particularly unfriendly black snake coiled on the path. It was frantically flicking its tongue at him. Lu Yang. He wasn't exactly afraid of snakes, but humans automatically develop a genetic fear of such elongated creatures as they grow up, so he was somewhat stunned for a moment. He tapped Zhou Fuxing with the back of his hand. The ecosystem here seems quite lively. Zhou Fuxing glanced at the little black snake. Oh, this one's not local, probably crawled down from the mountains. Want me to handle it? No need, it's quite friendly. Look how fast it's flicking its tongue, clearly welcoming your arrival. Lu Yang sounded skeptical. Fast tongue flicking means welcome. Zhou Fuxing, of course. Haven't you seen puppies do the same? When dogs see people, they stick out their tongues. They're both animals, their happy expressions shouldn't differ much. The little black snake's tongue flicked even faster now, its pupils completely vertical slits. I am not a dog. This is not a happy tongue. The snake thought angrily. The little black snake wished it could bite them both. Unlike Zhou Fuxing, Lu Yang wasn't fooled into thinking the snake was actually pleased. So he avoided it, while Zhou Fuxing boldly stepped over, allowing the little black snake to slither up his pants leg and climb all the way to his shoulder, glaring at him furiously. Are you insane? Why did you bring another person here to compete for favor? Detestable. It was no longer the only one by Lord Yun Miao's side. Seeing the little black snake's pupils narrow into vertical slits, Zhou Fuxing patted its head understandingly. Be good, don't be afraid, he won't hurt you. The previous afternoon, when neither of them could wait for Yun Miao, Zhou Fuxing decided to go look for him, with the little black snake hesitantly following. When Zhou Fuxing got into the car, the little black snake raised its head in astonishment. You have such fine things now. Zhou Fuxing looked at the little black snake on the ground. The little black snake immediately turned its head away. Zhou Fuxing got down and carried the little black snake up, where it deftly slithered into his clothes. Man and snake suddenly reached an understanding with each other. But this didn't mean the little black snake would accept the newcomer. The little black snake shook its head and moved away from his palm. Lu Yang didn't mind the snake's glaring attack, behaving as if he were at home. He went to the kitchen to fetch plates and bowls, arranging the food on them. By the time everything was ready, Yun Miao had just finished resting. She wore simple home clothes, a slanting crescent moon white robe tied delicately at the waist, exuding an air of slender elegance. She glanced at the breakfast. Only then did she sit down contentedly to eat. The little black snake's eyes turned red with anxiety nearby. This newcomer also seemed to know how to capture Miss Yun Miao's appetite. Damn it! Its position was in jeopardy. Lu Yang had actually acted without ulterior motives. He had just bought these casually on his way here, knowing her high standards, purchasing them from Wanman. After all, it was a century-old establishment, so the flavor was naturally guaranteed. Zhou Fuxing and Lu Yang ate with her. All three had excellent manners, eating unhurriedly and gracefully. After the meal, Zhou Fuxing played with the bowls and tossed a broom to Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the broom and the eager Zhou Fuxing, then resigned himself to his fate. After all, he had come willingly, and coming here meant being a servant. Resigned, Lu Yang swept, mopped, then followed Zhou Fuxing to prune flowers and weed. After tidying everything, he had to wash thoroughly to ensure no dust remained. Yun Miao was obsessive about cleanliness. While bathing, Zhou Fuxing casually washed the little black snake too. Little black snake, humans still deserve to die. Die, die, die. When everything was prepared, Yun Miao sat in the living room digesting her meal, flipping through foreign literature. Zhou Fuxing noticed Miss Yun Miao was reading entirely in English. Though nothing about Yun Miao could surprise him anymore, seeing her rustic clothing while reading English created a strangely discordant impression. After working all morning, Lu Yang sat catching his breath on the opposite sofa when Yun Miao spoke two words. Speak, Lu Yang. He produced printed documents. These are all the files about the Pilgrim Hall. It's indeed a cult. Yun Miao flipped through her book without giving him any response. Lu Yang smiled faintly. Watching Yun Miao's action, he wondered if this was how he appeared in his subordinates' eyes, whispering reports while occasionally glancing at their boss. Yun Miao was even more indifferent than him. He continued, on the surface it's a place of faith, but behind the scenes they're harming children. Zhou Fuxing, for what reason? Sacrifice. The children being sacrificed were all provided by believers. That's why there were never any police reports. This evil cult had never been shut down. Yun Miao, sacrificed to whom? Lu Yan, a stone statue. They told believers it was Lady Ruoshi. After giving children to Lady Ruoshi, the children would become her attendant boys and girls. So those sacrificing children didn't consider it murder. Instead, they believed life was full of suffering, and the children would live more happily by Lady Ruoshi's side. Zhou Fuxing made a sound of understanding. How stupid. Lu Yang said, there are many cults like this, and no shortage of brainwashed followers. I've already sent people to handle it. As they were speaking, someone called. Lu Yang answered the phone, and his expression grew somewhat peculiar as he listened to the report. He then hung up and raised his eyebrows with a smile. It's been taken care of. Impressive. Your people are getting more capable. Lu Yang laughed. It wasn't my people who handled it. Then who was it? Lu Yang glanced at Yun Miao. Not sure. Zhou Fuxing suddenly had an epiphany and understood. It must have been those others who took action, the people Lu Yang had mentioned earlier. A sense of relief welled up in Lu Yang's heart. Fortunately, the news of their intervention had just arrived, otherwise he wouldn't have had an excuse to stay by Yun Miao's side. Lu Yang found little interest in most things, but he felt that staying near Yun Miao would make this world much more fascinating. As Yun Miao's morning reading time concluded, a figure gradually materialized before her. Huang Yaotong stood by the sofa, tilting her head as she looked at Yun Miao. Yun Miao knew she was about to leave. Yesterday she hadn't succumbed to corruption again, yet couldn't depart because her wish hadn't been truly fulfilled. Now that it's completed, it's also time for her to leave. Yun Miao glanced at her, then closed her eyes to give them some rest. Nobody knew where the Taoist priest mentioned by Huang Yuntao had gone, nor who the sole tailor capable of making clothes for Huang Yaotong's spirit was. Why had Shen Yangji, who had confined Huang Yaotong, released her? What about the heavy Yin energy at the villa district last night, and the shrine of sacred journey worshipping stone Lady Rue? There were still many inexplicable things. Yun Miao had no intention of solving any of these mysteries. She came down the mountain to complete her mission, not to save the world. When she opened her eyes again, Huang Yaotong had already disappeared. In her place stood a man covered in blood, his arms and legs broken, mouth opening as if trying to say something, but only streams of blood kept pouring out. A striking headline appeared online. Maple Forest Villas Massacre. It exploded across the entire internet. Not because of anything else, but because the victims were actor Liang Wei and his family. The manner of death was extremely horrifying. Although the police tried to conceal it, rumors still leaked out. Liang Wei had been dismembered. Fans stirred up a storm online, demanding the police solve the case quickly. The police were under immense pressure and equally infuriated. No one expected the murderer to be so ruthless, not even sparing children. The online uproar over Liang Wei's case overshadowed Ling Yun's mental breakdown. Only a few people closely following the case noticed. Those who paid attention did so not for Ling Yun but because of Yun Miao. Could it be that the scammer failed and went mad with rage? Or maybe he was scared out of his mind. Netizens were puzzled, as were the young people who did live streams with him. How could someone be frightened into insanity? Yesterday's scene was scary, but not that bad. After all, nothing ultimately happened, right? He wanted to ask, but Ling Yun couldn't answer anything. He just kept trembling in the corner, covering his face. I didn't see anything. The door suddenly burst open, causing Ling Yun to scream and try to crawl under the bed. The police officer grabbed him as he struggled frantically. I didn't see anything. Nothing. Ling Yun raised his head, revealing eyes that had turned into bloody holes. Chapter 59, The Massacre Case. Even the experienced officer was severely frightened when he suddenly saw such eyes. He barely managed to steady his nerves. Ling Yun kept repeating, I didn't see anything. As he kept speaking, blood started pouring from his empty eye sockets, then from his ears, nose, mouth, and finally from the top of his head flowing out like water. The officer's hand trembled slightly, but he didn't dare move. After a long while, Ling Yun's body tilted and collapsed to the ground, dried up like a mummy. The scene was extremely shocking, so much so that everyone present found it hard to breathe. Soon, a senior officer entered from outside, his eyes scanning the room. It seems Ling Yun saw the perpetrator of the Liang family massacre. They had visited every household in the villa area, but found nothing. However, someone from the Huang family also died, reportedly named Huang Yuntao, but this case has no connection to the Liang family. After investigating people entering and exiting the villa area, it was found that Ling Yun had indeed gone there at night. What a pity, he died too quickly. The senior police officer said, not too quickly, but at just the right moment. Never mind. He turned to the pale-faced young man beside him. Do you know why Ling Yun went to Maple Forest Villa last night? The young man shook his head. His live stream went wrong yesterday. Many fans called him a fraud, and no one listened to his explanations. The fans said they'd believe him only if he dared to visit the Huang family at midnight, so he went. I just found out about this from my phone. I never expected that after just one visit he ended up like this. The senior officer arranged for Ling Yun's body to be taken away and had the young man escorted for further questioning about what else he might know. Only after leaving the room did the strong scent of blood finally fade. The senior officer lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. The young policeman followed behind. Master, Ling Yun's manner of death is the same as the Liang family members. The older policeman remained silent. It's identical to the other Liang family cases, just different from Liang Wei's case. Liang Wei had all 4 limbs severed. But the Huang family also had one death. Wasn't that done by the same perpetrator as the Liang family massacre? The older policeman exhaled smoke. The Huang family case never even reached our department. That seems to be true. The young policeman sounded surprised. The older policeman chuckled. Last midnight, a special team suddenly arrived from above. Those people were clearly different from us. They directly took over the Huang family case, keeping it extremely tight. It's not something we can interfere with. And this Liang family case will likely be transferred from our hands too. As he predicted, when he returned to the station, they received notification of case transfer. Watching several police officers in uniform stride confidently into the room, the young policeman asked, Master, how did you know? Because in this world, some cases are within our capacity to handle, and some are not. This clearly isn't one we can handle. Fine then. Judging from the online public opinion, the pressure is too great. As soon as the door closed, the female officer who had been standing ramrod straight spread out the documents and photos on the table. Look at this, just look. What kind of creature could have done this? Have any of you seen anything like it before? Yang Wei, I understand this is your first mission, but stop acting like you've never seen the world before, the man beside her said with a laugh. Yang Wei glared at the man but couldn't think of a retort. This really was her first mission. The assignment had come suddenly. She'd still been sleeping when her grandmother literally kicked her out of bed. So in a daze, she had entered the Liang residence and seen the Liang family members who had been drained of blood. Even now, she still hadn't fully processed it. After some thought, Yang Wei decided swallowing her pride might prevent health issues. It's true this is my first mission. But you've been on many missions, haven't you? If you're so capable, tell us what creature could have done this. Heh, no comment. Yang Wei looked as if she'd swallowed a fly and couldn't help rolling her eyes. I think you don't actually know. Stop arguing. Look at this. A young man placed the photo in his hand on the table, and everyone gasped in unison when they looked. The image showed a young girl holding an umbrella. She wore light-colored Western-style dress, light-colored leather shoes, with curly hair, walking toward the Maple Forest Villa area. The strong wind blew her hair back, revealing an exceptionally stunning face. Oh my god, it's a beauty. We're saved. Yang Wei was completely enchanted. Stop joking, she entered Maple Forest Villa last night. Yang Wei, a suspect. Everyone who entered and exited the villa area that day is a suspect, but she definitely isn't. The man looked at Yang Wei. I know what you want to ask. When I first arrived, I wasn't handling the Liang family case but the neighboring Huang family instead. The male head of the Huang family died. She visited the Huang residence last night. Guess what I found on Huang Yuntao's body? Everyone stared at him. He smiled, traces of a nightmare ghost. The group widened their eyes in shock. The nightmare ghost is a mountain spirit adept at bewitchment and yearning for the human world. To achieve this, it can employ various cruel methods. Based on the estimated time of the Liang family's deaths, she was still at the Huang residence and couldn't have been at the Liang family. Then why did you show her to us? Yang Wei examined it several more times, appreciating the beauty. No, I just feel this is someone we'll have to it's better to get familiar in advance. Actually, we initially came for the Huang family matter. The Liang family situation was coincidental. The person put away the photo. Alright, let's focus on serious matters now. Tell us about Liang Wei's situation. Yang Wei had collected the information about Liang Wei. Liang Wei started acting at age 3 and continues to this day at 37. He won the Best Actor award at 20 and has maintained high popularity all these years, consistently producing excellent works. In the entertainment industry, he's known for being kind and sincere, never throwing his weight around. His relationships are uncomplicated, truly a rare exception in show business. As Yang Wei spoke, everyone listened attentively without interruption. Because everyone knows, a perfect life always has its turning points. His fans believe the biggest stain on his life was marrying a very ugly wife. Yang Wei took out the photo. I don't want to judge a woman's appearance, but I must say Liang Wei's wife wasn't traditionally attractive. The photo showed an unattractive face. Only the pair of eyes looked gentle, emitting warm radiance. Is she dead too? Not yet. The others made understanding noises. Not dead. Then it's not exactly a family massacre, at least someone survived. Actually no, she divorced Liang Wei. Their divorce was very messy. They say she tried all the dramatic tactics, but Liang Wei still went through with the divorce. As Yang Wei put down the photo, she hesitated before placing it in the suspect row. I think she's suspicious. Explain in detail. Yang Wei herself was quite the gossip, so she knew all these details without needing to check. Liang Wei's wife is named Xinxi. Their love story was quite passionate and dramatic. On Liang Wei's 25th birthday, he suddenly announced his marriage. Having many fans, they couldn't accept it and threatened to unfollow, but Liang Wei didn't care. He wasn't the type of celebrity who relied on fandom popularity. Gradually, fans came to accept it and wanted to see who the wife was. That's when paparazzi captured videos of Liang Wei and Xinxi going in and out together. This time, it trended even more because the two were simply mismatched. Xinxi was traditionally considered unattractive with a flat, broad nose, somewhat better but narrow eyes, protruding teeth that made her mouth seem slightly pushed forward, thin, short, with poor hair quality that looked like malnutrition. So many people criticized Liang Wei for being blind to choose such an ugly wife. The criticism was even louder this time, yet Liang Wei remained unfazed, continuing his relationship with Xinxi. From what was revealed on Weibo, he seemed very happy with her. Thus, there were frequent jokes in the entertainment industry, saying that Xinxi must have either saved Liang Wei's life, or that she had bewitched him with black magic. Most people believed it was the latter. After all, Xinxi's face wasn't conventionally attractive enough to justify even a life-saving favor. Yang Wei had followed the gossip before. While Xinxi wasn't classically beautiful from an aesthetic standpoint, she didn't deserve such vicious mockery. She must have her own merits that outsiders didn't know about. As for why Yang Wei suspected her, it was because she sensed that Xinxi truly wasn't an ordinary person. This feeling wasn't just women's intuition, but rather an inherited family ability. Anything else? Yang Wei produced another document. There's another suspect, Liang Wei's current girlfriend, Xiaoen. She's also a celebrity. They've acted together and have many CP fans. Xiaoen was filming abroad and is now rushing back after hearing the news. The man sitting on the chair nodded and lightly tapped the table. Good. Yang Wei, you're responsible for investigating Xinxi and Xiaoen. Lu Gu, you take the other direction. Lu Gu adjusted his glasses. Understood. The other direction involves metaphysics. When dealing with cases of bizarre deaths, they always approach from two angles. Acquaintances, meaning crimes of passion, revenge killings, etc. Metaphysical aspects, supernatural beings or demons emerging. Zhou Fuxing lay on the sofa scrolling through videos. The little black snake coiled itself up and stealthily stretched its neck forward, its beady eyes fixed on the screen. Since when did the human world have such interesting content? Though quite indecent indeed. There were men dancing shirtless, women dancing in what amounted to two pieces of fabric. Those pale legs and arms, how tempting to take a bite and drink some blood. The little black snake inched closer, its head nearly touching the screen. Zhou Fuxing pulled it back, disgusted. You perverted snake. The little black snake raged. Get lost. If you weren't lecherous, you wouldn't be watching so intently. You don't understand, I'm appreciating art. Zhou Fuxing continued scrolling, and today's news popped up. Film Emperor Liang Wei dismembered the Liang family massacre. Liang Wei's photo appeared on the screen. Yun Miao, who was passing by, saw it and paused. Zhou Fuxing and the little black snake turned their heads together. The little black snake slithered over, raising its neck like an eager puppy, its gaze innocent. Unfortunately, the coquettish glance was wasted on blind eyes. Yun Miao looked at the screen, then at the faintly visible man before her, confirming his identity. Liang Wei. Then she lifted her foot and walked away. Zhou Fuxing blinked, rolled over, and prepared to continue lazing about. After all, since Lu Yang arrived, this household hardly needed him anymore. Lu Yang had arranged everything neatly, now clearly the backbone of the household. Zhou Fuxing kept scrolling through videos when Yun Miao's voice suddenly called, "Come here." Before his brain could react, his body had already reflexively moved toward Yun Miao. No wonder the little black snake acted like a lapdog the moment it saw Yun Miao, it was all reflex. Yun Miao handed him the phone calmly, "Download." So she wanted him to download a short video platform app. Zhou Fuxing swiftly downloaded it. "Miss Yun Miao, you should watch more of these short videos, they'll help you understand modern society." After installing the app, worried Yun Miao might struggle with registration, he respectfully handed the ready-to-use phone back to her, then retreated far away to avoid disturbing her. The little black snake slithered up his pants leg to his shoulder, raising its noble serpentine head to glance between the phone and Zhou Fuxing. "You want a phone too?" The little black snake nodded its noble little head. Zhou Fuxing. Being around Miss Yun Miao really makes everything different, even snakes develop phone addictions. As he was ordering a phone online for the little snake, Yun Miao paused on a particular video. It was a news account announcing that Liang Wei's girlfriend Chaoen had returned to the country, crying at the airport. The accompanying video shows Chaoen wearing a trench coat and sunglasses, with tear stains visible beneath the sunglasses. This woman looks somewhat familiar. Yun Miao couldn't quite remember where she had seen her before. Liang Wei's figure appeared before her eyes again. He seemed to have seen Chaoen through the phone as well, lying on the ground struggling to get closer, with black energy continuously emanating from his body, until he almost reached Yun Miao, who waved him away. Noisy. Very. By evening, Lu Yang handed Liang Wei's documents to Yun Miao. Yun Miao flipped through them. She flipped quickly, soon finishing all of Liang Wei's documents. She wasn't a ferryman. What ferrymen could do, she couldn't. Her own methods were ineffective, so she could only approach from other angles. For example, what each spirit that found her wanted was different. Zhou Fuxing's grandmother died in agony. She wanted relief from her suffering. Huang Yaoton had intense desires. These were all things she could sense. What Yun Miao sensed from Liang Wei was a cry for help. He was already dead, clearly not calling for help for himself. Then it must be for someone he cared about. After checking the records, all of Liang Wei's relatives had passed away, leaving only two close relationships. His ex-wife, Xin Shi, current partner, Chaoen. Which one of them would be the person Liang Wei wanted to protect? Such questions never troubled Yun Miao. She hated troubles, hated choices even more. When faced with two options, she either took both or killed both. A long streak of lightning flashed across the night sky, almost splitting the heavens in two. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and soon heavy rain began to fall. In a certain high-rise building, a graceful woman slept peacefully until startled awake by a thunderclap. She opened her eyes to see gauzy curtains fluttering at the window. Raindrops kept pounding against them. The room was dim and devoid of light. She stared blankly at the window, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking at her door. Shinshi shrank back, her fearful gaze shifting toward the doorway. Creak. The door opened. Chapter 60, Miracle Meow Meow. Yang Wei was in charge of monitoring Shinshi and Chaoen, but she held suspicions about Shinshi. When the rain began to fall in the evening, Yang Wei felt an inexplicable unease in her heart. She took out Shinshi's photo again. Shinshi's features were slightly plain, but her frame was delicate and graceful, her skin fair, exuding the gentleness of a refined young lady. Yang Wei looked up Shinshi's current address and headed there. She worried if the entity that had murdered the Liang family hadn't found Shinshi that night, would it come for her tonight? Though she suspected Shinshi might be the killer, it was still just suspicion. Yang Wei couldn't let an ordinary person walk into danger. Driving to Shinshi's apartment complex in the pouring rain, the downpour was so heavy it felt like the sky was collapsing. Holding an umbrella, she reached the first floor, where the lights flickered erratically. An ordinary person might dismiss it as a faulty bulb, but Yang Wei knew better. In many places filled with sinister energy, flickering lights may indicate interference from certain entities. She closed her umbrella and habitually pressed her thumb against her middle finger, preparing to act, when she noticed a white umbrella placed nearby, with faint dark patterns flowing across its surface. This umbrella was extraordinary. Yang Wei followed the line of the umbrella and saw a classically beautiful woman sitting with her back turned. Her hair was half tied in a bun while the other half cascaded down her slender neck to the front. Her back was as thin as a blade, above which revealed a fair and smooth neck. She must be a beauty. Though Yang Wei was a sucker for good looks, business came first. For Shinshi's safety, she headed toward the elevator. The elevator doors opened just then, and a young, sunny-looking boy stepped out, walking toward the beautiful woman. Even in her urgency, Yang Wei couldn't help thinking, though this guy is handsome, he's absolutely unworthy of such a stunning beauty. Some people just get inexplicably lucky. Zhou Fuxing turned back after walking a few steps and saw the elevator doors closing. Strange, I just felt an extremely dissatisfied gaze fixed upon me. Could it be that after seeing too many things recently, I've become too sensitive? Xin Yangji just entered Shinshi's room. Zhou Fuxing came to report, then paused. Is Xin Yangji planning to harm someone? He held no favorable opinion of Xin Yangji. Even disregarding the matters concerning his grandfather and grandmother, Zhou Fuxing still disliked Xin Yangji. There was an indescribable aura about him that Zhou Fuxing simply didn't like. Yun Miao snapped back to reality. Dressed in light green hanfu with colorful tassels tied at her waist, the wind blew diagonally against her figure, making her resemble a celestial goddess ascending to the heavenly palace. No, even more beautiful than the goddess of the Luo River. All of Yun Miao's clothes were under Zhou Fuxing's responsibility. By responsibility, it meant he would find designers, have them communicate with Yun Miao to confirm the designs, and leave everything after that to her. Thus, every single outfit Miss Yun Miao wore had passed through her hands. Zhou Fuxing maintained a constant state of awe and appreciation for Miss Yun Miao's beauty. Watching Miss Yun Miao wearing every piece of clothing he prepared, a sense of pride welled up in his heart. He finally understood why his cousins were so obsessed with that game called Miracle Nikki, spending millions on it while claiming they were dressing up their daughter. Zhou Fuxing now experienced it himself. Damn, this felt amazing. This was practically his miracle Miao Miao. Yun Miao crooked her finger. Zhou Fuxing stepped forward, bent down to pick up the umbrella, and handed it over with utmost respect. Let's go back. Zhou Fuxing obediently followed. Then aren't we going to care about Shinshi anymore? Yun Miao said, someone will take care of it. That girl who just passed by was from the Yang family. Yang Wei watched the elevator going upward. The higher it went, the more restless she felt. When the elevator doors opened, Yang Wei quickly checked the door number, glanced around, and walked straight toward her destination before knocking. 3 knocks. When Yang Wei heard no response and was considering whether to break in, Shinshi opened the door. She wore a light purple nightgown, her hair smoothly cascading down her back as she softly said, "Hello, may I ask what this is about?" Her gentleness was like a pool of water. Yang Wei, being someone who values appearances, immediately understood why Liang Wei had liked Shinshi. Even without seeing that face, just hearing this voice, Yang Wei could almost imagine a stunning beauty. She composed herself. "Hello, I'm from the police department." Shinshi responded with a soft "You folks already came by during the day." The Liang family's massacre naturally made everyone first consider revenge or crime of passion. As Liang Wei's ex-wife, Shinshi had motive. That's why the police had previously come to take her statement. As the suspicion wasn't strong enough, she hadn't been summoned yet. Yang Wei lightly tapped her middle finger, confirming there were no evil spirits here that might threaten Shinshi's safety, and only then did her slightly anxious heart settle. "Shinshi, may I ask what this is about?" Yang Wei snapped back to attention. "There are still some questions I'd like to ask you. Right now." Shinshi turned slightly aside. "Please come in, officer." Yang Wei shook her head and smiled. "It won't take long. I just need you to answer one question. Please ask. Do you hate Liang Wei?" "No." When saying no, Shinshi smiled gently. "Then your reaction seems quite odd. When Liang Wei's family passed away and when he died, you didn't seem sad at all. How would the officer know when I'm sad? I don't like showing my emotions in front of outsiders." Yang Wei looked at her suspiciously. Shinshi smiled. "After all, since I'm not good looking, I should at least maintain some dignity." Yang Wei, "Sorry. It's all right." Yang Wei nodded, indicating she had finished questioning. After telling Shinshi to stay safe, Yang Wei turned to leave. Just as the door was closing behind her, Yang Wei suddenly rushed back and pressed a finger against Shinshi's forehead. Shinshi froze momentarily but didn't move. Seeing no reaction, Yang Wei coughed awkwardly. "Sorry about that, occupational habit." "It's fine. Is everything all right now? Get some good rest." Shinshi closed the door. Yang Wei subconsciously bit her thumb, somewhat perplexed. She clearly felt something was amiss here, but after investigation, there were indeed no evil spirits. The phone rang in the empty common area. Yang Wei opened her phone, hesitated for a moment upon seeing the caller ID, then answered. "How dare you take on this mission? As an older sister, you don't know how to look after your younger sister at all." The slightly shrill voice of her mother came through. "Come back now. I'll send Shinshin to replace you." Yang Wei remained silent. The voice on the other end grew impatient. "Did you hear me? Come back." Yang Wei looked at the pouring rain outside. "No." There was a brief pause on the other end. It seemed she hadn't expected her usually obedient daughter to dare refuse her. The sound of a cup shattering on the ground came through, followed by the woman's cold voice. "Yang Wei, you've really done it this time. If you don't come back, starting today, don't call me mother anymore." The moment the call ended, the girl who had been holding her back straight finally relaxed, her entire body wilting like a shriveled shrimp. After a few minutes, she straightened up, wiped her face clean, flicked her ponytail, and stepped into the elevator, restoring her former sunny and efficient demeanor. Something's not right here. There must be evil spirits lurking. She needed to check every floor to prevent the spirits from harming ordinary people. Below in the same building, another elevator door opened, and a man in black robes emerged slowly. Shin Yangji kept walking forward. When he reached the corridor, he glanced sideways. The spot was empty, but he could detect a familiar fragrance lingering. A small head immediately popped out from his clothes. She was just here too. You missed her, hee hee.